Chapter 461. Feng Rue said, I just signed a contract this year. Then, she bit her lip and looked down at her toes. Qinzhe, so. Then what? Did you suddenly barge in to ask for my autograph? Qinzhe was confused. Ah! Feng Rue gathered her courage and said, Boss Qin, I graduated from Beijing Film Academy. I heard that you are going to make a new movie, so I want to try. She was about 1.65 meters tall, which was considered tall for a girl. Her features were delicate, and she had a cute round face, but she had a mature charm. Qinzhe looked at her and nodded slightly. She was indeed qualified to be in the entertainment industry. In the workplace, she was a beauty that could make male colleagues stiffen and respect her. What role do you want to play? Qinzhe smiled. Can I read the script? Feng Rue said. Qinzhe handed her the script and said, Go to conference room 3 and wait for me. I'll find you when I'm done here. The stars in the room looked over and frowned slightly. This girl named Feng Rue violated the taboo of the workplace. Newcomers trying to stand out. These resources should have been given to the stars in the room. Feng Rue was overjoyed, but she suppressed her excitement and nodded hard. Don't worry, Boss Qin. I'll try my best. I haven't agreed to let you play the role yet. Qinzhe smiled gently and said, Okay. Feng Rue blushed and walked away shyly. The auditions continued until 4 in the afternoon. The roles with more scenes were more or less settled, but they were only preliminary. There would be changes later. Except for the first male lead, the second male lead, and the second female lead, the other roles were not guaranteed and could be replaced at any time. Qinzhe announced that the auditions were over and he and Qin Bao left first. When they passed by conference room 3, they heard a sweet and flirtatious voice. The words were familiar and flirtatious. Qinzhe remembered that they were the words he added after editing the script. Then he remembered that there was a newcomer waiting for the audition in the room. How's the practice? Qinzhe pushed the door open and entered. Chairman Qin. Feng Rue, who was engrossed in her performance in the conference room, was pleasantly surprised. She felt that she might not have a chance today. Qinzhe might have forgotten about her. After all, he was the president and was very busy. Or maybe Mr. Qin just thought she was interesting and wanted to tease her. Qinzhe had indeed forgotten about her. He only remembered her when he passed by the door of the conference room. Do you have any characters that you like? Qinzhe sat near the door of the conference table. He habitually took out his cigarette case but didn't smoke. Lady Chun Shirsan, Feng Rue said. This girl's cup size was not big, but her ambition was not small. Lady Chun's screen time was definitely not less than the second female lead. It was really risky to let a newcomer play such an important role. Sure, you can pick a scene about Lady Chun, Qinzhe said. No problem. Feng Rue nodded. She acted out a part of the plot, and when it was over, she looked at Qinzhe expectantly. Qinzhe rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. She was indeed a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy. Her acting skills were really good. Although there was some exaggeration of a stage play for a comedy, it added a lot of points. But the character of Lady Chun Shirsan was slightly modified by Qinzhe. She changed from a cold and ruthless demoness to a slightly dirty demoness. Under her murderous appearance, she would occasionally say some dirty words. Therefore, although Feng Rue's image fit the role of Lady Chun Shirsan well, mature and gorgeous, there seemed to be something missing inside. Qinzhe said, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, you pass the audition. Feng Rue was a little nervous, but she nodded. Explain the meaning of the sentence, an old chicken with 1,000 miles of ambition, Qinzhe said. Huh! Feng Rue was stunned. Qinzhe repeated it. Mr. Qin, you said it wrong. It's an old steed with 1,000 miles of ambition, right? She said. Okay, I got it. Qinzhe sighed. Next question. Please analyze the sentence, I made a friend at the subway entrance. Feng Rue was stunned. Sure enough, this woman was not suitable for the role of Lady Chun Shirsan. I'll stop now. Feng Rue panicked when she saw Qinzhe's disappointed face. No need. I know what I'm doing. Qinzhe said. Then did I succeed? I'm sorry. You failed. Feng Rue was about to cry. Mr. Qin, please give me one more chance. 3 days. Give me 3 more days and I'll definitely understand this role. Fenrue said unwillingly with a bitter face. You have to know that the company's resources will definitely be given to famous artists first. A newcomer like you won't get any resources in a short time. What you need to do is to learn, train and improve yourself. Fenrue nodded sadly. You know the rules of the entertainment industry. Qin lit a cigarette like a big boss. Then, take off your clothes. Fenrue was speechless. Fenrue was shocked. She thought to herself, what does this mean? Okay, it's obvious. This guy wants to sleep with me. I'm a virgin. You can't sleep with me just because you want to. But if she didn't sleep with him, she would have no chance of getting this role. She might even be bullied by her boss in the future. Fenrue couldn't make up her mind. She chose to join Tianfeng Entertainment because of Qin Zhe's good reputation. A senior from Beijing Ing told her that the president of Tianfeng Entertainment was Qin Bao Bao. As a female boss, she didn't have to worry about the unspoken rules. She was also a woman, so she understood the plight of women in the entertainment industry. Also, Qin Zhe came to Tianfeng Entertainment occasionally. But unlike the capitalists in the entertainment industry, he never paid attention to the female artists in the company. The senior built a harmonious company environment for Fenrue with just a few words. But who knew, all crows were equally black. Man, your name is Beast. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes and let me see. Qin Zhe said, don't be so shy. Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? Fenrue. Okay, this was coercion. I want to see your figure so that I can have a better understanding of you. Maybe I'll change my mind, Qin Zhe said. Fenrue. Okay, this was a bait. In the end, Fenrue took off her jacket. Maybe in this woman's heart, a small sacrifice in exchange for an important role would be worth it. Qin Zhe was too famous in the entertainment industry. Everything he produced, be it songs or movies, seemed to be popular. But she was careful. Before she got the actual benefits, she wouldn't foolishly compromise. Taking off her jacket wasn't important. What was important was that taking off her jacket meant that she was willing to make the deal. Qin Zhe looked at her from head to toe. She had a good figure. Although a B grade wasn't as outstanding as a D grade, she was still slender and elegant. He had high expectations for the quality of this movie. Not only did he want the plot and special effects to be perfect, but he also wanted the actors. Looks were always a barrier that celebrities couldn't avoid. Good figure. Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you 3 more days. Come find me then and we'll re-audition. Fenrue bit her lip and said in a small voice, What do I have to do? She waited for Qin Zhe to make his request. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Look at me. Remember this smile. It'll help you understand the role. Fenrue looked over and saw Qin Zhe suddenly give her an extremely lewd smile. It was a smile that all men would understand. But Fenrue was a woman, so she took a step back in fear. From the casting call to the start of filming, 10 days had passed. An artist from Tianfeng Entertainment obviously wasn't enough to fill the role in the script. Therefore, the production team had to find a suitable scenic spot to meet the stars. All these trivial matters added up and took up a lot of time. In the end, the role of Lady Chun was given to a newcomer, Fenrue. To become a woman of substance in 3 days was indeed too difficult. Qin Zhe saw that she was good-looking and had a good figure. Most importantly, she was an artist under his company. She was cheap, practical, and durable. The production team flew to the first destination 2 days in advance. Qin Zhe followed behind with the sisters. Yes, the sisters. Hongqiao Airport. Departure level. Qin Zhe walked in front, dragging a white suitcase. Qin Bao Bao held his arm with her left hand and dragged a white suitcase with her right hand. It was also white, a couple's suitcase. They were all wearing sunglasses and masks. Qin Bao Bao wore a loose jacket that covered her impressive breasts. Her almost iconic chestnut curly hair was tied into a bun. This way, no one would recognize them. Behind them were Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who were full of resentment. Hey, why is your girlfriend such a piece of trash? She can't even win against her sister-in-law? Su Yu added fuel to the fire. How do you know about my relationship with him? Wang Zijin frowned. In order to hide their relationship, Wang Zijin turned his real girlfriend into the sneaky Mr. Wang next door. However, Wang Zijin's scheming was shrewd. Even if she was exposed, she could still keep a straight face. "I'm not stupid, I'm very smart." Suyu sneered and said, "Sister Man also saw it, maybe only Qin Bao Bao didn't see it." Wang Zijin curled her lips and said in her heart, "It's not that she didn't see it. She already saw that I, the wolf in the house, was thinking about her brother. It's just that she didn't expect us to have confirmed our relationship. I'm going to tell Qin Bao Bao." Suyu smiled evilly. "Are you looking for death?" Wang Zijin squinted. "My father also has the same intention," Suyu said sweetly. The two women looked at each other, and electric arcs flashed. "Suyu, this little scum, knew about my relationship with Qin Zhe. She didn't tell Qin Bao Bao. She must have some ideas. Just now, we were accidentally tested by her. We didn't dare to let Qin Bao Bao find out the truth of our relationship. We were careless. Wang Zijin, this little scum, was a coward. She deserved to give me something to use against her." The two women each had their own ulterior motives. Chapter 462. It was the end of May and the sun was shining brightly. The green mountains were stacked on top of each other and the leaves were shining with a colorful halo. The mountains were steep and strange rocks stood upright. A person and a horse were slowly walking on the rugged mountain path. A charming beauty in colorful clothes was sitting on the back of the horse, bathing in the sun. Her heavy chest could carry a few pounds of flirtatious feeling. The camera turned from the woman's face to the side of her face and then to her back. Then it slowly pulled up and captured the undulating mountains. In the grass not far above her head, a few pairs of eyes were peeping at the beauty and the horse. After a while, they quietly shrank into the bushes. The branches and leaves swayed gently. There was a wooden house at the top of the mountain, occupied by a group of thieves. "Second master, there's a woman at the foot of the mountain. She's passing by here alone. Should we capture her and have some fun?" The scout came back to report. "Second master, do you think it's the soldiers? Will the soldiers send a woman? No matter how many soldiers there are, we can make them run away." There was a burst of laughter. This group of thieves was a villager from a nearby village. They were oppressed by the government and simply became bandits. Every day, they were worried that the government would send troops to clean them up. In fact, in this dangerous mountain, not to mention caravans, even pedestrians were rarely seen. The government was too lazy to care about them. The thieves were more like villagers. Each of them looked sloppy. The boss was even more lowly and slovenly. He was full of unreliable aura. He called himself the gang leader. In the midst of the laughter, the woman leading the horse came uninvited. She walked gracefully and swayed her waist, immediately showing the charm of a mature woman. Second master shouted, "Who's there? Can't you see that I'm a woman?" The woman took off the water bag at her waist and took a sip. "What are you doing here? Do you want us to help you out tonight?" There was a burst of laughter. "I'm tired from the journey. I want to find a place to rest and wash off the dust on my body. Do you know where this is?" Second master's eyes shone. The woman glanced at the group of shabbily dressed guys. The weapons in their hands were either hoes or sickles. They were a poor mess. She blinked her eyes. "I'm afraid that your embroidery needles are beautiful but not useful." They were so poor that they were in a complete mess. The second master was furious. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to capture Miss Hua. Who would have thought that Miss Hua would wave her sleeves, and in a split second, a gust of wind would roll up, blowing away the few thieves who were rushing up. The woman flicked out a string of copper coins, which landed on the second master's head. She said word by word, "Where the peach blossoms pass, not even a blade of grass grows. When the money falls to the ground, the head cannot be kept." Second head's expression changed. Lady Chun Shur-san. Everyone's expression changed, and they dispersed. Crack. Mou nodded in satisfaction. "We can pass this part." Hearing this, Feng Rue let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. As soon as the movie started shooting, the scene was shot 3 times. The 4th take was finally done. For the first 3 times, the first time was because Zheng Qilong, who played the second-in-command, laughed out loud. For the last 2 times it was because of her. Chairman Qin said that when she came with the horse, her posture was too proper. In the script, Lady Chun was a ferocious and coquettish demoness. When walking, one should sway their waist and butt, and be as flirtatious as possible. For this reason, Chairman Chin gave her 2 breast pads, and forcibly raised her from B class to C class. She was only 1 step away from D class. She forcibly raised her class. Is the scene ready? Qinze asked. Yes, the staff responded. The crew was in a very famous tourist spot in Qing province. There were high mountains and steep ridges, and the scenery was unique. It was perfect for shooting the scene of the 5 Elements Mountain. Most importantly, there was a karst cave here, which was also one of the tourist spots. A group of people rushed into the room, which was built into a simple recording studio. The first scene had just begun. The beginning of the story was in the famous 5 Fingers Mountain. The rebellious son Wukong only wanted to hide Tang San and eat his meat. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't stand it. She was ordered by Buddha to suppress son Wukong under the 5 Fingers Mountain for 500 years as punishment. Qinze had read the original book. The original book was set in a desert. The reason why he changed the script was because the original book setting and some of its logic were very flawed. Then there were the lines. After all, it was an old film, and many of the lines were not suitable for the current environment. It was very awkward to listen to. Qinze changed all of them, changing them into lines that would make young people laugh. He removed the wheat from the chaff, and made the movie perfect. The opening scene was going to be done with special effects. The battle between Sun Wukong and Guanyin was destined to be exciting and spectacular. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was played by the dignified beauty with an oval face, Wang Zijin. Qinze gave her a few lines and asked her to recite them. She had already memorized them. Wang Zijin was very happy when she found out that she was going to play Guanyin. She didn't want to play a flirtatious slut like Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin changed into the costume prepared by the props team and appeared. In an instant, she stunned all the male comrades present. She held the jade bottle in her hand, stepped on the jade lotus platform, white clothes fluttering, dignified and beautiful, and her makeup was holy and majestic. Especially when the corner of her mouth raised and showed a smile. It was as if people saw the Virgin Mary. Bah! Guanyin Bodhisattva. 10 minutes of lines and opponents, in fact, were just gestures in the air, and post-production special effects were added. It was very simple, one shot. Wang Zijin lifted her skirt, walked down from the jade lotus platform, and turned around in front of Qinze. Her eyes were watery. It's beautiful, Ace. Qinze nodded vigorously and gave a thumbs up, beautiful like a fairy. Yeah. Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu pinched his waist on both sides at the same time, and his tears almost fell from the pain. Well, he was sandwiched by his sister and Teddy. Qinze equals sandwich. Wang Zijin turned a blind eye to the small movements of the two and smiled gently. If it's beautiful, I'll wear it for you later. Qin Bao Bao sneered. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Su Yu. You think too much. Wang Zijin. Qinze smiled dryly. Sister Ziwei, listen to me, the role of Guanyin is short-lived in the movie, and your part has been finished. Wang Zijin's eyes were filled with sadness. Qin Bao Bao sighed. The supporting roles are all like Zijin. Su Yu added, Director, add a drumstick to her lunchbox. Wang Zijin's eyes rippled, and she looked at Qinze pitifully. Qinze. Shut up, will you? Is it fun to add fuel to the fire? Aren't you two like fire and water? What's with this tacit understanding? Wang Zijin was very disappointed. It was rare for her to act as a friend, and it was the first time in her life to make a movie. Of course, she knew that her level was limited and it was impossible to give her too important a role. But only 10 minutes? That was too little. This was the standard king of extras, Zijin. So angry. Then what about the two of them? Wang Zijin took Qinze's hand. My part hasn't come yet, but I tell you, my part is not less than that of the second female lead. Su Yu was proud. How strange, I'm the first female lead. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Qinze's heart jumped, and he immediately looked at Wang Zijin. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei's face was calm, without joy or sadness. But Qinze, who was familiar with her, knew that she was angry. The jar of jealousy overturned. When the two of them went to the cubicle to change their clothes, Qinze hurriedly explained, Sister Zian, I think that whether the main character is outstanding or not has nothing to do with the number of scenes. Although you have a part in the movie, the moment you appeared, you were simply stunning. The role of Guanyin is the most admirable. Wang Zijin squinted at him. I also know that Guanyin is a scheming woman. Qin Zhe. You have to give up on yourself, what can I do? Sigh, I hope the three of you can get along well and don't fight. In the following time, Wang Zijin really didn't talk to him. When he took the initiative to talk, Wang Zijin would turn her head and pretend to look at the scenery casually. His sister and Teddy were smiling, as if they were very happy. In the whole plot of the Five Elements Mountain, there would be a lot of scenes, which were divided into daytime scenes and nighttime scenes. On the first day, the actors and crew were tired from the long journey. When they reached the part where Chun Shur-san checked if there were 3 moles on the soles of the feet of the thieves, the sky was already dark. Entering the night, it was the battle of wits between the thieves and Chun Shur-san. Here, Qin Zhe added a few minutes of scenes. The thieves used all kinds of methods and tricks and finally knocked Chun Shur-san out with drugs. The unconscious Chun Shur-san showed her true form, which turned out to be a spider demon. The whole scene was a mess, and the shooting was not ideal. After a few hours of shooting, Qin Zhe was still not satisfied. Fortunately, shooting a movie didn't follow the script. The movie was shot one by one and edited in post-production. Qin Zhe asked everyone to skip to the second scene. On the second night, Bai Jingjing appeared, played by Li Wei. This scene was also a bumpy one. The script was handed over to you for almost half a month, but your roles are so bad. MOU was furious on the set. There were extras, artists from Tianfeng, and artists invited by other companies. They were scolded by MOU. During this process, Qin Baobao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin sat in a row, eating melon seeds, eating fruits, and playing with their mobile phones. Su Yu went crazy and asked the boss of the Back Mountain Business District for a deck of cards. The three played landlord. They didn't look like they were here to shoot a movie, but to travel. Why haven't you appeared yet? Wang Zijin asked. The plot changed again and again, but they didn't see Qin Baobao, the heroine, appear. I'm still behind, this script is too long. Qin Baobao was very calm. The only gain tonight was that the roast chicken scene was smoothly shot. Yes, it was the scene where she wore a samba dance dress and kicked the eggs. This scene was very successful, and everyone laughed wildly after shooting. Her sister and the others were very nervous. As soon as the director shouted cut, the three of them rushed over and asked about their well-being. Where does it hurt, tell me? Qin Baobao unscrewed a bottle of water and poured it on Qin Zhe's crotch. Is it burned? The fire is so big, are the props reliable? Wang Zijin frowned. Hey, I'll help you rub. Su Yu reached out and did a hand caressing the penis, sitting and sighing. Slap. Slap. The two slapped each other away. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin glared at each other. Shame on you. Su Yu rolled her eyes. When I was nagging and nagging, you two were still illiterate. Qin Zhe quickly said that he was fine and that the protective measures were very good. Even if it was burned 3 more times, it would still be intact. The sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The fire was too big just now, and it made them a little scared. After shooting, the crew stayed on the mountain for the night. Qin Zhe and the sisters took the cable car down the mountain, drove the car rented by the rental company, and took them back to the hotel. Everyone is tired. Let's wash up and go to bed early. In the elevator, he said dryly. The 3 sisters didn't answer. Qin Baobao leaned back against the car and pretended to play with her mobile phone. Wang Zijin threw caution to the wind. She hugged Qin Zhe's arm and squinted at Su Yu and Qin Baobao. Su Yu rolled her eyes. There was something called murderous intent in the car. Qin Zhe was stunned. What's wrong with this atmosphere? What's the matter with this face-scratching atmosphere? Did they have a conflict again when I didn't know? Was it because of Do Diju? Or was it because of little Qin Zhe's concern? Chapter 463. The hotel room arrangement was very interesting. On Qin Zhe's left was Su Yu, on his right was Wang Zijin, and on the opposite side was his sister. Because of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's identity, it was not convenient for them to go out to eat openly. At the same time, they were unfamiliar with the place, so they ordered takeout in the hotel. There were not only the 4 of them in the hotel. There were also Qin Bao's assistant, Wang Zijin's assistant, and Su Yu's assistant, a total of 6 people. They also lived on the same floor of the hotel, but they were a little far away. The existence of assistants was said to take care of the daily life of stars and bosses. Many stars needed their assistants to help them wear boots and wash clothes. Life assistants, to put it bluntly, were nannies. It was just like a salesman running errands, with business manager on his business card. But for Qin Bao and the others, the situation was completely different. They were not used to throwing clothes, including underwear, to their assistants. They liked to throw them to Qin Zhe. So the assistants felt that they were just here for a vacation and didn't want to be too leisurely. After waiting for half an hour, the takeout arrived. Perhaps they were used to Qin Zhe's cooking, but they had no appetite for dinner, even though the seller of the takeout was a local specialty restaurant with a relatively high rating. After dinner, Qin Zhe looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Although it was not too late, he had to send the sisters away. The atmosphere during dinner was not quite right. The sisters were silent. Occasionally they would say a few words, but there was a knife in their smile and a needle in their words. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to shoot. Qin Zhe announced. The sister was the first to get up. Holding her mobile phone, she lowered her head and walked out of the room leisurely. After they left, Qin Zhe practiced "The Times Are Calling" in the room for a while. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, put on his pajamas and lay on the bed. Suddenly, he found that he had lost his mind. Practicing gymnastics at night was equivalent to drinking coffee in the middle of the night. How could he sleep when he was full of energy? Hey! Qin Zhe suddenly thought, in the future before having sex, I will practice gymnastics and accumulate energy. Then I can show my power. Is this comparable to teddy bear as the system said? Qin Zhe felt that he knew the truth. Confucius said, I often do not eat all day long, and do not sleep all night long. I can do it too. You're thinking too much. The system's voice resounded in his mind. To reach that level, you still need at least a year or so of cultivation. This lowlife would occasionally jump out to make its presence known. Qin Zhe was already used to it and wouldn't be scared by it. Not eating and sleeping all day long is indeed a bit too much. Qin Zhe nodded. This was even more frightening than 1 day, 1 night, and 3 meals a day. Get ready. Extracting energy in 3 seconds, the system said. Qin Zhe. Unknowingly, it was time to recharge the system again. The low-level system was very grounded. It needed energy to maintain its operation, but its physical body was not in the modern world, or perhaps it did not have a physical body, so it could not rely on electricity. Its energy needs Qin Zhe's support. Look, it's not Xuanhuan, nor Xianxia at all. It's very scientific. Unlike those flirtatious cheap goods, which did not conform to the law of conservation of energy at all. 3 seconds later, Qin Zhe felt his vision go black, and his brain crashed. He had experienced this feeling many times. Every time, he would remember the first time he f***ed, and the sour feeling of his soul flying out of his body. Then it was the same familiar feeling. His body was emptied. A strong sense of exhaustion surged through his body, and he wanted to sleep. His current physical condition was not the same as before. When his energy was extracted for the first time, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground. Qin Zhe felt that it was time for him to sleep, but he was a little worried that his sister would knock on the door in the middle of the night. She had learned a lot from her mistakes. His sister was very pretentious. When they lived together, she never knocked on the door. After Wang Zijin moved in, she took the opportunity to sneak in at night. Just as this thought came to his mind, there was a light knock on the door. Qin Zhe. Why did she raise a flag for no reason? There were 2 more knocks on the door. Qin Zhe decided to open the door. He knew what his sister was like. If he didn't open the door, she would knock until the end of time, and then Teddy and old Wang next door would be alarmed. Why are you here? Qin Zhe opened the door and found that it was not his sister standing at the door, not old Wang next door but a Teddy. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Su Yu turned her head and looked around, sneaking into the room. Qin Zhe closed the door quietly. What? He said. To F***CKU. Su Yu said. Qin Zhe. Do you believe that I will slip you out of the window? I'll be quiet later. You slow down, they can't hear you. Su Yu was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the edge of the bed. Hotels above 4 stars have good sound insulation. Suyu swung her long legs on the bed and threw a coquettish wink. They didn't sleep often, and Suyu cherished the time when they were alone. If there was no chance, she would create opportunities. If it was before, Chin-zae would sharpen his knife to Teddy, but now it's not the right time. Sleep, sleep. Chin-zae rolled his eyes. Suyu happily got into the bed. Chin-zae followed and hugged Suyu's soft body. Breathing gradually calmed down. Suyu. Suyu nestled in his arms for a while. Seeing that he didn't move, she put her hands around her waist peacefully. She grabbed Chin-zae's hand and pressed it on her chest. Chin-zae stayed on it for a few seconds and put it back on his waist. Suyu put it again, and Chin-zae put it back on his waist again. Suyu was a little discouraged. Hey! She pushed Chin-zae. I didn't really let you sleep. Chin-zae groaned. Go to sleep, I'm tired today. Suyu was shocked. Hey, don't say this kind of line, it's dangerous. Chin-zae, who had rich experience, was also surprised. He thought about it and changed his words. The night is long, don't rush. Suyu seized the rare opportunity and was unhappy. She reached out and threatened, I have something on you, so you have to be obedient. Chin-zae said in annoyance. Are you sure this is something on me? Is there such a weak thing on me? Suyu thought that for the first time. Chin-zae was so unreliable. Forget it. I'd better do it myself. But soon she found that this sentence was not reliable. She used all kinds of martial arts, but Chin-zae stood still. Chin-zae said angrily, You haven't given up, go to sleep. After that, he proudly added, If you can make me from a field to free, I lose. Suyu. Is this something to be proud of? She was about to cry. My body is no longer attractive to you? Don't think about it. Chin-zae comforted. Suyu was even more sad. So you are no longer able to do it? Chin-zae. I said don't think about it. I just can't do it for the time being? Suyu suddenly burst into tears. Chin-zae didn't know how to explain. I need to continue to accumulate strength. I'm very weak now. It seems easier for her to misunderstand if I say so. It's all the low-level system's fault. Suyu said sadly. You are only 24, why are you like this? You are not 42. Chin-zae said angrily. I am 42, no problem. Don't set a flag for me. Then did you give the public grain to Wang Zijin? No, Sister Zine's gunny sack can't hold my rations. That's not possible. Shut up, believe it or not, I will beat you. Sure enough, when men can't do it, they often turn to domestic violence. Suyu took out a few tissues from the tissue box on the bedside table and wiped her tears and snot. Are all the things said on the internet a lie? What? At 15, go to the sea to catch the aircraft carrier. At 20, go to the sky to catch the Buddha. At 30, regardless of its gender. Suyu said, glancing at Chin-zae. When a man is 25, the sow will suffer. Chin-zae, who was only 1 year away from the sow's suffering, said, Sometimes I miss the cold female president. Let's talk about this later. Tomorrow. Chin-zae pulled Suyu into his arms. Tomorrow I will make you cry and beg for mercy. He was really tired. Although his physical fitness was very strong, the system had also been upgraded, and the energy it captured was far more than before. Suyu was thinking about ordering Chin-zae a tonic soup or something tomorrow. Chin-zae hugged Suyu in his arms. How about this? I am a little tired, but I have a pair of flexible hands, and I can also speak eloquently. If you want, I can help you. Suyu was still several years away from 30. He should be able to cope. At 30 he was like a wolf, at 40 he was like a tiger, and at 50 he could sit on the ground and spit. But it doesn't matter, I will use my hands to achieve your dream. Suyu shook her head. Chin-zae said, It doesn't matter, I don't mind your acupoints. Suyu still shook her head. I don't really want that, I just want to stay with you and do what a husband and wife should do, so I will be more at ease. Chin-zae was very touched that she became so affectionate without saying a word. He held Suyu tightly in his arms. System, give me back some energy. The system ignored him. System, have a little human touch. The system ignored him. System, 93 returns, the next time you charge, absorb more energy. The system thought about it and made sense. From now on, the charging time is set by me. Qin. Please, I don't want the bean sack. The system. You want it, I agree. Qin hurriedly refused. I don't want it. The system. Why? Qin sneered. Can't you detect my brainwaves? Don't pretend to be stupid. The system. Qin guessed the system's idea. Why change the charging time? It must want to extract energy when he has sex, so Qin has to borrow energy again, and the system can get 93 returns every time. It was real leather. At this moment, the door of the room rang again. The bodies of the two people under the blankets stiffened. The exhausted Qin suddenly sat up, as if he was about to die. Suyu also panicked, pulled the bathrobe tight, and carefully said, Could it be the waiter? Qin shook his head. If it's the waiter, he will definitely talk. Have you ever seen a waiter who knocks so sneakily? Wang Zijin is here. Suyu suddenly realized. It could also be my sister. Qin said. Suyu was stunned. Qin added, My sister and I love each other very much. She will come over at night to see if I sleep well, and if I kick the quilt. Suyu. Hee, are you kidding me? Knock on the door to wake him up, and come over to see if he slept well? Chapter 464. Suyu frowned, imagining the scene of her and Qin Bao fighting. Brainiac Teddy analyzed the height of both sides and felt that he had no disadvantage, so he was not afraid. Will your sister hit me if she sees me in your room? She asked. I don't think so. Qin was very scared. Of course she will. If she knows that you climbed into my bed in the middle of the night, she will tear you apart alive. I'm not afraid even if she hits me. Suyu was full of confidence. Girl, where did your confidence come from? I'm telling you, I won't hide in the toilet or the closet. I didn't do anything wrong. Suyu crossed her chest. Hiding in the closet. Hiding in the closet was a sad story. He remembered the night when he moved into the new house. In the cold night, he slept in the closet. The heartless sister Ziwei forgot about him that night and didn't get up in the middle of the night to ask him to go back to the room to sleep. And hiding in the closet was not safe. If he was found, wouldn't it be a confession without being pressed? He smiled calmly, took out the script from the bag, and threw it to Suyu. It's okay, just say that we are talking about the script. Hiding in the closet was too low. Predecessors' lessons were the teachers of future generations. Similarly, the experience of predecessors was the example for future generations to learn from. Qin strode to open the door with his head held high, and was surprised again. Standing at the door was not his tall and charming sister, but Wang Zijin. She was also wearing a bathrobe, her hair was wet, and her face was red, making her face look like a red apple. He wanted to take a bite. Sister Ziwei. How can you come? Qin's smile gradually disappeared. Why is it Sister Ziwei? She doesn't like to talk to me. Isn't she angry? Wang Zijin pouted coquettishly and threw a charming supercilious look. Why did I come, don't you know? Of course, it was to find Qin. It was normal to find a boyfriend to sleep with. But she was just sleeping. Wang Zijin flashed into the door and saw Suyu sitting on the sofa. The smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually turned ferocious. Why is she here? Wang Zijin glared at Qin. Let's talk about the script, Qin said seriously. Talk about the script? What's there to talk about? Wang Zijin said in a deep voice. It's her first time acting so she's not sure, Qin said. Suyu glanced at Wang Zijin and ignored her. She sat on the sofa like a queen, giving her pressure. Are you done chatting? If you're done, scram. Wang Zijin was domineering. It's just the beginning. I feel like we won't stop until dawn. Suyu argued. Wang Zijin sat on Qin's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. She nodded and said in a serious tone, You guys talk. I'll watch from the side and learn while I'm at it. Qin was shocked at that time. Sister Ziwei must have been stimulated today. She dared to do this? We agreed to be salted fish together. Why did she suddenly become tough? She shouldn't have noticed something and declared sovereignty in front of Suyu? Suyu's eyes burst into a sharp light, her small fists clenched, and she secretly gritted her teeth. In front of me, she sat on my man's lap. Well, you finally got your revenge. Suyu felt that there was a grassland of hulunber on top of her head. Qinze was very embarrassed. So, how about this? We'll talk about the script another day. I'm a little tired. It's not an excuse. I'm really tired. I want to sleep. Wang Zijin was happy to hear it and squinted at Suyu. The look in his eyes made Suyu very unhappy. Qinze, my head is full of acting. If you don't teach me, I won't be able to sleep. Suyu frowned and looked pitiful. You don't have to learn. You're a drama queen now. It's funny. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk about the script? Running to a man's room in the middle of the night to talk about the script. Don't you have any shame? Wang Zijin sneered. Why can old Lu talk about the script, but I can't? You know what you're thinking. Do you need to wear a bathrobe to talk about the script? Wang Zijin squinted. Suyu was angry. You're the only one who can squint, right? I'll do it too. Undersir Qinze silently covered his face. I'm not as good as you. Knock knock knock. The sneaky knock on the door came again. Suyu and Wang Zijin looked at the door at the same time and looked at Qinze at the same time. Qinze threw the blame. It must be my sister. The sound of your quarrel alarmed her. After that, he opened the door immediately. Qinze's heart was calm. There was a kind of calmness that didn't weigh down on him. He knew that his sister would come. When he opened the door, sure enough, there was a tall and charming beauty at the door. When she saw Qinze, she smiled before saying anything. Her bright and beautiful eyes rippled with joy and joy. Qinze sighed silently. I may not be called Qinze. I'm called Mississippi. Everyone wants to have sex with me. Come on, everyone come on to Mississippi. Qinze's mouth twitched. It's a bathrobe again. Can't she wear it neatly? Taking advantage of his sister's coquettish tone to say, Little Red Man, sister will sleep with you. Little Red Man, you're lucky tonight. Qinze slightly turned sideways so that his sister could see Teddy and old Wang, who were competing in acting and eyesight skills. The smile on his sister's face gradually became ferocious +2. Why are you here? Qin Bao Bao's face was black. Talking about the script. Suyu said lightly. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin. Watching them talk about the script. Wang Zijin was calmer. Suyu. Qinze. What are you doing here? The two women asked. I'm here to see if my brother is sleeping well. Did he kick the quilt? Qin Bao Bao said casually. Suyu suddenly looked at Qinze and thought. Sure enough, they are brother and sister. Qinze looked left and right. It's late, let's play cards. I can't sleep anyway. Suyu said. She was an outsider now, and it was easy to be sent away by the reason of, it's late, let's talk about the script tomorrow. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao looked at each other and nodded. The poker cards that Suyu bought in the scenic spot for 10 yuan finally had a place to use. Wang Zijin threw a look at Qin Bao Bao. Close the door. Qin Bao Bao understood. Understood. Qinze. My teddy bear was completely defeated in IQ. No, the palace intrigue skills were not maxed out. Qinze was crying in his heart. After driving away a teddy bear, the atmosphere in the room was not relaxed. The two friends looked at each other, and their minds were brewing their own conspiracies. Be sure to drive the other party away. Hands on knees, back straight, eyes looking straight ahead. Qinze sat in the standard sitting posture of a primary school student. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Suyu came back with the poker cards and found the door locked. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin gave Qinze a look and let him understand it himself. Qinze read the same meaning from the two's eyes. If you dare to open the door, you're dead. I'm going to sleep. Qinze said. Bullshit, where are they? Suyu cried. They're gone too. Qinze, open the door for me. Silence. Qinze, if you don't open the door, let's see who will regret it. Silence. Qinze, you. Coming. Qinze ran to open the door. Suyu glared at him at the door and was not surprised to see the two women in the room. Play poker. Suyu threw the poker cards on the table. What did you want to say? Qin Bao Bao's eyes narrowed, and the long and curly eyelashes became more obvious. Qinze, you son of a bitch. Suyu, who almost exposed the horse's foot, smiled and turned to Qinze and said, I almost scolded you just now, I'm sorry. What you said was the same as my sister saying that she knocked on the door to see if I slept well. Qin Zhe complained in his heart, and Jiazi Jin pretended to be okay and laughed. The four people sat down to play cards. Qin Zhe was sleepy, his brain was not bright, and he often made bad moves. They were playing with money, and whoever lost had to transfer Alipay. Jack Ma, give me the advertising fee. Qin Zhe lost more than 10,000 yuan in half an hour. At this time, Wang Zijin aggressively threw out 4 kings, and Qin Zhe held 4 aces in his hand and took the opportunity to eat her. Wang Zijin immediately regretted, saying that she made a mistake and had to start again. Qin Zhe was stunned and said, "Okay." Sure enough, he who stayed with her sister for a long time, Sister Ziwei, also got a bad habit of playing dirty. Su Yu held her hand and said unhappily, "No regrets, you can't accept it, Qin Zhe, right?" Wang Zijin looked at him. "A's, let me pass?" Su Yu also looked at him. Qin Zhe. Omega winky face pass. But it was not a multiple choice question, but a question of death. Qin Zhe refused to answer. The master didn't say anything. You don't have to say anything. Wang Zijin insisted on taking back her cards. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Su Yu despised. I hate people who go back on their words the most. You are short, and your mind is shorter. Your facial features are flat, and your chest is flatter. Su Yu seized the opportunity to attack Wang Zijin, retaliating for the fact that she had just closed the door and played with her. As for why she knew it was Wang Zijin who did it. Because Qin Bao Bao just gave her a look. Su Yu was famous for her poisonous tongue, and Qin Bao Bao couldn't beat her. She kept mocking her for a long time. Pa! Wang Zijin suddenly cut her scalp. Su Yu was stunned. Qin Zhe's little heart missed a beat. Wang Zijin said lightly, "There is a mosquito on your head." "Oh, I saw it wrong." Qin Zhe. Su Yu was angry and waved her hand to give her a scalp. With a paw sound, it cut Qin Zhe's head. Qin Zhe smiled with exhaustion. "Don't make trouble. I received a miracle with this slap, and I got full marks for it." "You dare to hit him." Wang Zijin gave a backhand slap on Qin Zhe's head. "Ay! Why did you hit me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. He didn't take it because it was too late. She is a girl after all. It's not good to hit her. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Qin Zhe's smile was full of forgiveness. "I see." Qin Bao Bao added fuel to the fire and said, "You should have cried just now." Su Yu thought it made sense, and her big eyes were immediately covered with tears. Qin Zhe felt weak from the inside out. He wanted to go home and sleep. "Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to act anymore." Qin Zhe, who felt the awkward atmosphere, rubbed his temples. As a man, he had to be mentally prepared to act as a lubricant at all times. "What's the point of playing cards? I'll tell you some jokes." Qin Zhe said. "You can tell jokes?" Wang Zijin was stunned. "Okay." Su Yu stopped crying. Only Qin Bao Bao's face changed. Don't let him tell jokes." "Why?" Wang Zijin asked. "He doesn't tell good jokes." Qin Bao Bao said. "Dirty and cold jokes. It was very embarrassing to listen to." Qin Zhe was not convinced. "Because I only told jokes to my sister, so I'm not very skilled, and I'm not very good at it." Wang Zijin thought. "You black-hearted maggot, you even want to dominate the jokes? You don't allow your brother to tell jokes to other girls?" Su Yu thought. "You don't let him tell, I'll listen." "I'll listen, you tell." The two said in unison. It was also a man's accomplishment to make his woman laugh, even though there were a lot of people. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, "In a certain year and a certain month, foreigners broke into the capital. The emperor was scared and fled with his people, leaving a spy in the city to check the situation. The next day, the spy cried to the emperor, 'Your Majesty, the enemy has lost their moral integrity, raping and looting.'" He paused and held back his laughter. Di Renjia was furious. "When did I *CK a zombie?" After the joke, he looked at his sisters expectantly. Wang Zijin. "Su Yu." Qin Bao Bao held her forehead. "Isn't it funny?" Di Renjia. Qin Zhe was depressed. "Then I'll tell you a funnier one," he said. Wang Zijin and Su Yu nodded expectantly. A pregnant woman had a difficult labor, and the situation was urgent. Her husband was outside in a hurry. After a long time, the chief surgeon came out, and the man hurried to ask about the situation. The doctor shook his head and sighed. The child couldn't be saved. Just when the man was in despair. Guess what happened? Chinze kept them guessing. The sisters shook their heads. Chinze said, "At this time the doctor laughed. I'm lying, both of them are dead." Chinze laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha, laugh for me, laugh for me. Oh, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep first." "I'm exhausted, go to sleep." "Hey!" The sisters left in an instant. Chapter 465. Don't go, don't go. How is it not funny? I think it's funny. Chinze urged his sisters to stay. "Everyone, please stay. I have an even better joke that will definitely make you laugh." His sisters didn't pay any attention to him. Their footsteps were even firmer than those of the Red Army during their long march. "Zijin, I'm not used to sleeping alone in the hotel. Let's sleep together tonight." "Go away, you plastic sisters. You're worse than plastic." "Shut up. It's none of your business." The three women talked as they walked out of the room and closed the door, blocking Chinze from chasing after them. Chinze silently locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. His frustration was at its peak. "System, are my jokes really not funny?" Only the system could chat with him now. The system saw that he was depressed and did not pretend to be cold. It said blankly, "Was what you said just now a joke?" Chinze was speechless. The system said, "I checked the internet here. The essence of a joke is to make the audience laugh, not to make the person who told the joke laugh. You're just being self-absorbed. In conclusion, if what you said just now was a joke, then it's really cold." Chinze was not convinced, but when I saw these jokes, I laughed like a pig. The system said, "Maybe your posture is wrong. You don't have the talent, you're just being self-absorbed." Chinze covered his chest and said sadly, Don't say any more. Even if I'm handsome and knowledgeable, there are things that I'm not good at." He fell into a deep sleep and woke up at 6 o'clock sharp. He was so tired that his eyelids could not open and his whole body was exhausted. Chinze still got out of bed. Perseverance is the most important thing in everything. If you can persevere, you should do it. When it's raining or snowing, there's no need to force it. Running in the rain or snow is not fitness, it's showing off. After Chinze finished brushing his teeth, he picked up the cold water from the faucet and patted his face. He felt much more energetic. He sent a message to Wang Zijin instead of calling her. If she woke up, she would naturally come out. If she was still asleep, then Chinze would run away by himself. "Give me 10 minutes, Wang Zijin replied quickly. They didn't expect to meet Su Yu, who also got up early in the hotel corridor. Su Yu was about to knock on the door. Seeing the two in sportswear, he blinked. "What are you doing?" "Jogging," Chinze said. "Give me a moment, I'll change." Su Yu immediately decided to step in. Half of his body walked back to the room, leaned back slightly and straightened his neck. "You are not allowed to leave first, otherwise—" He couldn't think of any threatening words at the moment, so he glared at them and said, "Otherwise I'll fight it out with you." "What's the matter with Su Yu?" Wang Zijin was unhappy. "She likes you, you know." "How am I supposed to answer that?" Wang Zijin said, "Pretending not to know is a very coquettish operation." Chinze. Su Yu didn't bring sportswear. She wore a light outfit, a V-neck knitted sweater, gray casual pants, and white slow running shoes. She knew that she had to travel a long way to shoot. She didn't bring flashy things like skirts and high-heeled shoes, so it was easy to piece together sportswear. The three people left the hotel and trotted to the east. The traffic on the road was endless, but there were not many pedestrians. At 6:30 in the morning, the roadside breakfast shops were already open, and the road sanitation workers had cleaned the street before 6 o'clock. In this city where the pace of life was not fast, it was very leisurely and quiet. Trotting 2 kilometers, they came to the small park in the navigation reality. The park in the third-tier city, the greenery and park equipment were far less than those in Shanghai. The most unbearable thing was that the road here was paved with sections of stone instead of a cement road. It was very uncomfortable to run. Su Yu ran 2 kilometers and was already out of breath. She usually did yoga and occasionally ran. As long as she kept in shape, it was enough, unlike Wang Zijin and Chinze, who ran every morning to exercise. After running a lap in the park, she gradually couldn't keep up with the team. Qin Zhe slowed down and waited for her. Wang Zijin was like a proud swan. Su Yu gritted her teeth and ran another lap. She couldn't hold it anymore. She fell on the park bench like a salted fish and gasped, "Husband, I can't do it." "Then you take a rest," Qin Zhe said, and he quickly kept up with Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was listless and bad. Every time she passed by Su Yu's position, she deliberately flirted with Qin Zhe and said something that she usually wouldn't say, such as, "I hate you." "Bah, I don't like you." "Little enemy, I'll reward you when I get home after shooting." Qin Zhe was full of goosebumps. Gradually, Wang Zijin's physical strength was exhausted. She ran 6 kilometers in one breath, which was almost her limit. It was meaningless to continue to run. So she sat beside Su Yu, panting and resting. Su Yu had a bright idea. When Qin Zhe ran close, she greeted him happily. After half an hour of rest, she almost recovered. It was time to pay a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. She would return the shame of just now to Wang Zijin 10 times. But as soon as she got up, Qin Zhe stopped running. He stood not far away and took a posture, as if he was going to play Tai Chi. There was a sneer behind her. Su Yu turned her head and saw Wang Zijin sitting with her legs crossed in the posture of a big boss. Her disdainful eyes clearly said, "You are far worse than my sister." She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The two women sat on the bench, resting and watching Qin Zhe play Tai Chi. They thought it was Tai Chi and ignored each other. Su Yu gradually became obsessed and felt that Qin Zhe's every move and style was full of beauty and rhythm. It was much more pleasing to the eye than those little fresh meat dancing. "It's good, right?" Wang Zijin said, "Every day after running, I sit aside and watch him play Tai Chi. Watching and watching, my heart will calm down." "You don't show off, we have already seen each other frankly," Su Yu thought gloomily. "How many boyfriends have you had abroad?" Wang Zijin said with a smile. "No." Su Yu said stiffly. "No." Wang Zijin was taken aback. "You have been abroad for so many years. Have you been in vain?" She remembered that Su Yu was 27 or 28 years old, right? She had never had a boyfriend? Qin Bao Bao was 25 years old and had not had a boyfriend. She was almost driven crazy by her family. If Wang Zijin had not been too independent, she would have been married under the arrangement of her parents. Wang Zijin certainly didn't know Su Yu's story. Everyone has a story. These stories connect people's character and even their whole life. "What about you? How many exes do you have?" Su Yu asked. "No," Wang Zijin said. "I don't believe it." Su Yu hummed. "Believe it or not. Why don't you dare to say it? Who doesn't have a few exes?" Su Yu teased her. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. "My family is very strict. Other people are not allowed to fall in love in junior high school and high school. My family doesn't allow me to fall in love even in college. My mother said that one day when I have the ability to be self-reliant, I will find a life. I don't care. From childhood to adulthood, I feel that the boys around me are very naive. I am not happy to fall in love with a group of little boys. When I arrived at college, I was entangled by a brother who wanted to fuck me. I wanted to fall in love, and other boys dared not approach me." "Want to fuck your brother?" Su Yu tilted her head, and her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. "Don't have any bad ideas. Ace knows about this. The last time I went to the capital, I took him to meet my parents. By the way, I told the brothers who still miss me, I have a boyfriend. You go back home, find your mother, and find your own future. What does your family think of Qin Zhe?" Su Yu asked. "I don't like him very much." Su Yu suddenly smiled. Wang Zijin squinted. "But I don't care. I only marry the person I like." "You are so capricious. I'm happy." Su Yu was stunned and suddenly sighed. "I've read a lot of novels these days, and I like a book. It's about 2 heroines fighting for a man. One of them is a princess with a noble status, while the other is born poor and humble." Wang Zijin looked at her and didn't know why she suddenly sighed. The man didn't like the princess at first. He preferred the white flowers that bloomed in the barren soil. Everyone advised the princess to give up. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life can't be forced. But the princess said, "I want to force it." A woman's self-confidence, domineering, and imposing manner are vivid on paper. On the other hand, the white flower took root and sprouted from the barren soil and was destined to bear the mission of backfeeding. Later she and the man missed. The man chose to be with the princess. Wang Zijin asked. And then? Suyu thought about it and said, they broke up. The man said to her, let's forget about each other. She was silent for a long time before spitting out a sentence. What if I can't forget? Boring, too boring. So readers like the valiant and domineering princess who dares to love and hate. They don't like the humble and restrained white flowers. But, how many people in the world are lucky enough to be born in the royal family? Suyu turned her head and looked at her. I like Qin Zhe, no, I love him. But in this love, I am humble. Sometimes I am so humble that I even feel disgusted. But you are different, you are more confident than me, more trusting than me. You are the princess, and I am at best a flower in the barren soil. But the flower also has the dream of the flower. I will not give up on him. I will try my best to dig your corner until one day he says the word, break up with you. Wang Zijin looked at her blankly. Although I am just a flower, I also have advantages that you can't compare with. Suyu said. Wang Zijin was almost moved by her, so she asked subconsciously, what advantages? Suyu gathered at the tip of her tongue, as if spitting out the 9 words mantra of Tantra. Because I am more beautiful than you. After that, it was accompanied by wild laughter. Ahahaha. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and the blue veins on her forehead bulged. If there was no last sentence, she felt that she would change her view of Suyu. This woman talked for a long time, just to pave the way for the last sentence. But despite being annoyed, Wang Zijin was unable to refute. In terms of appearance, she did lose to Suyu. For the first time, Wang Zijin choked and wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 466. Qin Zhe found that on the way back, the 2 women had been sulking, looking at each other with disgust, and kept looking for trouble. For example, Suyu said that she wanted to eat vegetable buns. Wang Zijin immediately said that she felt nauseous looking at the buns and did not want to eat them. Wang Zijin said that she wanted to drink soy milk, and Suyu immediately said that soy milk was not good, and she wanted to drink milk. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ridicule her and said that soy milk was breast enlarging. Suyu asked, why are your breasts so small? The 2 almost fought. Qin not long out Yanzei, persuading both sides, being a grandson to both sides, mentally and physically exhausted. Back at the hotel, they each took breakfast back to their rooms, brushed their teeth first and then ate. Suyu must have brushed her teeth, but she was not happy with Qin Zhe's attitude. Qin Zhe knocked on his sister's door. His sister, who had never been used to getting up early, was wearing pajamas, her hair was messy, she pouted, glanced at the breakfast in his hand, and said, come in. Qin Zhe hurriedly slipped into his sister's room to take refuge. By the way, he brushed his teeth again in his sister's room. The hotel's toiletries were double. He smoked a little too much and had to brush his teeth at least 3 times a day. Otherwise, it would produce smoke. The brother and sister stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth. Qin Bao Bao tied up her scattered black hair with bangs. When she bowed her head and spat water, her loose chest revealed a white and half-full ball. Qin Zhe looked at it intently. What are you looking at? His sister hit him with her big butt. Recently, I suddenly want to play ball. Qin Zhe said shamelessly. Really? Qin Bao Bao smiled. I also want to play ball, table tennis. Qin Zhe smiled and was hit by a hand knife as soon as he finished laughing. His sister rolled her charming eyes. Virtue. They sat at the desk and had breakfast. Qin Zhe sat in the chair, and Qin Bao Bao shrank on the single sofa, with her pointed chin on her knees, chewing the soup dumplings, and said vaguely, what about the 2 women? Qin Zhe sighed. Fighting spirit not here. Qin Bao Bao was happy. What's wrong? Qin Zhe glared at her. Can you not gloat? Our big group is not united at all. Qin Bao Bao said, the art of the emperor, pay attention to checks and balances. If I don't do this, how can I make your house stable? Qin Zhe was taken aback. Back house. Qin Bao Bao said with a straight face. It's just an example. Wang Zijin, this silly girl, don't think I don't know what she is thinking, but my ace is a good man who won't marry a wife until he is 30. She can't even think about it. And Suyu, she is a love-struck fool. Let me tell you, you can't like her, I, as your sister-in-law, will not agree. Qin Zhe took a sip of soy milk. In front of his sister he said, sugar-coated bullets. If I want to marry a wife, I want to marry a beautiful, gentle, considerate, generous and decent woman like my sister. Qin Bao Bao still had a straight face and said angrily, if you talk nonsense again, let Dad beat you to death. Her little fingers and feet were fighting happily, and the joy on her mouth betrayed her. Qin Zhe changed his words. Then don't marry, it's not bad to marry Sister Ziwei. With a kick, his sister said angrily, can you change your wife? If I don't change, then let Dad beat me to death? Qin Zhe said innocently. I'm just scaring you. His sister whispered. How did Wang Zijin and Su Yu get into a fight? Qin Bao Bao couldn't figure it out. Su Yu and she were enemies, but Wang Zijin and she were also enemies. The wolf in the house coveted Qin Zhe, and as the sister, she desperately protected her brother. The two were always scheming against each other, loving and killing each other. In the end, they didn't fight with her, but with each other? Don't think too much. Qin Zhe interrupted his sister's divergent thoughts and said something to divert her attention. This is called planting flowers with the intention, but the flowers don't bloom. Bao Bao planting willows, he. Qin Bao Bao? Question mark. She felt that his words were strange. After eating, go to the set and try to improve the progress today. You guys can play cards on the set, but don't fight, Qin Zhe warned. Qin Bao Bao's slender and beautiful fingers formed an orchid shape as she winked and said, I just happened to bring a whip and candle, so I can teach them a lesson. Qin Zhe. He should be angry, but half of his body went limp. It was all his sister's fault for being too coquettish. Qin Zhe pretended to be angry, dragged his sister to the bed, and spanked her butt. It still felt good to the touch. Round and perky, soft and bouncy, even more bouncy than Jean Mai Lang. Qin Bao Bao was never willing to be spanked by her brother, so she resisted fiercely during the process, rolling, kicking, twisting her waist in all kinds of positions. But Qin Zhe sat on her waist tightly and pinned her down firmly. His sister, as usual, whimpered and scolded him for being a black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe knew when to stop. If he spanked her for too long, her glass heart would break, and she would cry, and he would have to coax her. Qin Zhe had just stood up when a pair of slender and strong legs clamped around his waist. The force was so strong that he lost his balance and fell on the bed. Ouch! Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qin Zhe fell on his sister's body, but it did not hurt at all. Instead it felt soft, with the 2 lumps of meat on his chest cushioning him. He enjoyed the fall and felt comfortable. You hit me with 150 pounds. Qin Bao Bao curled up, hugged her chest, and whimpered. Did it hurt? Qin Zhe knelt beside his sister and asked nervously. Seeing that his sister was only frowning, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not spoiled, or it would be a pity. Thank goodness it's real, or the silicone inside would burst. Get lost, your sister is in so much pain, and you're still talking nonsense. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were red. She bit her lips and said coquettishly. You're asking for it, aren't you? I'm not hitting you anymore, and you're still thinking of making a comeback. Qin Zhe lowered his head and admitted his mistake. My bad, does it still hurt? Let me rub it for you. Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away and said angrily, it's none of your business. Then I'm leaving. You come back. Come back and rub it for you? I'll come back and destroy you. Qin Bao Bao leaped up like a strong tigress. She first pressed Qin Zhe down on the bed, then turned around nimbly from 99 to 69. She then put her long legs on his shoulders and twisted her legs. He was really stunned. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and smelled the scent of Dihua Jixio. Qin Bao Bao seemed to be determined to break her brother's neck. He was stunned for a few minutes until Wang Zijin knocked on the door. He had no choice but to let go. The sister was depressed to find that the fatal scissor kick that had always been successful seemed to have lost its deterrent power. Her brother not only did not suffer, but also enjoyed it. Qin Zhe opened the door with a ruddy face. Wang Zijin and Su Yu stood at the door and said angrily, What time is it? The shooting has already started. That's right. Don't dawdle. If you delay the time, you delay the money. That's right. How much does it cost every day? The 2 women said one after another. Their target was not Qin Zhe, but Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting by the bed and tidying up her image. Qin said unhappily, "You talk too much. Wait another 15 minutes. Su Yu and Wang Zijin stared at him together. Qin was suddenly scared. Su Yu and Wang Zijin turned around and went back to the room. Qin thought that he had to comfort them one by one. At present, he had to comfort the crying monster first. He said, "Sister, don't be angry. I admit my mistake." Qin Bao said, and her eyebrows were extraordinarily soft. She whispered, "You go out first. I want to change my clothes." Qin left the room. Qin Bao hummed a song and rolled happily on the bed. Qin Bao changed her clothes and dressed up. When she came out, Qin and others were already waiting downstairs, with 6 assistants beside them. Qin, although he was not long out yet, he had a glib tongue. Zay successfully coaxed Wang Zijin and Su Yu. 3 cars rented by the rental company drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot and headed for the scenic spot 20 kilometers away. Su Yu drove, Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat, and Qin lay down on his side with his head on his sister's thigh. This was not his intention. Su Yu drove voluntarily, and Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat because Qin Bao pushed her in. After getting in the car, his sister was considerate and gentle. "Aze, you got up so early. You must be sleepy. Lie on your sister's lap and sleep. There is still a long way to the scenic spot." Qin missed the taste of Dihua Xiu, so he was reluctant. In fact, Qin was not very sleepy. After playing a few sets of Times Are Calling, his spirit recovered well. Bored, he took out his mobile phone to watch the news. He happened to see a message. 2 dogs were stuck and hit by a car in the middle of the road. Because there was a video, it was posted on the internet, and the number of hits was very high. "What are you looking at?" His sister bowed her head, and her hair fell. Qin glanced at his sister. "Didn't they say never let your boyfriend or girlfriend look at your face from top to bottom? Otherwise your worldview will collapse." He found that his sister's angle was not bad, and she was quite beautiful. Looking at the news, Qin sighed, "That's why I said don't play carts. People will die, and dogs will die." Qin Bao tilted her head and did not understand. She reached out and grabbed his mobile phone to watch the news. "But, what does it have to do with carts?" His sister did not understand. "Hey, you don't understand, but the younger brother demon probably understands." Qin grinned. Qin Bao frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Can you speak human language? What's the point of always saying things that I don't understand?" Qin was about to speak when he suddenly heard Wang Zijin and Su Yu in the front row scream. Then there was a loud bang. The car hit something, and the inertia made Qin roll down from his sister's lap. "What's the matter?" Qin's face changed greatly. Wang Zijin scolded, "Why don't you look at the road? Turn and let us go straight." Su Yu's voice was aggrieved. "I was blocked by the bus. Who knew that the car suddenly came out?" Su Yu said, unfastening her seatbelt, "I'll get out and see." She did not forget to turn her head and warn, "You two don't come down. It's not good to be photographed." The 2 cars driven by the assistant had already gone away. They didn't seem to notice that the boss behind them had collided with someone. It will take a while for them to react. The car that was hit by Su Yu was a Rolls-Royce, black body, a long rectangular box. The appearance is as low as ever, without smooth curves, and without the beauty of a top luxury car. But its reputation is not lower than any branded luxury car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has a little golden man in the front. Su Yu's vision is very high. At a glance, she estimated the approximate price, between 8 million and 12 million. She frowned. It's not because she can't afford the money. Millions of dollars. She really doesn't care. Losing money is certain. She was just blocked by the bus parked on the side of the road. When she turned, the 2 cars collided directly. It's this kind of luxury, it's a big trouble to touch it. They have to rush to the shooting site today. Another one, 3 middle-aged men and 2 fashionable girls got out of the luxury car and surrounded them aggressively. The 3 men ran to the front of the car and nervously checked the damage of the car, swearing a few words in the local dialect. Chapter 467. The bumper of the Rolls-Royce was dented and the headlights were broken. The bumper of the Audi driven by Su Yu fell off and the whole front was slightly deformed. Looking at the quality alone, the small Audi was completely destroyed. Although the damage was not big, this is a Rolls-Royce. You can't repair it without £1,000,000. This kind of luxury in the car is more terrible than a road killer. If you scratch it, you will go bankrupt. The pedestrians around stopped to watch. The vehicles also slowed down and looked at the car accident that was not tragic but would be tragic. A small Audi worth less than 200,000 yuan hit a Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million yuan. The owner of the small Audi should be crying in the car at this moment. How much money would be paid for killing a person? A human life is not as good as a piece of iron, which makes people feel sour but have to accept the fact. Luxury cars are troublesome to repair for several reasons. First, for the larger damaged parts, many 4S stores only replace and do not repair. Second, the spare parts are imported from abroad, and the price is increased layer by layer, resulting in a surprisingly high maintenance price. Third, brand monopoly. Many things domestic technology can't reach, such as paint, domestic 4S stores can't transfer it. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly and was distressed and scolded Suyu. When many people were gloating, a tall and sexy beauty came out of the driver's seat of the small Audi. She had a slim figure, slim pants wrapped around her slender and well-proportioned legs, and a pair of slow-running shoes on her feet. First, she glanced at the Rolls-Royce, then at the small Audi, and apologized to the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly. When he saw Suyu, his eyes lit up. He was also a person who could be ranked in the local rich business circle. His mistress was the standard. He had played with all the little stars, but few of them could be as beautiful as the woman in front of him. This figure, this face, and long legs that can squeeze people to death. Suddenly, he stopped swearing and changed to dirty jokes. The man next to him smiled and echoed. Suyu, who had come to bow his head and admit his mistake, frowned and saw that they were getting more and more excessive. He couldn't help but say a dialect, "Nom Kadai." Wu Yin's voice was soft, sweet, and sweet. The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, "Oh, people of Shanghai, I haven't had sex with a woman in Shanghai." Others laughed. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was actually very angry. Most of the tycoons in third-tier cities were driving cars that cost a few million. Not many of them actually bought cars that cost more than 10 million. He usually hid it in the garage and treasured it. Today, he brought a big client out for dinner. He was already very unhappy that the client did not get into his car. Who would have thought that he would be hit by someone on the road? Suyu sneered, "With your toothpick, I'm afraid that with your hands I can't satisfy you." The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned and his face darkened. He probably didn't expect this girl to be so sharp-tongued. "Then do you want to try it tonight?" she asked in a strange tone. Suyu sneered again. "What's so good about toothpicks, picking your teeth?" She looked around at the other two men. 3 toothpicks, form a match stem, waste. "Heh, this little slut." The men were furious. The quarrel between the two immediately escalated. The 3 men attacked one after another. "Who do you think you're here to be, our mistress? Since you're pretty, why don't you accompany us tonight and we'll forget about this matter? One night is not enough. You have to sleep with me for a week. Look at you driving this broken thing. You can't afford to pay for it." In the car, obscenities floated in through the window. Qin Bao Bao was furious. "A few old bastards, I'll help sue you." "Come on, you don't even know how to curse." Wang Zijin said. "It was just a small matter. They should pay for it. They should apologize." They didn't expect it to escalate into a war of words. Qin Zhe underestimated the quality of the nouveau riche in China, especially in economically undeveloped cities, the rich people who rely on the mountains to get rich. Such people may not even have studied for a few years. They have a rustic spirit in their bones. Their success is not based on knowledge and ability, but on the resources under the earth that gives birth to them. The rich businessmen in the 1980s and 1990s and after the 1990s are 2 different levels. "Don't go down, I'll go." Qin Zhe took out a mask from his sister's bag and opened the door to get out of the car. "If you don't meet this kind of person, you don't mind stepping on him. You should clean your mouth and pay for it. If your mouth is not clean, it's not over. In the past, my friend was like a friend, but now his grave is full of green grass." On the other side of the car, Suyu, although sharp-tongued, couldn't resist the siege of the public. Women are naturally weak. Seeing Suyu's weak momentum, several men jumped even more, scolding Suyu for coming out to sell, only a few hundred yuan a night. What's more, they made a gesture of shrugging their waist at her. Several men deliberately teased her. The traffic police had already called. Before the traffic police arrived, they made fun of Su Yu. If it was an ordinary person, they would be too lazy to take care of it and directly let the other party prepare to sell the house. After Qin Zhe got out of the car, he glanced at them. The distance between the two sides was not far. The men glanced at him lightly and didn't care much. A timid man who let a woman come out to take the lead can only watch the play. Maybe he has been scared by the compensation. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe didn't come over. He turned to the rear of the car and took a baseball bat from the trunk. This bat was put in by the rental company. It is very popular in foreign countries to have a bat in the car, specially used to fight against road rage patients. This kind of phenomenon is not common in Shanghai, second and second-tier cities, third and fourth-tier cities and some counties. This thing is standard. The pot-bellied Rolls-Royce owner sneered. "Oh, you want to smash the car?" He was not afraid at all but fanned the flames. "Smash, smash, if you don't smash, I will look down on you. This car is not expensive, only 12 million yuan. I didn't drive it for much time, but I'm tired of it. I just want to change to a new car." His eyes fell on Su Yu more often. Smashing the car was good. If the car was smashed, the man and woman would not be able to afford it for a lifetime. He had connections in the local area, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. He was even thinking about how to make the long-legged beauty in front of him obediently. Qin Zhe first kicked the man who was pointing at Su Yu and swung the baseball bat. Bang! The little golden man in the front of the car flew directly to the other side of the street. "You!" The Rolls-Royce owner rushed up and his face changed greatly. Even though he said that, he couldn't remain indifferent when he saw his beloved car being smashed. However, what greeted him was a swift and fierce kick that sent his body, which weighed 180 kilograms, flying 3 meters away. Bang! The front windshield was broken under the huge force, and glass fragments splashed. Bang! The hood was dented. Bang! 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 In less than half a minute, all the windows of the Rolls-Royce were broken, and the body was full of dents. The street was full of onlookers taking photos and videos. There was a lot of discussion. He really dared to smash it? This is a Rolls-Royce. Road rage has to be cured. This is good. He can't afford it even if he goes bankrupt. Hurry up and post it on the internet. I filmed the whole process, and I also filmed the scolding just now. It's so domineering, it makes my blood boil. Why is this person wearing a mask? I can't capture his appearance. Qin Zhe held the baseball bat high, leaned back slightly, and bent his spine like a strong bow. The moment the baseball bat struck, the friction with the air made a sharp whistling sound. Bang! There was an unprecedented loud noise, the edge of the roof was completely dented, and the baseball bat was broken into 2 pieces, flying in the air and clattering to the ground. The 3 men, including the middle-aged owner, were livid. The Rolls-Royce, with excellent safety features, was beaten like this by a bat. If it falls on a person's head, the skull will burst. Several men were horrified. The Rolls-Royce owner's face was black. "Did you record the video just now?" "It was recorded. Destroying private property. I want to see how he ends up." As he said, he glanced at Su Yu. In Su Yu's eyes, everyone in the scenery became black and white. Only the sound of Qin Zhe waving the baseball was colorful and dazzling. She knew that Qin Zhe was not a domineering person. After knowing him for so long, she rarely saw him really angry. His actions were most likely to help her vent her anger and stand up for her. It felt good to have a man to stand up for her. Qin Zhe turned and pointed half of the baseball bat at the man's face. "Do you still have a luxury car at home? Drive it over, and I'll smash it together." He was really not afraid at all. In a society ruled by law, let's talk about the law. The legal department that the 3 companies spend millions every year is not useless. For this kind of thing at most they will lose money. There were no casualties, and the traffic police's consistent style was to mediate and compensate. As they were talking, a luxury car came over, an Audi A8. The Audi A8 stopped on the side of the road, and a man came down from the driver's seat. He looked at the Rolls-Royce in surprise and walked to the middle-aged man. "Brother Rong asked me to come over and ask what's going on." The Rolls-Royce owner stared at Qin Zhe with gloomy eyes. This son of a bitch did it. Qinze grinned and turned to look at the Audi A8 not far away. Is that car yours too? At this time, a police car turned from the intersection and came this way. The traffic police came. Chapter 468. Qinze looked around and found that no one dared to scold and refute. Everyone's face was livid. He thought to himself, is this the legendary shocking operation? When the traffic police came over, the men who had been scared for a long time immediately became energetic and pointed to Qinze and shouted, "Police comrade, this is the person." Two traffic police, a middle-aged man and a young man, frowned. What's the matter? The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, they hit my car, not only did they not pay for it, but they also smashed my car with a stick. He also hit me. Several men chimed in and added fuel to the fire. The traffic police frowned again and again. The driver of the Audi A8 was listening, and his eyes fell more on Suyu. This woman is really beautiful. He looked at the little Audi again and saw a very beautiful woman through the windshield. He felt that she was familiar, but the woman took out a mask and put it on to cover her face. The young traffic police looked at the old traffic police. Or, take the car away and hand over the people to the police station? The old traffic police glanced at him and did not say anything. He said to Qinze, young people are a bit impulsive. When the traffic police came, Qinze couldn't continue to smash the Audi A8. He changed from a state of rage to his usual gentle behavior. Yes, a bit impulsive, but he insulted a woman first. The old traffic police suddenly looked at Suyu. He had seen such a wonderful woman for a long time, but he was too lazy to care about these bullshit things. Qinze said again, I will pay for it. Pay your ass, you have fart money to pay. Just wait for the police station. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat and sprayed on Qinze's face. Qinze slapped him in the face. Pa, the man was stunned. The middle-aged owner was supported by his companion, and his eyes were still a little dazed. The two traffic police quickly grabbed Qinze's shoulders and yelled, Don't hit people. Qinze frowned. Didn't you see him spitting? The old traffic police glanced at the middle-aged car unhappily and looked at Qinze. Do you have the economic ability, Rolls-Royce? Qinze calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a rose gold watch. The two traffic police officers were expressionless. Qinze reminded them helplessly, My watch costs 5 million yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't achieve his goal. The two traffic police officers didn't recognize this luxury item and thought it was fake. The driver of the Rolls-Royce was so angry that his face turned ashen. He roared, This is not over yet. If I don't make you pay, my surname is not Zhu. Qinze raised his hand, and he shrank back in fear. The owner of the Rolls-Royce walked towards the old traffic policeman. With half of his face swollen, he squeezed out an ugly smile and offered him a cigarette. The old traffic policeman did not take it. He moved closer to his ear and whispered for a long time. He spoke in a dialect. Qinze didn't understand, but he guessed that it wasn't anything good. The old traffic policeman frowned. The owner of the Rolls-Royce made a phone call, said a few words with a smile, and then handed the phone to him. The old traffic policeman listened for a moment and his frown deepened. After hanging up, he said, We're taking your car. You're coming with us too. Qinze said, Okay. He wasn't afraid of the other party's little tricks. As long as he took off his mask, who would dare to play such bullshit with him? Not to mention the captain, even if it was the chief, Qinze just had to post a few words on Weibo and public opinion would drown him. These days, there were too many officials who were investigated because of public opinion. This kind of method was the stupidest. Qinze didn't even bother to use it. He could settle it with just a phone call. It was also possible that when he took off his mask, the other party would give up. His identity was there. The influence of celebrities was very great, especially a big shot like Qinze who was different from ordinary celebrities. He had countless ways to deal with the situation in front of him. It was inconvenient to take off his mask now. There were more passers-by. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed sinisterly. Wait for your death, you bastard. The other men looked at him with sinister eyes. You want to get beaten up again? Qinze glanced at him. The owner of the Rolls-Royce stepped back and sneered. You wait and see how I will kill you. I also want to fuck your woman. He glanced at Suyu. The traffic policeman frowned and said, Don't talk, come back with us. The young traffic policeman stood in front of Qin Zhe to prevent him from hitting people again. This kind of thing was very annoying. One side had a bad mouth, and the other side had a bad temper. If you were slapped a few times, the police could only criticize and educate at most, but they couldn't really arrest you. The young traffic policeman looked at Qin Zhe sympathetically. In his mind, Qin Zhe was going to be unlucky. On the other side in the Audi A8. The driver watched the play for a long time and understood. He returned to the Audi A8 to report to the boss. Mr. Zhu's car was hit by someone. The other party took full responsibility. Because of a few words about that woman, the car was smashed by a young man who got out of the car. TSK. Young people nowadays have a bad temper. They can't afford to sell their house. It is estimated that they will be locked up for a few years. The man sitting in the back seat frowned slightly. He had a deep vertical line between his eyebrows, which was formed by a long time of wrinkles. His facial features were ordinary, and his expression was slightly serious. When he didn't speak, he had a natural majesty. This was the temperament that had been washed by the wind and waves. The driver sat in the driver's seat, turned his head, and chattered. I usually think that Mr. Zhu's words are unreliable. His mouth is full of dirty words. He is such a nouveau riche. He will be neither up nor down in his life. The man came here this time to inspect the project. Mr. Zhu used to work with him. Later, he went back to his hometown and set up his own business. With his support, he developed real estate, mining, and so on. Although the big part was with him, he had saved more than 1 billion yuan in assets in recent years and became a local rich businessman. This time, Mr. Zhu asked him to come to see the project and asked him to invest in tourism. He said that he had a lot of trouble with several competitors in the city and was in urgent need of funds. This industry was really profitable, so he came over. Ah! The driver patted his head and looked excited. I remember. The man in the back seat was startled by him and was slightly angry. What's the matter? The driver pointed at the small Audi excitedly. Brother Rong, the woman in the car is Qin Bao Bao, I saw her. The man was stunned. The driver said, Qin Bao Bao, why is she here? Is it a commercial or an act? After saying that, he revealed the thoughts that all men fantasized. Brother Rong, that woman is really the best. The man was stunned for a long time, and his face suddenly changed. He opened the car door and strode across the street. Brother Rong. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and followed. Su Yao tried to control his footsteps, but he still couldn't help but speed up, trot, trot. Finally he saw him again. The first time he saw him, he was in a white ward wrapped in swaddling clothes, and his tender red face was wrinkled. He had seen his face many times on the screen, but it was not him. It was unfamiliar and there was no sense of familiarity. He only remembered that ugly face for many years. Finally, they met again after more than 20 years. Su Yao heard his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to jump out. When he approached and saw Qin Zhe, tears almost rolled out of his eyes. Yes, it was him. He was a little far away and wearing a mask before, so he didn't recognize him. Now Su Yao, who had been paying attention to him for a long time, recognized him by his eyes. Normally, Qin Zhe would be startled if there was a middle-aged man who quickly approached him and stared at him with burning eyes. But the moment he saw this man, Qin Zhe was speechless, and the irritation provoked by the owner of the Rolls-Royce also subsided. At this time, his mood was very complicated. Confusion, disgust, resistance. In a sentence commonly used in elementary school, my mood is like an overturned bottle of 5 flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. He knew this man because Sister Man had checked Su Yao's background for him. His face was ordinary, and his height was ordinary. If he changed this high-end suit into a street stall and threw him into a crowd, you would have to use a magnifying glass to find him. Su Yao, Su Ru's brother. Brother Rong, why are you here? The owner of the Rolls-Royce looked very respectful. Su Yao glanced at him and slapped him. Slap. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned. The traffic policeman was also stunned and then shouted, What are you doing? Qin Zhe raised his eyebrows. The owner of the Rolls-Royce raised his hand to block the traffic policeman and looked confused. Brother Rong. What he got in return was another slap. Brother Rong, why did you hit me? Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. 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 The owner of the Rolls-Royce was able to take the slap at first, but then his whole face was swollen like a pig's head. He almost cried out in pain and dodged. The two men beside him didn't dare to say a word. Su Yao glanced at them coldly and then at the traffic policeman. He said lightly, "Officer, we will not pursue this matter." Traffic policeman. The traffic police couldn't figure out this guy's method and looked at the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The guy with the big belly shook his head. "Don't pursue it. Don't pursue it." Although it was very strange, the traffic police were too lazy to care about it. When encountering this kind of thing, they also focused on mediation and compensation. "Hurry up and drive your car away. You can't go on the road anymore." The young traffic policeman walked to Suyu and said that he wanted to see her driver's license, but his eyes couldn't help but peek at her beautiful face. On this side, Qin Zhe and Su Yao looked at each other silently. Two men who knew each other but didn't know each other. After a while, Qin Zhe chuckled, "Who are you?" Su Yao said bitterly, "Su Yao. Do we know each other?" Su Yao thought about this question for a long time and finally shook his head. "I don't know." "Sorry to cause you trouble." Su Yao turned and left. Qin Zhe frowned. If the man who called his mother was him and the man he met at Hongqiao Airport was him, then he should know who he was. "Don't you have anything to say?" Qin Zhe shouted. Su Yao's footsteps paused, and then he walked away. Seeing Qin Zhe was not the purpose. It never was. Although he said so to Xiao Lan, both he and Xiao Lan knew that it was not the case. But Sister Xiao Lan didn't agree, so he didn't dare to draw legs on a snake. It's not up to him to decide whether to open old debts or not. Chapter 469. Qin Zhe looked at Su Yao's back until he got into the Audi A8. He retracted his gaze and turned back to the car. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were very calm. The elder sister bowed her head and played with her mobile phone. Sister Ziwei took out the makeup mirror and looked at herself in self-pity. "Don't you say anything?" Qin Zhe was not reconciled. "Don't you know how to shout 666? Qin Bao Bao tilted her head. "Old tie. Double-click 666. Wang Zijin closed the makeup mirror and said perfunctorily, 666. Qin Zhe. "Well, one is a first-tier big shot in the entertainment circle, and the other is a golden branch and jade leaf of a wealthy family in the capital. In the eyes of others, the act of smashing the car may be a trivial matter in their eyes." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "It's hard to show off," but the sisters didn't feel it at all. It's too hard to show off in front of them. At this moment, the assistants finally reacted and made a phone call first. After learning that the boss had a car accident, they were scared out of their wits. It took them only 3 minutes to drive back after 10 minutes. 6 people stood outside the car, bowing their heads slightly. Under Qin Zhe's sharp eyes, they didn't dare to breathe. Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "You leave a car, and then drive this car back to the rental company." The 6 people nodded again and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but heard Qin Bao Bao said lightly, "Next time if you don't have eyes, you can all pack up and get out." The assistants nodded obediently. The 3 people changed cars, and Suyu also dealt with the traffic police. The deduction of points was certain, and the fine was inevitable. Little Teddy wasn't depressed at all. Instead, it was overjoyed. It threw itself into Qin Zhe's arms and kissed him on the cheek. "What are you doing?" "Looking for death." 2 sharp screams. Suyu was grabbed by the collar by the furious Qin Bao Bao and thrown far away. If this was at home, what awaited her was not a chest attack, but a face of confusion. On the other side, Zijin quickly took out a tissue and wiped Qin Zhe's face. "Sister Ziwei, that's enough, that's enough. You're peeling off my face." Qin Zhe felt his face burning. "Who told you to kiss him?" "Did I agree?" Qin Bao Bao glared at her. "You're a girl. Don't you have any shame?" Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. Suyu was not afraid of them. He crossed his arms and whistled loudly. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Bao Bao was furious. "I'll tear you apart." Qin Zhe quickly stopped his sister. "Sis, don't be angry. Don't be angry." Wang Zijin sneered. "Tear her mouth first, then sew it up." Qin Zhe freed his hand to stop Wang Zijin. "Sister Ziwei, take a step back." If he didn't pay attention, It would soon become a battlefield. His sisters were too hot-tempered. He turned his head and glared at Suyu. The little teddy stood there quietly. It seemed that she also knew that she couldn't control herself and exposed herself again. Qinzhe breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't provoke them, it would be fine. Well, Suyu was sometimes quite sensible. Thinking of this, he saw Suyu turn around, stick out her butt, and twist at Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao. This was a suffocating operation. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin exploded on the spot. Qinzhe silently covered his face. Sis, let's get in the car first. There are so many people on the street. Qinzhe begged bitterly. Probably also felt that it was shameful to quarrel in the street. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin got in the car angrily. Suyu was arranged in the co-driver's seat by Qinzhe, and he drove. Before getting in the car, Qinzhe glanced at the assistants who were watching the play and roared, "What are you looking at? Get out of here and do your work. Do you want to work or not?" The assistants dispersed in a hubbub, thinking to themselves, "You're just being rude to us." The car continued to move forward, and there was a bloody storm in the car. Suyu's words had always been rich, and she could easily deal with the two women. Although Wang Zijin was a woman with connotation, she had to consider her image. Some dirty words couldn't be used. Qin Bao Bao had no pressure. She could be cute and wild, but her vocabulary was too shallow. So the two were easily suppressed by Suyu. Suyu's eloquence was so sharp that Qinzhe had experienced it before. After some blowing and singing, he easily let him disarm and surrender. Mouth cannon. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her face turned red. She rushed over from the back seat to tear Suyu's mouth. Suyu didn't give way. Two people, four hands, hit each other with a fist. Qinzhe was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Anyway, in the car they could do whatever they wanted. He was really not in the mood. After seeing Su Yao, his heart was smeared with a shadow. He was very uncomfortable. Su Yao's silence revealed a lot of information. What about after he revealed the truth? Acknowledge his ancestors? Others may not agree with him, and he was not happy. What about his parents? Qinzhe glanced at his sister from the rearview mirror. And what about her? The car drove to the scenic spot, took the cable car up the mountain, and rushed to the set. Under the guidance of Mo Yu, the crew carried out the shooting work in an orderly manner. The protagonist was not there. They could play other scenes first. At this time, the crew was resting. Mo Yu was in the temporary sunshade, watching the weather of last night's camera. In documentary programs, this kind of shooting method was common. In order to collect the subtle changes of things, such as the blooming of a flower bud, it often took several days or even dozens of days. The better the details of the movie, the better the quality and reputation. "Boss Qin, I'm late." Mo Yu complained. "There was an accident on the way." Qinzhe said and asked, "Where are you?" "Only one scene, now. Continue with the previous one?" "Yes." The progress returned to the time when Chunshir-san came to the Wuji mountain. While keeping the funny elements, a few fierce martial arts scenes were added. Feng Rue had never acted in a martial arts scene, but she had practiced dancing. Her body was very soft, and her high leg kick was no pressure. "Cut." Mo Yu stopped. The martial arts director frowned. "Boss Qin, your posture is wrong. Why didn't you do the spinning kick just now? Is the posture too difficult? The straight kick is too simple and has no aesthetic effect." Boss Qin said, "I think it's more direct and effective." The martial arts director curled his lips. "You're like an ordinary person fighting. This is not martial arts." "Qinzhe." Feng Rue smiled. "Boss Qin, of course you don't know martial arts. I'm fine. It doesn't matter if we redo it." Mo Yu suggested, "Why don't we take a break for a few minutes and you can coach Boss Qin alone?" The martial arts director nodded. "Okay." Qinzhe. "Okay, I don't know martial arts. I'm a person who can tear tigers and leopards apart with my bare hands." Thus, Qinzhe practiced martial arts for half an hour under the martial arts director's exasperated guidance. Wang Zijin squatted on the side and watched with great interest. She admired the bulging muscles under the tight t-shirt and his well-proportioned body. She really didn't have anywhere to sit. The few reclining chairs and a table were occupied by a few female stars. Wang Zijin watched for a while and slowly strolled to the other side. Besides Qin Baobao, who was sitting, Suyu was also standing. Besides Tianfeng's B-list actress Li Wei, there were also B-list and C-list actresses invited by other companies. There were a total of 4 people. Boss Qin has a great body. Yes. He's handsome and has a great body. Let's ask him out for a drink tonight. What do you want to do? Ha! They sat at the table, laughing like silver bells. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and walked over with a gentle smile. Boss Qin asked you to go over. Seeing the girls looking over, she said, he said he wants to take a photo with you. The girls' eyes lit up. They stood up happily and walked over to Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin sat at the table and waved. Let's play Fight the Landlord. Qin Baobao and Suyu quickly got to their seats. On the other side, the female stars who were sent back by the confused Qin Zhe were discussing angrily. That person lied to us. I hate her so much. We were happy for nothing. Forget it. Let's go back and continue chatting. When they came back, they found that their seats had been taken. The 3 women were sitting at the table and playing Fight the Landlord. The female stars were speechless. Wang Zijin didn't have a system. Otherwise, she would have received a lot of negative emotions. Although they were angry, when they saw Qin Baobao, they extinguished their anger. It didn't matter if they didn't know Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but they could not know Qin Baobao. She was the big boss. She could ask you to get lost with one sentence. This time, Qin Zhe's new movie was made. The female stars used a lot of connections to get selected. Even if it was just a supporting role, they would be happy. Because Qin Zhe's movies, like his songs, would be popular. As long as the movie was popular, it didn't matter how low the salary was. How many stars had their value skyrocketed because of a film and television work with a good reputation? After playing Fight the Landlord for more than an hour, Suyu, who had lost 50,000 yuan, threw her cards and stared at Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. I don't play anymore. Can't afford to lose? Play it or not. In response, she was ridiculed by her 2 best friends. Suyu glared. Qin Baobao, are you interesting? Every time we are on the same side, you give cards to the landlord. We are on the same side. Wang Zijin, didn't you lose 20,000 yuan yourself? What's there to be proud of? Qin Baobao patted her forehead. Hey Zijin, let's divide the money. I have 80,000 yuan here. 20,000 yuan will be returned to you. The remaining 60,000 yuan will be divided equally. Alipay or WeChat? Wang Zijin, Alipay to my card. TSK, money is really easy to earn. Suyu, you all bullied me. You took my child and my money. You two wait, I will find a chance to revenge. I don't want to play cards. It's boring. Qin Baobao stretched, and when she straightened her chest, the heavy chest gave Su Yu and Wang Zijin 10,000 points of critical damage. Su Yu looked down at her C cup and felt depressed, but looked at Wang Zijin's similarly small chest and felt comforted. Wang Zijin looked down at her B cup and was also discouraged. She felt that she could not catch up with the size of a big cow in her life. Then she looked at Su Yu's chest, which was slightly smaller than her own, and immediately became confident. Qin Baobao saw the small movements of the two people, and the corner of her mouth raised. It was lonely to be invincible. She grabbed the mobile phone on the table, clicked on a live broadcast platform, logged into her account, and wondered if she wanted to play live broadcast. She did a live broadcast when she was in Star Art before, but that was a commercial activity. She has not played live broadcast since then. Would you like to broadcast the shooting live for everyone? Chapter 470. Playing landlord was no longer interesting. She and Wang Zijin teamed up to bully Su Yu, which seemed very interesting. But Su Yu looked angry and unhappy, but in fact, he was as calm as an old dog. It was only tens of thousands of yuan. Nothing. It was more interesting to play live broadcast. If she was still in Star Art, she might have to ask for her agent's permission. Now it was different. She was the dignified female president of Tianfeng. She could do whatever she wanted. What do you want to eat for lunch? Qin Zhe came over. Qin Baobao looked at the time. It was already 10:30. In half an hour, it would be time for lunch. Su Yu smiled. Double egg ham. Hey, little teddy leather. Wang Zijin thought for a moment and smiled reservedly. Virgin chicken. Qin Zai's face froze and looked at her sadly. Sister Ziwei, this was really not available. Qin Bao Bao said, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Zai was suddenly moved. Sister was still the best. Although she looked like a vixen, she was very loyal. However, Qin Zai had a question that he couldn't answer. Was chicken stewed with mushrooms so delicious? Were they going to eat until the end of time? There was a complex of buildings halfway up the mountain for tourists to stay, eat, and relax. It was not here a few years ago, but with the rapid development of tourism, the facilities on the mountain were more and more complete. After a few scenes, the crew announced a break for lunch. Qin Zai specially asked the crew to go to the mountainside to see if there was double egg ham, virgin chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Not long after, the crew carrying the foam box returned and distributed the lunch boxes. The person who sent the lunch box was a young man with a pretty good appearance. The reason why Qin Zai remembered him was that after Wang Zijin finished playing Guanyin yesterday, Suyu said sarcastically, "Drama team, give her an extra drumstick at noon." Then at noon, there was really a big drumstick in Wang Zijin's lunchbox. Wang Zijin almost died of anger. When she asked who put the drumstick, a young man raised his hand. "I put it. The drumstick is delicious." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Qin Zai almost laughed out loud. "Why are there no drumsticks today?" Qin Zai teased him. The young man glanced at Wang Zijin's oval-shaped face and scratched his head. "She's a chicken." Qin Zai was speechless. Wang Zijin was speechless. "You're the F***king chicken. Your whole family are chickens." Wang Zijin was too lazy to bicker with him. She rolled her charming little eyes, turned around, and continued to eat her meal. The virgin chicken was bought from a KFC chicken shop on the mountainside. Normal shops didn't sell virgin chicken. "How many years have you been on the set?" Qin Zai asked with interest. "It's been 5 years." The young man revealed a reserved smile in front of the boss. "I came here right after I graduated." "What's your current job?" "Just running errands." "Do you want to be a director or a screenwriter?" "I want to be a star, but I have no acting skills, and I can't sing." "I'm just a little good-looking," he said. "It's enough to be good-looking," Qin Zai said quietly. "When I was a child, my grandmother took me to a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that I would be rich and successful in the future. Later, I proved it to my grandmother with practical actions." The young man said, "Feudal superstitions are unreliable." Qin Zai was speechless. He patted the other party on the shoulder. "Comrade *****. Go ahead." "Boss Qin, my name is not *****. You deserve this name." "Well, go ahead." Qin Zai and his sisters sat at the table to eat. Qin Bao Bao's chicken stewed with mushrooms was placed in the center, followed by the crispy virgin chicken that Wang Zijin tore with thin film gloves, as well as a stack of meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Suyu didn't share her double egg ham with everyone. She enjoyed it alone. After eating the double egg ham, she went to pick up Qin Bao Bao's chicken stewed with mushrooms, but was blocked by a pair of chopsticks. Qin Bao Bao said unhappily, "You're not allowed to eat this much." "I want to eat." "No. Hey. Qin Zai called for a halt and earnestly advised, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? How many flowers will fall?" Persuasion was also skillful. Of course, it was useless to persuade like him. On the contrary, Wang Zijin's light words made the two give up. "Bao Bao, kill her." Qin Bao Bao glanced at her, curled her lips, and didn't speak. Suyu snorted and buried her head to eat. No one wanted to be a snipe. Qin Bao Bao was bored, so she rambled on and said some meaningless things. "Let's talk about jokes," Qin Bao Bao suggested. Qin Zai's eyes lit up. "Don't say it," the 3 women said in unison. "Qin Zai, look down on me. You can insult my hairstyle, but you can't insult my jokes. I'm allergic to jokes recently. Let's play riddles." Suyu chewed her food. This proposal was approved by Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao thought about it. It was a good opportunity to prevent her brother from telling cold jokes. "I'll say it first." Suyu swallowed the food in her mouth, held the chopsticks in her fingers, and looked around the 3. Snow White, Take off your skirt and get a drink. Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin thought, Teddy Sue's intentions are so sinister. Do you think I'll fall for it? In A's heart, I'm a reliable big sister. Wang Zijin pretended to think hard and then shook her head. I can't guess. Qin Bao tilted her head and really thought hard. Then her eyes lit up. Sprite. After that, she blushed and spat. Suyu showed a pure smile. It turned out to be like this. I finally know the answer. Ha! Qin Bao was stunned. Suyu blinked her clear and innocent eyes. I saw it on the internet. I couldn't think of the answer for a long time. Bao is really good. You guessed the answer at once. Qin Bao's face darkened. She felt that she had lost in the knowledge reserve. Wang Zijin snorted. I also have a question. A man chased a beautiful female colleague. The female colleague wrote a note to him. The content of the note was, papermaking, gunpowder, compass, printing. The man looked at it for a long time and understood. So the next day, the two of them had sex. Why? Poof! Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of rice and coughed. Crazy. Are you finally going to start with the 4 major inventions? No, it can't be like this. Please let them go. Qin Bao patted him on the back with her small hand, helped him breathe, and handed over the teacup. Suyu pretended to say that this puzzle is so profound that I can't guess it. Wang Zijin nodded with a dignified smile on her face. She said that she didn't know. She occasionally saw it on the internet. Qin Zhe said in his heart, damn, I saw it on the internet. Why didn't I see it? Qin Bao racked her brains and thought about it, but she couldn't figure it out. What do you mean? I don't know. Qin Zhe shook his head. You must know. Sister puffed her cheeks, and her sharp oval face puffed up like a bun. I really don't know. Then give me 3 minutes. I'll think about it. Wang Zijin and Suyu nodded again and again, and showed a malicious smile. No, this game is boring. Don't guess. Qin Zhe said. Teddy's tissues are all gone. Don't pollute my Bao sister. Perhaps because this question was too profound, Qin Bao couldn't think of an answer even with her clever mind. She could only give up. Before they had time to start the second activity, such as playing cards, Mou had already run over to summon Qin Zhe to film. Wang Zijin, who had already received her lunchbox, was tired of the set. She hung a DSLR around her neck and played all over the mountains, with 2 assistants following behind her. Suyu curled up on the recliner under the shade and took an afternoon nap. Qin Bao was full of energy and couldn't sleep. She didn't like to wander around like Wang Zijin, so she sat quietly and played with her phone. When she was tired, she finally thought of live streaming. She opened the live streaming app and logged into her account. She had her own live streaming room, which was the account she used to live stream at home. There was no one in the live streaming room, and it was cold and cheerless. Usually, when a celebrity did a live stream, they would vigorously promote it. At the very least, they would post on Weibo to inform their fans. Otherwise, who would know? Hence, Qin Bao switched to Weibo and posted, I'm doing a live stream. Everyone, let's do it together. There was a link to the live streaming room. A few minutes after the post was posted, the number of people in the live streaming room increased at an explosive speed. Is she really a goddess? There was no news at all, and she suddenly started a live stream. I'm so excited. Wow, eldest sister. Get lost, you uncultured people. How dare you call my goddess that? Do you want to die? Eldest sister was the first title that Qin Bao received on I Am a Singer. It was much earlier than Brother Flaunting Crazy Demon. At that time, she wasn't famous, and the audience's most direct impression of her was that she was beautiful, long-legged, and big-breasted. For a period of time, whenever Qin Bao appeared on a singer's show, there would immediately be a eldest sister spamming the screen. Qin Bao was no longer the same as before. She wasn't as angry as she used to be. She smiled lightly and said, Hello, everyone. The signal here isn't very good, but it shouldn't affect much, right? It's fine, it's fine. It's very clear. It's fine even if it's stuck until you die. Qin Bao didn't put on makeup? Damn, she's so beautiful even without makeup. Lick the screen. Type with both hands to show my innocence. As soon as Qin Bao finished speaking, The rich people sent rockets one after another. Thank you for your rockets. Qin Bao Bao blinked. According to the rules, should I say, Brother 666? The bullet screen was filled with, ha ha ha, and then Brother 666 spammed the screen. Qin Bao Bao looked at the phone and smiled coquettishly. Actually, I'm just bored. Shall I sing a song for you? The audience in the live streaming room was suddenly very excited. Qin Bao Bao sang, Blue and White Porcelain. There was no background music, no accompaniment, and no sound editing. It was just a cappella. The effect was definitely not as good as the album produced in the recording studio, but it still had a different flavor to it. Bao Bao is a talented singer. Her singing is very good. Rich people, send rockets. Continue, don't stop. I want to listen to exaggeration. I want to listen to fairy tales. Let's sing The Most Familiar Stranger. That's my favorite song in your digital album. Qin Bao Bao lay on the chair and chatted with the audience in the live streaming room while singing. After about half an hour, her throat was tired from singing. Actually, I'm just bored, so I came here to play. My throat is tired from singing. How about this? Qin Bao Bao said apologetically. No, no, no. Then don't sing. It's fine if you don't talk. We just want to watch you. I'm already satisfied to watch girls lick the screen. Let's chat a little more. I'll send you 10 rockets. Qin Bao Bao was a little embarrassed. At this moment, a sharp-eyed audience member asked, Bao Bao, where are you? I see a mountain behind you. Chapter 471. Someone should have vaguely seen the figure behind Qin Bao Bao, a corner of the blue sky, a continuous green mountain range. However, they didn't take it to heart. When someone mentioned it, many fans suddenly realized that Qin Bao Bao was definitely not in Shanghai. There was no such scenery in Shanghai. I'm filming. Qin Bao Bao didn't hide it. She smiled and said, I won't reveal where. The live stream room suddenly became lively. Filming? What movie? A movie or a TV series? Bao Bao is filming a new movie again? Why didn't I see any publicity online? Nonsense. Does Bao Bao's movie need to rely on bottomless hype? Although she hasn't filmed many movies, every one of them has a good reputation at the box office. I love her Chu Xiangxiang to death. Wait, Bao Bao is filming. Does that mean that Qin Zhe is also there? Qin Bao Bao nodded. My brother is also there. He's filming. Then she pouted and said unhappily, My plot hasn't started yet. I've been waiting for 2 days. What movie? What movie are you two filming? Spoiler quick. The audience was very excited. Some rich people sent a few more rockets. After Qin Zhe's debut, the first movie, Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, had a smooth plot and excellent acting skills. It was both hot-blooded and good-looking, and it had a good reputation at the box office. After Bloody Battle, he and Qin Bao Bao acted in a tear-jerking youth romance movie, If I Become Memories. Recently, the movie was released on social media platforms and became more popular. What Else Do You Want Me? Was still at the top of the music chart. The video of Qin Zhe playing the song in the piano room had more than 100 million views on the internet. How long had it been, and the siblings were filming a new movie? Could it be that after being a fast shooter in the music industry, Qin Zhe had become a fast shooter in the film industry? Where is my husband? Quick, turn the camera to my husband. Oh, there's a Qin Zhe fangirl in the live stream room. No, I'm a man. Qin Bao Bao stood up and asked the staff for a selfie stick. She fixed the phone on the stick and raised it high. Then I'll show you around the set. The audience in the live stream was screaming excitedly. There were quite a lot of people on the set. As Qin Bao Bao wandered around, she scanned the staff members on her phone. He showed the audience the general situation on the set. Actually, the filming process is tiring and boring. It's not as relaxed and happy as you think. Sometimes, in order to film a good scene, the actors have to keep repeating the scene over and over again. When we first came here yesterday, we ran into difficulties. We couldn't pass the test even after taking a few shots, Qin Bao Bao explained. While she was commentating, the live stream viewers kept sending her gifts. She also received a share of the gifts, although she was not a contracted streamer and was only a guest streamer. According to the rules of the streaming platform, Reuben Tale. When Qin Bao Bao saw the audience asking about the new movie in the comments section, she smiled and said, "Anyway, it's not a secret. Our new movie is based on a mythological theme. Everyone knows that I played the role of a fox demon before. However, that was more like an ancient romance drama. This movie is a little different. It's mixed with many elements. I won't reveal the details. Fans, you can watch the trailer when it's out. By the way, do you know who the scriptwriter is?" Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked. The audience in the live stream room guessed. Many well-known and unknown scriptwriters' names were revealed. At first, they were serious, but later, they started to mess around. Some people said Yi Liangchen, some said Long Out Yen. Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "It's Qin Zhe." The atmosphere in the live stream room was obviously stunned. Then, the bullet screen flew by quickly. Is Qin Zhe finally extending his claws into the film and television industry after being a fast shooter in the music industry? This was a common comment from the audience. "My husband is awesome. My husband is awesome in everything he does. I will definitely watch my husband's movies." This was the worship from the die-hard fans. Qin Zhe is awesome, but scriptwriters and songwriting are different creative fields. I don't think God is optimistic. Let's wait and see. This was a rational fan with a pessimistic attitude. Qin Bao Bao was very uncomfortable with the flirtatious fans who called her younger brother husband. Although the current trend was like this, and every little fresh meat had a fan's husband, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. "Ace is mine. I don't want to be your husband." She calmed down her unhappy mood and looked at the phone. Suddenly, she was stunned. The comment section was suddenly crazily flooded. "What the F***CK? Super beauty. What the F***CK? Super beauty. What the F***CK? Super." Qin Bao Bao didn't react for a long time. "Is it necessary to do this? I'm so hot and beautiful. I'm not proud of myself. Why are you guys so high profile?" Soon, she found that the super beauty in the live stream room was not her, but Suyu. Suyu was 3 meters away from her. Just now, the mobile phone camera swept her and was seen by the audience in the live stream room. The picture quality was clear, and Suyu's beautiful and refined appearance was suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes. Qin Bao Bao was already a rare beauty, and Suyu was not inferior. One was as beautiful as a demon, and the other was as beautiful as a fairy. 2 different styles, but they were evenly matched. Suyu was lying on a spacious recliner, covered with a coat. Fortunately, she covered with a coat. Otherwise, the fact that her figure was not good enough would be exposed in front of the audience. Is this a newcomer? I haven't seen her before. Too damn beautiful. The way she sleeps makes people feel a trace of indifference and majesty. Who can tell me who this girl is? I'll be fans of both of them in the future. Bao Bao. Please introduce. Please introduce. This ghost of Su Yu, Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she grinded her teeth, and there was no flaw on her face. She said, "She does occupy more scenes in the next film, but she is not actually a person in the entertainment circle, and I didn't want to find her in the entertainment circle." Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up, and she carefully called a staff member and whispered, "Do you have a water pen here?" The staff member brought a water pen to her. Qin Bao Bao looked around at the drama team, sat down and made a silent action, and looked at the mobile phone. "I'll let you see my drawing skills right away." She pointed the camera at Suyu. In the video, a red and beautiful face. The water pen appeared in the camera, and the tip of the pen slid down 2 lines along Suyu's pretty face, and then drew 6 cat whiskers along the corner of her mouth. A small black dot was drawn on the tip of her nose, and the word Wang was written on the smooth forehead. Suyu immediately became like a cat but not a cat, like a tiger but not a tiger. Suyu went to bed late last night. In the morning, she got up half an hour earlier than Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. The reason was that she couldn't recognize the bed and it was difficult to sleep in a strange environment. At this moment, the cool mountain breeze was blowing, and she slept more deeply. When the job was done, Qin Bao Bao held back her laughter and slipped away with a selfie stick. "Goddess, you're really naughty. Is there a friend like you, old man? It hurts." Ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao's operation is too conscious. High energy ahead, Shuraba opened, non-combatants quickly evacuated. Chapter 472. Qin Baobao looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She had to say that Suyu was cute after makeup. She was a little more lovely than usual, which made her a little jealous. According to her shallow animation experience, this is the type of sick girl that often appears in the film and is very popular, but it is only limited to the surface. Suyu is not sick or cold at all. She is a hateful shrew inside. Suyu frowned and moved her head slightly, but didn't wake up. She was very sleepy. She went to bed late last night and ran in the morning. Her body was particularly tired. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief and slowly relaxed her stiff body. If Suyu woke up, she would decisively quit the live broadcast and run away. Because she might be hunted down next. It's not good to fight with Suyu in public. I'm a big star, and I also want to save face. On the contrary, she felt that if Suyu woke up and found that she was being pranked, she would definitely put down her identity and wrestle with her. Suyu gave the impression that she was very paranoid and crazy. After all, she was a woman who could shamelessly scold, "Zhen Ji is a disgrace," grenade-throwing mother, and "I'll slap you to death" in the game. The comment section was very lively, and the audience was still asking for Suyu's name, praising her cute, beautiful goddess. At first glance, she seemed to be more popular than Qin Bao. Qin Bao couldn't help but think of the sour poem, "Seeing the new smile, who hears the old cry." No, she couldn't let her go like this. Taking advantage of her illness, taking advantage of her sleep, of course, she had to humiliate her. She looks like she won't wake up. Let's play again. Qin Baobao pinched Suyu's soft face and let her deform in her hands. Everyone, take a screenshot and make an emoji pack. Qin Baobao urged. Screenshot. Make it into a desktop and lick it every day. Bao Bao, sign your friend. She will definitely be popular in the entertainment circle. Too much, when she wakes up, your friendship will be over. Enough, don't look at women, show me Qin Zhe, I want to see my husband. The viewers in the comment section were all over the place. During this period, gifts were sent one after another. In half an hour, the gifts Qin Baobao received exceeded the annual income of an ordinary white-collar worker. And as the number of people in the live streaming room increased, so did the number of gifts. She couldn't help but sigh. Live streaming was really profitable. She had heard that many female live streamers could easily earn millions a month, and all they had to do was sing, dance and chat. Occasionally, they would take on private jobs and research how to make babies with the rich people who gave them tips. This was the exclusive skill of Goddess Nuwa, and it was another rich income. However, Qin Bao had heard from Qin Zhe that the streamer industry had a low threshold and high income, so the competition was becoming increasingly fierce. Live streaming of grave robbing, live streaming of survival in the wild, and live streaming of making babies were all outdated. If he wanted to make a name for himself in the world of broadcasting, he had to have the awareness that he could not swallow the rice field with his small mouth. Qin Bao knew about these two stories. There had been a heated discussion on the internet for a period of time. Thinking of this, she slowly shivered. In response to the audience's request, she turned the camera to the set, only to find that the actors had disappeared. "Hey, where are they?" Qin Baobao asked the staff and returned the pen. "At the wooden house in the East District." The staff took the pen and pointed to the east. Qin Baobao held the selfie stick and said to the audience, "Then let's go and take a look now." Someone in the comments section said, "Qin Baobao's chest is exposed. Don't tell her." Then, a bunch of people followed suit. Qin Baobao was shocked and looked down. Her chest was tight. She was not exposed. She looked at the comments section again and saw a series of ha ha ha. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. "I'm not broadcasting anymore. How dare they trick her?" The wooden house in the East District was a 5-minute walk from here. She held the selfie stick and looked at the scenery along the way. The scenery here is very good. The mountains are clear and the water is clear. It's rare to see such beautiful scenery in Shanghai. Qin Baobao walked briskly. The audience was flattering and praising their goddess's looks. There were no blind spots in her 360 degrees. Suddenly, someone shouted in the comments section, "Qin Baobao, look behind you, look behind you. Goddess, watch your back." Behind. Behind? Qin Baobao subconsciously wanted to turn her head, but she suddenly heard a shout, followed by a scream. Her hand trembled and she almost dropped the selfie stick. Wang Zijin held the DSLR in her hand and two assistants behind her. She was laughing. Wang Zijin, are you trying to scare me? Qin Bao Bao kicked her angrily. Wang Zijin easily dodged and smiled. Are you going to the wooden house in the East District? Don't be afraid, sister will help you rub it. She reached out and touched Qin Bao Bao's big breasts that she was proud of. Qin Bao Bao took a step back and said angrily, I'm broadcasting. Broadcasting? Wang Zijin glanced at the phone. The broadcast room was in an uproar. So beautiful, so elegant. Wow, I'm in love again. Big sister, what's your name? Are you also an artist on the set? Why haven't I seen you before? Is she a newcomer? One look and I can tell that she's a decent lady, unlike my goddess who's not decent. She's so elegant. Don't shake the camera. Let me see clearly. Wang Zijin waved at the phone. Hi. Qin Bao Bao put her arm around her shoulder and raised the selfie stick. She introduced. This is my best friend. Yes, she's also here to shoot a movie. When the movie is released, you must go and watch it. She patted Wang Zijin. After being her best friend for so many years, Wang Zijin understood and smiled elegantly at the camera. Hello, everyone. I hope you can help us promote the movie. My name is Wang Zijin. Planes and rockets were launched one after another as if in response. I was so scared that I immediately searched for her name, but I couldn't find her. Is she a newcomer? Will she develop in the entertainment industry in the future? There are so many beauties in Tianfeng. Qin Bao Bao looked at the phone and shook her head. She's also a guest star. She doesn't plan to develop in the entertainment industry. The audience was disappointed. Just now, the Sleeping Beauty also didn't plan to develop in the entertainment industry. The beautiful big sister is also not in the entertainment industry? Bad review. The entertainment industry is so profitable. Which beautiful girl doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry? Bao Bao, it's up to you. Pull them over. Even if they're just vases. Let's cut to the chase. I just want to ask, does the big sister have a boyfriend? A group of people followed the trend and asked if she had a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao nudged Wang Zijin with her shoulder. My fans are asking you if you have a boyfriend. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qin Bao Bao and thought, what does this woman mean? Is she testing me? Yes or no, that was the question. The more time they spent together, the more Wang Zijin felt that she couldn't make up anymore. Every time she was intimate with Qin Zhe, she had to sneak into his room to sleep. She also had to worry about Qin Bao Bao visiting in the middle of the night on a whim. Her heart was tired. Last year, she felt that it was time to lay her cards on the table, but she didn't want to be the bad person. She used a little trick and threw the blame to Auntie Qin, who knew that Auntie Qin was also a disappointment. She was even more cowardly than her. When their children were not on the right track, as a mother, she should catch them and give them a slap. While slapping, she would ask, did the motherland give you the courage? But Auntie Qin's style was not right at all. Wang Zijin hated it for a long time. Everything was wrong in the current society. None of them were righteous. Purple Light Pavilion used gutter oil to cook. The Youth League sold balls of green balls that could circle the earth. As a mother, she was inexplicably cowardly. Wang Zijin's smile didn't change. She rubbed Qin Bao Bao's shoulder. I don't need a boyfriend. It's enough for me to have a girlfriend. With a smack, she kissed Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao's test failed. Instead of being angry, she felt a little sweet. Wang Zijin said in her heart, I give myself full marks for this trick. It's a waste of resources. Lesbians are infinitely good, but they can't give birth. Hey, think about the feelings of us single dogs. Let go of that girl and come at me. No, let go of that girl and let me do it. Qin Bao Bao didn't pay attention to the anger of the audience in the live broadcast room. She walked side by side with Wang Zijin to the East District. The wooden house in the East District. There was a retro building complex here. It was half brick and half wood. It was originally a tourist area, but now the staff pulled up a yellow cordon to provide a site for the crew. Outside the cordon, many tourists stopped and took out their phones to film. Standing outside, they could only vaguely see the figures inside. Wait, I'll put on a mask first. Otherwise we might be surrounded. Qin Bao Bao took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. The mask had become a must-have for her. It was easier to wear than sunglasses. Qin Bao Bao put on her sunglasses and crawled under the cordon. The staff guarding outside recognized the two of them. If you want to film, film outside. You can't go inside. It'll affect the filming. The staff stopped the crowd who wanted to follow Qin Bao Bao and go in. Then why did they go in? She's a staff member. They chattered for a long time. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this. How uncultured. Where are they from? Regional discrimination. This is a tourist area. There are people from everywhere. After entering, they saw a group of crew members in a circle. Director Mou was also standing on a chair. Qin Bao Bao said, "My new film with Qin Zhe is a comedy with a mythological theme. You'll know after watching a few scenes." She raised the selfie stick up high, facing the opposite direction. When the production crew saw her coming, they consciously made way for her. Qin Bao Bao found that they weren't filming a movie. In the circle, Qin Zhe and the muscular martial arts director were facing each other. The martial arts director was rubbing his neck and stretching his limbs. And Qin Zhe was standing opposite him, as straight as a javelin. Wait. Qin Bao Bao turned the selfie stick to herself and said, "It doesn't seem like they're filming. Let me ask them what they're doing." She grabbed the staff next to her and asked about the situation. Chapter 473. The staff member glanced at Qin Bao Bao's phone. "I'm doing a live broadcast." Qin Bao Bao was all smiles. Suddenly, the staff member became a little reserved. He straightened his body slightly and stood up straight. Eggy smiled. "They're sparring." The situation was like this. When Qin Zhe made his move, he subconsciously used a few moves of real martial arts. Of course, he didn't pass. He was ridiculed by the martial arts director. Qin Zhe said, "It's not bad to do some real moves once in a while. Although the moves in movies were mainly flashy, it would be better to do some quick, accurate and fierce moves occasionally." However, the martial arts director of the film crew was very domineering. Any extra moves by the actors would make him unhappy. The martial arts director retorted, "Chairman Qin, although most of the moves in movies are just for show, it doesn't mean that they're not real. It's just that when you actors perform them, they're flashy but not practical. It doesn't show the power." Qin Zhe was puzzled. Why don't I feel that it's real? In his view, any flashy moves were superfluous. When the martial arts director heard this, he was unhappy. He felt that his professionalism was being questioned. He said unhappily, "Chairman Qin, you don't understand this industry. Don't be misled by the useless theories of Chinese martial arts on the internet. There are simple and flashy techniques." The staff member beside him said, "That's right. Brother Zhou practiced in the Shaolin Temple when he was young. He won the Sanda Boxing Championship. He's also a third Dan black belt in Taekwondo. He's a real black belt, not someone who casually ties a black belt around their waist can compare to." The martial arts director smiled. Taekwondo is famous for its flashy moves. Don't be fooled by his high kicks and roundhouse kicks. A real master can dislocate someone's jaw with a roundhouse kick. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "I'm afraid you don't take my Wudong Mountain seriously. Taekwondo does have some skills, but if you meet someone with tough muscles, they'll take a few hits first. Once they get close, Taekwondo will be finished." "That's why, Chairman Qin, you don't know real martial arts, right?" Qin Zhe smiled. "I've really practiced it before." The martial arts director asked curiously, "What did Chairman Qin practice?" Qin Zhe said, "The times are calling." The martial arts director was speechless. Since it was a break, Qin Zhe said, "Why don't we have a spar?" The martial arts director immediately shook his head. "Why? When I get serious, I don't hold back." Qin Zhe was speechless. What a coincidence. When I get serious, even I'm afraid of myself. Seeing that the martial arts director wasn't tactful, Mou gave him an eye signal and smiled. "Old Zhou, why don't you spar with Chairman Qin? Chairman Qin might not be inferior to you." The martial arts director hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right." The director's intention was for him to go easy on Boss Qin and fight for 300 rounds. He would go in and out, up and down, and finally defeat Boss Qin. This would create an atmosphere of glory even though he had lost. After all, Everyone could see that Chairman Qin was actually a hypocrite. If they lost to him, it would be obvious that they were flattering him. Not to mention the disdain in the hearts of the other employees, Chairman Qin might not be happy either. On second thought, the break time was quite boring. It was just the right time to have some fun for everyone. He felt that Boss Qin was thinking the same thing, so he nodded in agreement. Then this happened. Spar. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. She looked at the camera and said, Hey, it's like this. My brother is going to spar with the martial arts director. Do you guys want to watch? The audience in the live broadcast room replied, Yes. Qin Bao Bao snorted and said, Sorry, I'm going to leave the live broadcast now. Then, she deliberately shook the camera and watched again. The live broadcast room was filled with cries of grief. You're leaving the live broadcast at such a critical moment? Be careful or I'll turn against you. Don't be like this, sister. I want to see my hubby get beaten up. Haha, I want to see Qin Zhe get beaten up too. I've never seen how actors act. I want to see Qin Zhe get beaten up even more. Why do I feel that Qin Zhe will definitely get beaten up? Maybe he can win. It's impossible. That martial arts director is all muscles. Also, how can Qin Zhe know martial arts? At most, he's practiced taekwondo or something. It's actually useless. My cousin only practices taekwondo. It's just like tai chi, it's just a little fancy. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Who asked you to tease me just now? She said to the phone, My cousin has never practiced martial arts, but he's quite good at fighting. He might not lose. The response she received was, Show off your brother. Your nature is exposed. They're about to start. Qin Bao Bao turned the phone screen to the center of the circle. The onlooking crew members were also whispering to each other. However, they spoke very softly because they didn't want others to hear what they were saying. Boss Qin likes to show off. Old Zhou is so honest. It's really hard for him to pretend to lose. So what if he loses? Maybe Boss Qin appreciates him and gives him a raise? I'm jealous. In the circle, the martial arts director got into a fighting stance. He lowered his waist and gestured for Qin Zhe to attack. Since it was a big boss teaching a newbie, it should be the newbie taking the initiative to attack. Then, the big boss would defeat him and give him a few pointers. Qin Zhe nodded. He took a few steps forward, twisted his waist, raised his leg, and lashed out with a kick. The martial arts director raised his left arm to block. He only used half of his strength. He thought that he couldn't stay still and had to make it look like he was staggering. Then, he trembled violently. A huge force came from his left arm and directly swept him to the ground. The scene suddenly quieted down. The audience's cheers were stuck in their throats. A few seconds later, thunderous applause sounded. Old Zhou's acting skills were praised. Mou's eyes lit up and were full of admiration. He thought to himself, Old Zhou is usually so honest. Who would have thought that he would be so clever on the inside? With this fall, he really showed his level, his climax, and his bright career path. His future is limitless. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She suddenly remembered a video she had seen before. The CEO of a certain megacorporation, who was already quite old but still liked to show off. Once, he danced with a mask on during the company's annual meeting. What was he dancing about? It was at the level of an elementary school student. Anyway, it was terrible. The audience booed. Halfway through the dance, the CEO took off his mask. What the F***ck is he doing? F***ck, daddy. Instantly, thunderous applause sounded. The audience in the live stream was much more honest. They all complained. His acting is too realistic. There's no skill involved at all. The martial arts director said, I'm the best actor this year. At first, I only believed in my conscience, but in the end, I couldn't help but see that the strong thing is reality. Bao Bao, let's listen to you sing. Qin Bao Bao didn't see these words. Her phone was still facing the circle. The martial arts director stood up with a dumbfounded expression. Hearing the deafening applause, he felt that his years of grandmaster prestige had been swept away. This wasn't the script. I should have fought with CEO Qin for 300 rounds and won by half a move. He could see that CEO Qin was really something. That was why he was swept away when he was relaxed just now. No, he had to get back his face. Co Chin, I was careless just now. Let's do it again, the martial arts director said loudly. Sure. Chin Zhe nodded. He only used 10% of his strength in that kick. It was more of a test. He didn't expect the martial arts director to be so useless. The martial arts director got into a fighting stance again. He lowered his waist and gestured for Chin Zhe to attack. Chin Zhe shook his head and waved at him. If it was another one-kick KO, it would be embarrassing. The martial arts director stopped underestimating Chin Zhe. He took 2 steps forward and punched Chin Zhe's face, or more accurately, his chin. The chin was hard. Even if CEO Chin couldn't dodge it, it wouldn't hurt too much. At the same time, it gave him a chance to stop. However, his punch missed. Chin Zhe tilted his head and dodged it. At the same time, he punched him in the stomach. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the martial arts director's body stiffened. Then, he held his stomach and slowly knelt on the ground. He curled up and kept retching. The crowd quieted down again. The audience was once again impressed by the martial arts director's acting skills. With his acting skills and his scheming in the workplace, it would be unforgivable if he didn't get promoted. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Elder Zhou vomited everything that he had eaten in the afternoon. When they took a closer look, they were shocked. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily. Ouch, what happened to you? 2 crew members went up to help him. They thought to themselves, this can't be an act. Otherwise it would be too real. Even Qin Bao Bao can't act as well as you. The martial arts director sat up with the help of the 2 crew members. After a while, the pain in his stomach subsided and he could finally speak. He looked at Chin Zhe bitterly and asked, CEO Chin, did you practice martial arts before? I told you. Chin Zhe nodded. 20% of his strength could hurt someone to the point that they wouldn't even be able to call him daddy. 30% of his strength could cause a minor injury. This was his current strength. If he wasn't afraid of crushing his fists, he should be able to shatter rocks. CEO Chin, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? The martial arts director asked in admiration. The times are calling. The martial arts director was speechless. F*CK, the times are calling. If acting tough was against the law, CEO Chin would have already sentenced him to death. The lightest punishment would be life imprisonment. The applause became even louder. This time, it was different from the applause from before. To use a popular phrase, everyone was shocked. With a single punch, he had knocked out the martial arts director, who was tall and muscular, with an 8-pack. Was CEO Chin one of the legendary martial arts masters? Didn't they say that martial arts was a trick to gain fame? That he could be beaten to the ground by a boxer with just a few moves? Actually, it had nothing to do with martial arts. Everything was a reflection of strength and speed. There were no vital attack techniques like martial arts. Rest for a while. The pain will go away soon, Chin Zhe said. He didn't know that his performance just now was seen by tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Gifts and bullet screen comments were all over the place. Chapter 474. That's too fierce. KO with 1 punch. I don't think it's an act. Nonsense. He even vomited. How could it be an act? I thought it was an act just now. Did you guys see that? When Chin Zhe tilted his head, the explosion happened instantly. His reaction speed was too fast. I've only seen such movements on TV before, but this is reality. Did anyone record it? The comments in the comments section were changing at an alarming speed. The atmosphere was explosive. Most of the comments were from Chin Zhe's little fangirls. They screamed and said things like, "Hubby, I want to give birth to monkeys with you. Hubby, you're the most handsome." Qin Bao Bao held a selfie stick and went to the martial arts director first. She asked softly, "Are you okay? Does it hurt? My brother didn't know his limits. I'll help you hit him." The martial arts director was in so much pain that his stomach acid was churning. After this sugar-coated attack, half of his bones went limp. He forced himself to shake his head. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. I have a foundation. I'll be fine in a few minutes." Qin Bao Bao smiled gently. "Have a good rest." Looking at the martial arts director's posture, It was as if a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Since he treated him like a national knight, he would treat him like a national knight. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and whispered, "Look, your sister is such a vixen." Qin Zhe glared at her. "How can you say that? This is called winning over people's hearts. You're clever." Wang Zijin whispered angrily, "Is your sister more important or your girlfriend more important?" She pulled his ear angrily. "Why are you pulling my brother's ear?" Qin Baobao walked over and pushed Wang Zijin away with her butt. Wang Zijin staggered a step. Her eyes were full of resentment. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. Her eyes curved into crescents. She stretched her legs and was about to sit on her brother's lap. "You were so cool just now." Qin Zhe secretly patted her thigh. Qin Baobao suddenly realized that they were not at home. They could not be too casual in front of everyone. She had never seen a sister sitting on her brother's lap so casually. It was all A's fault. His legs were too alluring. She always wanted to sit on them. Therefore, she didn't sit down but stood, ready to wrap her arms around his neck and pinch his cheeks. "You've got guts. Instead of focusing on acting, you only know how to fight." Qin Zhe pretended to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the surrounding staff members smiled kindly. "Why are you holding up your phone?" Qin Zhe asked. I almost forgot." Qin Baobao smiled playfully. "I'm doing a live broadcast. Come, say hello to my audience." She pointed the camera at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe leaned back in his recliner, raised his head, and smiled at the camera. "Hello everyone." Qin Zhe saw that the comment section was filled with, "Hubby, I love you." He was now a little fresh meat with countless fangirls. Back in the day, the people who chased after his sister lined up from the south to the north. He was the queen's little loyal dog. Now, he was a salted fish turning over. This metaphor was not right. A salted fish turning over was still a salted fish. Now, he was a golden carp turning into a dragon. He was no longer a fish in a pond. "Thank you for the gifts. I'll ask my sister for them later," Qin Zhe said with a smile. The comment section was filled with 666. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more diligent. "I'm about to start filming. I don't have much time. Well, you all know my habits. I'll answer 2 questions. You can post them in the comment section. I'll pick the most popular ones." The comment section was filled with all kinds of questions. Qin Zhe automatically filtered out questions like, "Who's your girlfriend?" and "Does Qin Baobao have a boyfriend?" "How's the new movie?" Qin Zhe said with a smile. "It's absolutely wonderful. You must go to the cinema to support it." "Is the theme song original?" "Yes, I've already written the theme song. I've been preparing this song for a long time. You all know that I write songs very quickly. So if I can prepare a song, it shouldn't be bad." "You want to hear it?" "I can't, but I can hum it a few times." Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but the production team also perked up and listened attentively. Qin Zhe hummed a tune softly. In the process, Qin Baobao lowered her phone and approached him. After a while, he finished humming the tune. "How is it?" he asked with a smile. "I want to hear the original song. It's not satisfying to hum it." "Yes, I want to hear the original song. It's quite interesting." It was just a few simple tunes. They could only hear the general melody. Qin Baobao estimated that the live broadcast had been live for 40 minutes. When she was satisfied, she said, "Okay, the live broadcast ends here. I have to say goodbye to you all." "Don't. No. I haven't had enough. I want to see my husband." The audience in the live broadcast room flooded with comments. "Next time. See you next time." Qin Baobao blew a kiss to the camera and left the live broadcast room under the audience's reluctant persuasion. "Qin Baobao!" With an angry roar, Suyu angrily rushed from the outside, her forehead bangs flying. Qin Baobao was inexplicably guilty. She left Qin Zhe's leg, stepped back a few steps and cried, "A's, Suyu is crazy. She wants to hit me." Suyu's face was mad. She was not like this in the past. She was rarely so angry. Without asking, Yuan Feng knew that there was something wrong. But Qin Zhe still had to persuade her and greeted Suyu. "What's wrong?" "You go away." Unexpectedly, Suyu was so angry that she pushed Qin Zhe aside and rushed up to fight with Qin Bao Bao. Unexpectedly, the fight started quickly and ended even faster. It was almost as fast and nimble as when Qin Zhe defeated the martial arts director. Qin Bao Bao held Suyu's hand, the other hand wrapped around her arm, and then put her on the ground with a little force. From Qin Zhe's point of view, Qin Bao Bao hugged Suyu and gently put her down. Suyu fell down admiringly. At most, she symbolically twisted a few times to express her dissatisfaction. Qin Bao Bao sat on Suyu with her big buttocks. Suyu under her twisted and scratched Qin Bao Bao with her 9-in white bone claw, but she was held by Qin Bao Bao and suddenly lost all fighting power. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Why bother? Obviously, she was a slag, but she still wanted to die. Seeing Suyu so useless, Qin Zhe couldn't help but think of the video he had seen on the internet before. A little teddy wagged its tail happily. When it saw a big dog, it flew up and was killed by the big dog. Suyu was undoubtedly the weakest in fighting power. She estimated that she couldn't even beat Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei ran every morning to exercise. And her sister could easily subdue Sister Ziwei. Years of dancing practice gave her not only a soft figure, but also a strong explosive power. Her sister could make a variety of difficult movements such as Z, G, M, K, etc. Qin Zhe, as Suyu's man and sister's brother of course, couldn't sit idly by. He flew up, put his hands into his sister's armpits, and lifted her up. Then he helped Suyu up and carefully patted the dust on her. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and was valiant. Suyu pursed her lips and was about to cry. Qin Zhe leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Hold on, if you cry here, you will become a laughing stock." Suyu took a deep breath and glared at Qin Bao Bao. "I'll deal with you in the evening." He strode away. It was basically equivalent to "wait for me if you have the guts." Qin Zhe pressed his hand to Mayu. "Continue to rest for 10 minutes, I'll go and see." He glared at his sister and caught up with Suyu. As he ran, he took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. Suyu squeezed out of the crowd and immediately began to trot. Instead of running back, she turned into a path and ran into the mountain. "Slow down, don't fall." Qin Zhe chased after her. Although it was a scenic spot, the mountain was so big and Suyu was so beautiful. It would be bad if she met a bad guy. Suyu ran for a long time and stopped in a pavilion and turned his back to Qin Zhe in a fit of pique. "Come on, I'll lend you my broad shoulders." Qin Zhe teased and gently hugged her waist. "Don't touch me." Suyu twisted her body. Qin Zhe awkwardly let go. She suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed it back to her small waist. "I said don't let you touch me. I asked you to beat Qin Bao Bao. Will you beat me?" Qin Zhe scratched his head. "No. You." Suyu's small chest rose and fell, her silver teeth clenched. She stared at him blankly for a while, then without any rhyme or reason, she burst into tears. "They all bullied me. They all bullied me. They took away my child and painted my face. It took a long time to wash it off." Suyu sobbed. Qin Zhe. "Wait, what's the matter with the child?" "What child?" "Qin Bao Bao painted my face while I was sleeping." Suyu avoided the topic of the child. "I'm useless. I only know how to embarrass you." Suyu cried and was sad. Qin Zhe thought, "You felt ashamed of being KO by my sister, and then threw the blame to me." "It's okay. It doesn't matter how embarrassing it is. I don't mind." Qin Zhe comforted. "So you think I'm embarrassing?" Suyu cried even louder. No, it's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing at all." Qin Zhe said. "It's still embarrassing." Suyu looked at him with tears in her eyes. Qin Zhe said unhappily, "Don't be unreasonable. What else do you want me to do?" Suyu's crying stopped. Suddenly, as if she had been wronged, she burst into tears. "Oh, now you think I'm unreasonable and crazy, huh?" Hiccup. Qin Zhe. "You men don't even know how to say sorry." Suyu cried with tears and snot, looking heartbroken. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Qin Zhe suddenly softened and hugged her gently. "Do you think an apology is enough?" Suyu pushed him away. Qin Zhe. "Say something. Why don't you say something?" "I'm so tired. I don't want to say it." "You say it, you have to say it." Suyu sniffled and stared at him with red eyes. Your sister bullied me. Don't try to brush it off. Listen to me. I don't want to listen. Qinze silently turned to the other side, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He thought it must be retribution. This was the punishment for being impulsive. He used to think that his sister was bad enough, but he didn't expect Suyu to be bad too. After thinking about it, only Sister Ziwei was the most gentle, generous, and considerate. He had been a salted fish for 23 years and had been single for 23 years. In just over half a year, he suddenly became entangled with Wang Zijin and Suyu. Fate seemed to have returned him what it owed him before. But this was definitely not fate's compensation. More like fate's malicious teasing. This matter is not over. Do you want to help me or your sister? Suyu was angry. Others are fighting with their mother-in-law. Only I have a tragedy. I have to fight with my husband's sister. Qinze sighed. Coward. Girlfriend and sister fight. Who should he help? Waiting online. Urgent. Chapter 475. Even if you don't know the fighting power of Qin Bao Bao, don't you know that you are a trash? You rushed up to fight in real life, but you were killed in seconds. Do you blame me, the big dragon, for not running out to help you spray the enemy? My kung fu is not good, but I still have to fight hard. I was beaten by my sister. It would be strange if I didn't lose face. How did my sister provoke you? Qinze asked. She painted my face like a cat while I was sleeping. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, she just doesn't like me everywhere and always wants to find fault. Fortunately, she is your sister. If she is your mother, You broke up with me? After holding back for a long time, she didn't have the courage to say the word, yes. Suyu said sullenly, I will elope with you and never come back. So be it. There are not many women in this world who can love you so much that they are dead set on you. Qinze defended his sister. She is not so naive usually. Maybe it's because of the live broadcast. Suyu trembled with anger. I'm going to fight with her. It seems that it has the opposite effect. Qinze hurriedly hugged Suyu. Bao Bao, don't make trouble, I will scold her later. Suyu's tender body trembled, and she was even angrier. Don't call me Bao Bao, I don't want to hear these two words. Well, this boyfriend and girlfriend's pet name can't be mentioned in front of her in the future. This is also good. If Suyu asks, husband, call me Bao Bao when they are in bed, Qinze will be very painful. Bao Bao, I'm coming. Bao Bao, I'm coming in. Papa. The picture is so beautiful that I dare not think about it. Women are all pretentious. Women are coaxed. Qinze showed that many men have no patience and love, and issued a pile of sugar-coated cannonballs to Suyu. Because of similar things, he has long been accustomed to his sister. Suyu and her elder sister coaxed differently. Her elder sister likes exaggerated sugar-coated bullets and likes to listen to the hypocritical flattery of, you are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only myth. Suyu preferred the sugar-coated bullets with the theme of serious love education. Qinze said seriously, don't cry. A girlfriend's tears are a man's weakness. You can't let me have a weakness, or you won't be a good girlfriend. Suyu's eyes would shine when he heard it. The sound of footsteps and conversation came from afar and gradually approached. Qinze's hands left Suyu's small waist, and Suyu sat up straight and no longer leaned on his chest. A few people walked closer. They were all quite old and looked like aunties. They passed by the pavilion. Perhaps they were tired from walking, so they went up to rest. When one of the aunties saw Qinze, her eyes lit up. Qinze. He took out his phone and took 3 consecutive shots without saying a word. Qinze smiled and cooperated with her. Hello, sister. Qinze said. The auntie was overjoyed and smiled. Qinze, my daughter likes you best. I like you too. I don't usually like little fresh meat. Oh, thank you so much for your love. Come on, take a picture with him for me. The auntie called her companion. She inserted herself between Qinze and Suyu. Her fat buttocks squeezed Suyu's small buttocks. Excuse me. Suyu. The auntie's interest in taking photos in various poses did not diminish. She let her companion continue to take photos while chattering. Oh, Qinze, why are you so talented? The songs you wrote are so good, And the movies are so good. You are more approachable than those little fresh meat. My daughter likes you very much. You can sign for me later. If Auntie was 20 years younger, she would definitely be your fan. What do those words on the internet say? Give birth to monkeys. Her companion reminded. Yes, give birth to monkeys for you. The auntie clapped. Qin maintained a gentle smile on his face as he replied with his mouth. In his heart he was thinking, please don't give birth to a monkey for me. Although I have a sister complex, I'm not a mother complex. Besides, I'm not interested in something like having a female chick. After sending away the enthusiastic older fans, Su Yu's anger dissipated. For Qin Zhe's face, she decided to spare his sister's life. Qin Zhe sent a message to condemn his sister. His sister had always been very naughty. She didn't admit her mistake. Instead, she said that Su Yu usually provoked her too much. She couldn't bear it, so she was punished a little. Qin Zhe had nothing to say. Su Yu was indeed like this. Therefore the battle between women will not end once it starts, unless one side completely falls. The man sandwiched in the middle can only use the heaven and earth great shift to borrow strength. A very classic example. The people who can't swim the most in the world are the mother and the daughter-in-law. Who do you save first when your mother and I fall into the water? The correct answer is in front of the daughter-in-law. Say save the daughter-in-law first. In front of the mother, save the mother first. So Qin Zhe's condemning text message unconsciously became condemning Su Yu with his sister against a common enemy. Then he condemned his sister with Su Yu. The survival method of salted fish is to be hard when it's time to be hard, and not be embarrassed to be soft when it's time to be soft. On the 8th day, the crew moved from the mountain to the karst cave. Most of the scenes were shot in the karst cave. The scenes such as the monster's cave were shot back to the mountain in the set-up video shed. It wasn't until half a month later that the heroine's part finally came. In the quiet valley, Qin Bao Bao's purple clothes fluttered, leading a donkey, her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a forehead band, and a string of exquisite bracelets on her white wrist. She was as beautiful as a fox fairy coming out of a painting. She was too coquettish and lacked a fairy aura. In fact, Su Yu would play this role very well. Her natural cold aura and good looks were very suitable for playing Xixia Fairy. Moreover, Xixia Fairy was also an indecent fairy. Her character was very suitable, but Su Yu's acting was not good. She was nervous when facing the camera, and her line skills were poor. She could barely play a supporting role. It was too risky to let her play the heroine. Hey, don't barge into the cave of coiling silk. Joker shouted at Xixia Fairy's back. Cave of coiling silk? Xixia Fairy turned around and chuckled. Do you think I can't read? It's obviously the water curtain cave. The charm of this smile, even Qin Zhe, who got along with her day and night, felt radiant. I now declare that this mountain is mine, and you are also mine. Xixia Fairy stamped Joker, leaving 3 moles on the soles of her feet. Joker sat in the verdant valley and saw a ferocious Empress demon in the demon-revealing mirror. Cut! Mou shouted. It's done, it's done. Everyone has worked hard during this time, Mou said. It's done. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Qin Zhe clapped his hands. The crew was stunned for a long time and then cheered. Qin Bao Bao. Hey, what do you mean? I just came out. Qin Bao Bao pulled her brother's sleeve. How can it be done? There's still a pile of scripts. Don't tell me you cut them. The heroine just came out and had less than 10 lines. You tell me the movie is done? Am I a fake heroine? His sister was confused. Su Yu was also confused. She punched Qin Zhe with her small fists. Where's my role? Where's my role? You big liar. Qin Zhe got on the director's chair and clapped his hands. Everyone, come over and talk about something. The crew and the stars present put down their work and gathered in 2s and 3s. Everyone has read the script. It's very long. It's impossible to finish a movie of 1.5 hours. Yes, as you guessed, there are 2 parts of this movie. I didn't say it before considering everyone's mood. Since the first part is done, let's work hard and finish the second part before the end of the month. The crew whispered to each other and there was a commotion. Damn, this black-hearted boss really wants us to shoot 2 parts in one go? To think that they had thought that the filming of this movie would be completed in less than a month. But they didn't pay attention and fell into the boss's trap. Qin Zhe's words were mainly directed at the production crew. He didn't really care about the celebrities. Some of the roles in the first film, if they didn't appear in the second film, other than a few of the main actors, the rest could just take their pay and leave. After the show, Qin Zhe and Mou sat in the open-air cafe outside the hotel. They smoked, chatted and drank coffee. The location of the next movie is in Hengdian. We'll stay here for at most 1 day. Tomorrow at noon, gather the staff and set off. Qin Zhe took a sip of coffee. It was so bitter. American coffee was really not for people. According to the progress of the first part, we should be able to finish the second part before the 10th of next month. But I still think it's too risky to shoot 2 parts at the same time. Boss Qin, your plan is? The 2 movies will be released a week apart. Mou was silent for a long time and smiled bitterly. I've never seen this operation before. How long do you think the post-production will take? It's hard to say. There's no problem with the special effects in the country, but it's very slow. The difference between 50 cents and 1 yuan is not only the price but also the time. After that, we have to do the post-production ourselves, dubbing, music, editing, and so on. The 2 parts together will take a long time. Okay, I'll have to trouble you with this. After the movie is released, I'll give you a bonus according to the box office. Qin Zhe's expression said, "You've made a fortune." Mou was speechless. Boss Qin, I think it's good to go with the original bonus. Forget about the box office. Qin Zhe glanced at him. You don't have confidence in me? Mou smiled awkwardly. That night, they had a wrap dinner with the crew and booked the most luxurious hotel in the city. Everyone drank moderately, but the atmosphere was very warm, cheerful and noisy. It was almost 10:30 when they returned to the hotel. Qin Zhe was pulled into the room by his energetic sister, who couldn't sleep, to chat. For a moment, Qin Zhe was a little excited. He hadn't slept with his sister for a long time. He liked to chat with his sister under the quilt. But he found that Wang Zijin was also in his sister's room. The 2 friends were lying on the bed, one wearing a mask and the other holding a mobile phone to watch a TV series. They talked about some non-nutritious topics, and Qin Zhe talked nonsense. The older sisters were talking nonsense. More often, they ignored Qin Zhe and chatted by themselves. Qin Zhe knew in his heart that the 2 of them just didn't want to give Suyu any chance to take advantage of the gap. The 3 women had been scheming against each other for more than half a month. Every day, they were bored and racked their brains to think about how to cheat each other. My mask is very good, and the skin is tender and smooth. Do you want it? Qin Bao Bao patted Wang Zijin. I have my own mask, and our skin is different. I have oily skin. Wang Zijin patted Qin Bao Bao. I'm wearing a mask. Don't make trouble. Qin Bao Bao patted Wang Zijin harder. I'm watching TV. Don't make trouble. Wang Zijin patted Qin Bao Bao harder. Qin Bao Bao increased strength +2 Wang Zijin increased strength +2 Qin Bao Bao used her legs +1 Wang Zijin used her legs +1 10 seconds later. There was a bang 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 sound on the bed, and the 2 friends wrestled together. Qin Zhe looked at the quarrel scene, calmly lit a cigarette and looked out of the window at the night view. Occasionally, there would be infighting. Get used to it. Chapter 476. The room was a non-smoking room. Of course, there would be no ashtray. Qin Zhe used the glass teacup on the table as an ashtray and poured some water. He always had to find something to do, and he couldn't be too spectator. Otherwise they would say, why didn't you help me when your sister beat me? Why didn't you help your sister when Wang Zijin beat me? So Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and chatted with Suyu. Suyu sent him a message first. Big bad wolf, little rabbit, open the door. It was a message from 5 minutes ago, but Qin Zhe didn't reply to her. It was purely flirting. She knew that he wouldn't dare. Wouldn't go over. The big bad wolf is not free. Qin Zhe replied to her. Is Pinocchio free? Suyu sent a shy emoji. Yes. Come here, sister will teach you how to lie. Sorry, I'm not available. After a few minutes, Suyu sent a series of angry emojis. Where are you? I'm in the room. Fart, your room number is not lit. I'm in my sister's room. Why? Watch them fight. I'll watch too. Come on, if you come over, they will hit you. Su Yu was really scared. Qin Zhe finished smoking a cigarette. The two sisters were still wrestling on the bed. Qin Bao Bao's mask was peeled off and thrown on the ground. Wang Zijin's mobile phone was also thrown on the ground. Why didn't he stop them? Because the scenery was too good, and he couldn't bear to destroy it. Pajamas were lifted in the tussle, revealing white and well-proportioned slender waists. The waist of the trousers was also pulled down a little. The sisters' was black lace, and Sister Ziwei's was blue lace. Slowly, from the tussle to a one-sided beating, Wang Zijin was pressed under Qin Bao Bao. After killing Su Yu, the sister once again won and defeated the wolf Wang Zijin. Have you found me an eyesore since a long time ago? Wang Zijin said. Oh, you're really self-aware. Qin Bao Bao hummed. What a coincidence, me too. You whining freak. You only know how to act cute and coquettish all day long. I've long wanted to beat you up. A strong sense of resentment could be heard in these words. It's as if you are a white lotus. You are a black-bellied woman. Don't think that I don't know your little tricks. You want to trap me all day long. Why have you been exchanging glances with Su Yu these past few days? One could also hear the strong resentment in her words, the resentment of being betrayed by her best friend. Don't you? Wang Zijin said angrily. That was enough. If they continued to fight, her best friends would turn against each other. Although the two of them often fought, they never turned against each other. Qin Zhe threw the cigarette butt into the glass and stepped forward to pull his sister and girlfriend apart. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to kick her sister. Qin Bao Bao pounced on her again, but Qin Zhe pulled her away again. That's enough. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Qin Zhe said angrily. Do it. Come and do it. Wang Zijin glared at him. Whoever doesn't do it is a coward. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Grandma. Qin Zhe was terrified. The next day, the crew of the production team took a rented coach to Hongdian Film City. The celebrities had their own nanny vans. Qin Zhe and his sisters chose to take the high-speed rail. From here to Hongdian, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to travel by coach. The high-speed rail would only take 3 hours. Including changing trains halfway, they could arrive in 5 hours. Wearing masks and sunglasses, as long as they did not expose their identities, no one would recognize them. The celebrities who were picked up by fans were either notified in advance or hired. Other than taking a few glances at his sister's impressive figure and Wang Zijin and Su Yu's looks, they did not encounter any trouble. They went back to Shanghai midway to update their luggage, change their clothes, and change their makeup. The next day, they took the high-speed rail to Zhe Province and got into the company's nanny van. The driver had been waiting in Zhe Province since yesterday. In the nanny van, Qin Zhe opened a bottle of red wine. His sister was sitting next to him, and Su Yu and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite him. Why did you split it into 2? Su Yu asked curiously. It's not a split. It was originally 2, Qin Zhe said. It's the first time I've heard of 2 movies being shot together. If that's the case, why not just combine them and make a 3-hour-long movie? Su Yu said. Qin Bao Bao held the glass and shook it gently. She sneered. Have you ever seen a 3-hour movie? There's a limit to the length of a movie. If you send in a 3-hour movie, the bureau will send you back and make you cut it to 90 minutes. Do you believe me? After that, his sister asked again, Ace, what are your expectations for the box office this time? Qin Zhe thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't have any expectations. I'm a little confident, but it's hard to say if it's suitable for the market. That's why I let the 2 movies be released a week apart, instead of waiting for a year and a half. No one, including Qin Bao Bao, understood the meaning of this sentence. Then let's make a bet, Qin Bao Bao said. Bet on what? If the box office exceeds if I become memories, I'll let you do whatever you want. If not, you'll have to promise me one thing. She winked at Qin Zhe. Su Yu. What do you mean I'll let you do whatever you want? Is it really okay to say that? Is this what an elder sister should say? Qin Zhe immediately nodded. Su Yu. What's so good about it? Is this what a younger brother should do? She looked at the brother and sister first. They actually looked so open and aboveboard. Is there something wrong with this brother and sister? Then she looked at Wang Zijin. She was expressionless, as if she was used to it. His girlfriend was also crazy. Suyu thought that maybe she was thinking too much. The brother and sister were so close that they didn't avoid getting along. Well, it must be so. When they arrived at the set in the afternoon, the people of the drama group had just arrived. They were all tired from the long journey. There was no shooting that day, so they went to the hotel to rest. The hotel had its own leisure club. Qin invited the company's artists to drink and sing. The culture of drinking was prevalent, and it was also applicable in the KTV. After a few glasses of wine, the little stars dared to put their arms around Qin shoulder. The female stars kept toasting to Qin, showing that they would not stop until they got him drunk. Qin Bao was a microphone hog, but she was also the boss. She pulled Qin to sing a love song and then stopped singing. Then Wang Zijin and Suyu were not to be outdone and asked Qin to sing a love song. So everyone knew that the two beauties had a close relationship with Qin. As one of the company's pillars who had filmed a kissing scene with the boss, Li Wei, whose cheeks were red, stood close to Qin in front of 3 pairs of unhappy eyes. Her breath was mixed with drunkenness, and she joked, "Boss Qin, why don't you have a girlfriend yet?" Qin burped and said, I have a girlfriend." Li Wei shook her head. "Who is it you pointed out?" Qin suddenly didn't speak. He felt that the sister's eyes were burning and threatening. "Hey, you're guilty, I don't believe you." Li Wei rolled her eyes, full of a young woman's charm. "Have you never met a woman who makes your heart beat faster and your face red?" All of a sudden, the sister's eyes were more aggressive. And the people next to them also followed, and everyone looked at Qin. At this time, it would be very troublesome if he was not careful. "Yes, that's my sister." If he answered like this, the next day, the UC shock department didn't know how to write the shocking title. "Yes, Sister Ziwei." If he answered like this, his sister would destroy him, and Suyu would be sad. "Yes, Suyu." If he answered like this, Qin felt that he could type GG in laughter. This Li Wei, who was usually elegant and gentle, turned out to be a wolf with ambition. Qin said seriously, "Of course I met her." Her sister's eyes were bright, Wang Zijin's eyes were expectant, and Suyu clenched her small fist. Li Wei's eyes flashed with the light of gossip, and the others followed. "Who is it?" "Lao Gan Ma." Everyone. Qin with his own wit, successfully survived another disaster. Chapter 477. Cut. Mou shouted. "Boss Su, can you restrain yourself a little more?" Mou suppressed the anger in his heart very well. After Suyu performed the soul transfer technique, according to the script, after the actor who had become her posed as a lady, she couldn't help but laugh. This part could only be redone. It has been nearly 10 days since they came to the film and television city, and the shooting task went smoothly until Suyu's role appeared. She really can't act at all. At first, when she was being watched by people and cameras around her, she would be nervous and read the lines stiffly. She worked hard and often asked Boss Qin for advice on acting. Slowly, after a few days, she adapted to the atmosphere of being watched and watched by the camera. But her acting still didn't improve, and her expression was still not in place. It was either a zombie face or too exaggerated. After Suyu appeared, she stumbled for so many days, which seriously affected the shooting progress. If she was an actor or an employee, Mou guaranteed that he would scold her until she couldn't take care of herself. Qin said, "Well, take a break for a few minutes, and I'll talk to her." Qin and Suyu sat in a row and handed over a bottle of water. "Now you know how difficult acting is." Suyu pecked her head and pouted. "Why is Qin Bao so successful in her first acting, but I can't? My IQ is very high." "Qin, you have no talent, and it has nothing to do with IQ. Besides, my sister's IQ is not necessarily worse than yours. She just doesn't have a strong desire for improvement and career. Most things are easy to satisfy. At the beginning, my father wanted her to go to graduate school, or even a PhD. She couldn't stand the hardship and refused, which made my father angry. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but she just wanted to be a star. She didn't expect to come to this point today. Every day, she talks to me about the hardships and tiredness, and doesn't want to do it anymore." Suyu took the opportunity to ridicule. "Your sister is a salted fish." Qin thought about it, and it was true. He didn't notice this before, because his sister was too good, and he subconsciously ignored her nature. So that's it. Qinze wanted to understand one thing. Why was I a salted fish since I was a child? Because of my elder sister's role model, and because of her influence, I gradually became a salted fish. Those who are close to ink will be stained black. This is not something that Qinze said. This is what the ancient said, so it is the truth. I wasn't a salted fish, but I was forcefully turned into a salted fish by my sister. With this thought in mind, Qinze's entire body felt refreshed and his thoughts became clear. It's okay. If your talent is not good, you can practice. You have made a lot of progress. Next, relax yourself. When you are free, watch how others act. Soon you can also act in life and perform well. Qinze was in a good mood and gave Suyu a bowl of chicken soup. Suyu nodded happily and smiled. She passed the bottle of mineral water to Qinze. Qinze took it. His throat was dry. He raised his head and took a sip. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned around and saw his sister and Wang Zijin glaring at him. Qinze shuddered and hurriedly spat out the water. He said in disgust, "Aya, it's so dirty. Give me a new one." The sisters immediately restrained their killing intent. Suyu, why don't you think it's dirty when you eat my saliva? Bastard. Qinze winked at Suyu, regardless of whether she understood it or not. Don't waste your time. In Suyu's eyes, that look was simply a coward. The shooting continued. After several retakes, Suyu gradually found the feeling. Her performance was not amazing, but at least it was barely passable. Qinze and Mou discussed for a while and decided to give it to a supporting character who had a lot of screen time. However, the supporting character did not have an outstanding story or a distinct personality, so even if there were some flaws in the performance, it was still acceptable. Perhaps after the movie was released, the audience's impression of Suyu herself would be more profound than the role of Xiang. Late at night, in an antique house, Bull Demon King sat at the round table and said angrily, "Hey, you have been back for so long, and you want the moonlight cash all day long. What do you mean? When will you marry me? Will you marry me or not?" Xia, in a white fluttering dress, looked at the moonlight outside the window with an intoxicating smile. Bull Demon King's anger did not get a response, so he asked Zhu Beiji at the bedside, "Your sister talks nonsense all day long, is she crazy?" Qingxia sneered, "She is not crazy, she is crazy." Bull Demon King got up. "Crazy is okay, as long as you are willing to marry me, we will get married in 7 days." After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The two sisters were left in the room. Qingxia was lying on the bed and asked, "Are you really willing to marry him?" Xia said slyly, "I lied to him, I am waiting for my man to come back and pick me up." Qingxia laughed. "Do you really believe that little slippery guy will come to you? Even if he comes back, how can he take you back from Bull Demon King?" Xia laughed foolishly, more like a little girl. "Since God arranged for him to pull out my purple sword, he must not be an ordinary person. One day, he will wear a golden armor and step on a 7-colored cloud to pick me up." Xia or Qin Bao Bao said this sentence in a firm tone, the light reflected in her limpid eyes, flashing with longing and hope. Qinze, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and was suddenly in a trance. Xia in his heart was not like this, but now, it perfectly overlapped with his sister. Cut. Mou stopped. Take a 5-minute break and prepare for the next scene. Mou's face was ruddy. He summed up a rule: as long as Qin Bao Bao and Qinze acted in the scene, they could always pass it in 1 take, at most twice. As long as Suyu acted in the scene, at least 3 times, at most. He could not remember clearly, countless times. "Boss Qin, was the line a bit exaggerated?" Mou said. When Qinze frowned and looked at him, he said carefully, "Fairy Xia is a fairy. She is too infatuated." Qinze said, "This is not a serious mythological drama. This is not serious. A romance movie with a mythological theme." Mou wanted to explain, but Qinze patted him on the shoulder. "Remember this line, it should be popular." Mou was stunned. He had asked the same question before, when Ji Zun Bao was fooling Fairy Xia. "There was once a beautiful love in front of me." Boss Qin gave him the same answer as before. Mou scratched his head and thought, where does this confidence come from? Suyu said, Qin Bao Bao, you are not playing the female lead, you are playing the infatuated role. Wang Zijin nodded vigorously. Bah, playing the infatuated role is not better than playing the supporting role. Qin Bao Bao fiercely spat at them. Not all artists had read the complete script. Everyone was busy trying to figure out their own roles and did not have time to ask the director for the scripts for other roles. Qin Bao Bao roughly skimmed through the entire script, then focused on reading the script for her role. In the eyes of the stars, the script lacked coherence. Filming was like this. Not every star had to read the entire script. As long as the director had the big picture, it was enough. What the stars had to do was to play their parts well. At most, they would have a general understanding of the whole movie. They would not delve into it, figure it out, or experience it. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the love between Ji Zunbao and Fairy Zixia could not even be called love. Because until the day of Fairy Zixia's marriage to the Bull Demon King, Ji Zunbao did not think that he had fallen in love with Fairy Zixia. He thought that the person he loved deeply should be Bai Jingjing. A love that could not even be called love. How could it be moved? As Qing Xia said, Fairy Zixia was just infatuated. As a person who had watched 2 movies, Qin Zhe knew where the tears were. He did not explain to others because there was no need to explain. It was enough for the actors to play their own part. It was not necessary to move the actors, but it was enough to move the audience. They shot from day to night. On the way they divided into 2 teams. One team stayed in the original place to continue shooting, and the other team went to the neighboring city of Hengdian to shoot. This was an additional scene added by Qin Zhe. He added the scene of Ji Zunbao capturing the flood dragon. In his journey to the west, the Rui Jingubang was stolen by the flood dragon. Su Yu followed, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao stayed in Hengdian. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when they arrived in the neighboring city. Qin Zhe took the crew to find a hotel to check in. The shooting would be left until tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Zhe took a shower and was about to go to bed when the door knocked a few times. He knew who it was without guessing. Qin Zhe went to open the door. Su Yu ran into his arms, then jumped, wrapped her legs around his waist, and put her hands around his neck. "You little demon." Qin Zhe did not speak, and his lips were covered by moist lips. Qin Zhe kicked the door, dragged Su Yu's little butt, and kissed her all the way to the bed. Soon they were naked. "You touch me, I model you." The room was filled with a pleasant, intercourse sound. Qin Zhe had not exercised with Su Yu for 2 months. It was okay to not have a taste of making a baby, but after tasting it, it was hard to hold back. During this period of shooting, thinking and dealing with his sister, he had no mood to make a baby. Su Yu wanted to, but there were 2 eyesores, and she had been asking for it. After going in and out for half an hour, Su Yu screamed and shivered. After the first round, Qin Zhe lay on the bed, looking at their reflection in the mirror on the ceiling. Su Yu pillowed on his arm, panting. "I'm finally full," Su Yu said faintly. "The more I look at you these days, the more you look like a book. The more I look at you, the more I want to sleep? Yeah. Hey Eyes King, give me a child." Su Yu twisted her buttocks in the quilt. "Qin Zhe, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what's the matter with a child? I've heard you talk about it more than once." Qin Zhe said. "Let's not talk about this." Su Yu pouted unhappily. "You haven't answered me yet." Okay. Yeah." Su Yu sat up fiercely, and her upper body was exposed. She didn't care and sat on Qin Zhe's waist, with her hand on Qin Zhe's chest. "You said it, don't go back on your words." "I won't go back on my words." Su Yu smiled and was about to climb down, but Qin Zhe held her down. "This position is just right, lie on it, and you can move by yourself." Su Yu. Again? It's getting worse day by day. Chapter 478. At the end of the second round, Su Yu was still defeated. Well, the system's so-called teddy kidney finally showed its real ability. Happy. Su Yu was lying softly on his body, her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. Qin Zhe held Su Yu's slender waist with one hand, and the other hand was chatting with his sister. "Are you asleep?" His sister sent her concern. "I'm going to sleep soon," Qin Zhe replied. Beep beep beep. His sister sent a video request. "Fuck. My sister wants to start a video call." Qin Zhe's little brother trembled with fear. Suyu rolled her charming eyes. I don't care, I don't want to move. The system prompted. The other party cancelled the video request. Qin Zhe, why did you cancel it again? I was just about to answer it. Qin Bao Bao. Little brat, I'm just scaring you. Qin Zhe. Scaring me? If I'm scared by such a little thing, I'll call you mom. Qin Bao Bao. You're open and aboveboard, okay? Qin Zhe. No, start a video call, it's like I'm doing something shameful. A few seconds later, the system prompted. The other party requested a video call. Fuck. My sister really sent a video call request. Qin Zhe's little brother trembled with fear again. Cheap mouth. He cleverly turned off the hotel's Wi-Fi and used 4G. The signal in this hotel was very poor, and 4G would become 3G, which was very laggy. After the two sides made a video call, his sister's face appeared, but it was stuck and didn't move. The sound over there was quite chaotic, and Qin Bao Bao kept calling little brat, saying why the picture didn't move? Qin Zhe silently cancelled the video call and sent a message bitterly. This broken place, the Wi-Fi is very poor. Qin Bao Bao. So it is. Qin Zhe. Well, anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, so forget about the video call. By the way, where are you? Why does the sound so chaotic? Qin Bao Bao. Sis is doing her hair, so is Zijin. Qin Zhe was angry and immediately sat up, and Suyu immediately slid down from him. Turn on the video. Turn on the video. Qin Zhe crazily sent out video call requests. Qin Bao Bao. The two of them restarted the video call, but the image was still choppy and couldn't be seen clearly. So, Qin Bao Bao turned off the video. Turn on the video. Turn on the video. Qin Zhe crazily sent out video call requests. Qin Bao Bao. Your side is too laggy. I'll take a photo for you. His sister said. Qin Zhe was so shocked that he forgot to turn on the Wi-Fi. A moment later, his sister sent a picture. She was sitting on a chair, facing a mirror. The picture was taken facing the mirror, and the hairdresser could be seen standing behind her. Opposite her sister was Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Sister was indeed sister. If she said she would do her hair, she would do it. She wouldn't lie. He didn't need to pretend that nothing was wrong. What are you doing? Sister asked. Nothing. I'm sensitive to doing my hair recently. Promise me that you won't do hair with Sister Ziwei for the time being. Qin Zhe replied. Okay. 7 days passed quickly. In order to save her sister and her sweetheart's little friend, Zixia Fairy married the Bull Demon King as promised. In the square in front of the Bull Demon Palace, the demons held a grand wedding. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's get married. Zixia Fairy sat on the high platform, her face full of disappointment and loneliness. She didn't wait for her sweetheart to come on a colorful cloud to marry her. Tonight, she was going to marry the ugly Bull Demon King. Let go of my sister first, or I won't marry you. Bull Demon King, I won't let my sister marry you. Qing Xia knew that the Bull Demon King liked Zixia because of her beautiful appearance, not because she was Zixia. If the soul transfer technique swapped her with Zixia, then the Bull Demon King would be marrying Qing Xia instead of Zixia. Cut. MOU said, next, let's shoot the martial arts scene. Stand-ins will come on stage. Qin Bao Bao came off the stage and sat next to her brother. She watched the stand-ins fly around in the sky with all kinds of hand gestures. It feels funny, haha. Qin Bao Bao laughed so hard that her weapon shook. She was tall and gorgeous, with snow-white skin and watery eyes. At this time, no matter where she stood, her sister was a beautiful scenery. The staff of the production team basically had the same thought. The quality of this film was not as good as If I Become Memories. Indeed, If I Become Memories didn't have stand-ins or special effects. The content filmed on the set was not much different from the content shown on screen. Everyone was silent because Qin Bao Bao was crying her heart out in the room. They were sad when they saw Qin Zhe playing a solo in the piano room. They were moved to tears when they saw Qin Bao Bao say, I do in tears. But what about A Journey to the West? The scenes were shot sporadically. Some scenes that required special effects were even more awkward. The actors were gesturing with their hands. Take the current scene for example. Everyone was hanging on wires in the sky and making hand gestures. Moreover, Qinze had already finished filming the scene where Joker saw through the world of mortals in the water curtain cave last month. How could they be moved if the scenes were not connected? Cut. Mou said. Okay, Boss Qin. Do your makeup now. Let's go in for a while. Qinze followed 2 makeup artists into the dressing room. When he came out, he was wearing a golden armor, a tight headband, and an iron rod in his hand. Qinze was tall and handsome to begin with. Even if he had a head full of golden hair, he still had an awe-inspiring and heroic aura. Not to mention the other female colleagues and actresses on the set. Even Qin Bao Bao and the other 2 people who were used to his appearance couldn't help but look at him with shining eyes. From the first to the second, it took a full 2 months. The film spanned 500 years, and Sun Wukong's image finally appeared in front of everyone again. Get ready, Mou said loudly. It's the climax, the last climax. The great sage equaling heaven arrived on a 7-colored cloud. He descended in front of everyone, looking majestic. Joker! Zixia smiled for the first time that night. Everything was as she said. Her sweetheart had arrived on a 7-colored cloud. Please, we're all immortals. Can you stop pestering me? You're so ugly. How can I like you? Get lost. If immortals look like you, don't be immortals. Just as she said, she guessed the beginning but not the ending. Joker, or rather, Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal, easily wiped out the group of demons and beat the Bull Demon King until he could not fight back. But he was no longer Joker. The moment he put on the cuff, Joker had become a thing of the past and no longer existed. The Bull Demon King was at his wit's end. He took out his plantain fan and wanted to fan the entire city to the sun. The great sage equaling heaven wanted to turn the tide and save the city that was about to be destroyed. However, he was ambushed by the Bull Demon King. At the critical moment, Zixia Fairy blocked the fatal blow for him, but the price was her life. At this point, not only director Mou, but also the cameraman, the lighting engineer, Qin Bao, and Qinze themselves couldn't help but feel nervous. As one of the biggest highlights of the script, even the slightest flaw would affect the quality of the movie. Perfection. Zixia, the man of my dreams is a peerless hero. One day, he will come to marry me while riding on 7-colored clouds. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I didn't know the ending. Fairy Zixia gave a sad smile. She passed away just like a beautiful woman. Mou clenched the script in his hands. He wanted to cheer for Qin Bao. His tone was perfect, and his expression was perfect. Next, it was Qinze's performance. Boss Qin, please start your performance. Qinze's face first showed confusion, then slowly became twisted and hideous. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache. He clenched his teeth and hugged Zixia Fairy's body tightly. But the band tightened, tighter and tighter. In the end, he let go. His sister's beautiful smile flashed across Qinze's mind. For a moment, he felt that he was going to lose something forever. He hugged his head. In despair, with a twisted expression, he let out a roar that sounded like a cry. The camera kept zooming in on him, capturing his subtle facial expressions. The atmosphere on the set seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. From the start of the shoot until now, everyone felt sour in their hearts for the first time. Cut. It's over. Mou sighed softly. The effect was good. It was better than expected. As expected of Boss Qin. But as a director, his heart was heavy. He was a director, and his heart should be as calm as still water. He had watched it hundreds of times and imagined it hundreds of times. Sometimes, he would feel sad like he was in the movie. But the previous countless imaginations were not as impactful as seeing it with his own eyes. After the editing was completed, this would be a very touching scene. Not far away, Suyu looked at Wang Zijin and said softly, I think I should be happy because Qin Bao Bao is dead, but I just can't be happy. Wang Zijin thought for a moment. It's probably because the little red guy acted so realistically that I can't be happy. Suyu said, although I don't want to admit it, this routine is really touching. It makes people want to cry. I'll write it down in my notebook later and write this routine in my novel. Wang Zijin's forehead was full of black lines. You're the one who's persistent. At 9 o'clock in the evening, A Journey to the West came to an end. The ending was left for tomorrow. Everyone left early. They didn't go out to drink and relax because the filming was almost over. Thinking back to the hard work of the past 2 months, the crew members felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. They had never filmed a movie until they wanted to vomit like this time. The main reason was that Chin-zae was too perfectionist. If there was something he was not satisfied with, he would directly delete it and start over. The details were often the most tiring. It was not over yet. There was still a long period of post-production to endure. Early the next morning, the crew began to prepare. They recruited extras, hired a venue, and matched costumes. All the preparations were completed by noon. "We'll try to pass it in 2 takes. Mou shouted with a loudspeaker. It was simple, but it was also difficult. It depended on whether they could grasp the charm of the script. If it was other actors, Mou wouldn't dare to boast that it would be okay. But if it was the 2 boss Chins, it would definitely be okay. The camera looked down from above. Half of the city was reflected in the camera. Then it slowly descended, showing the streets and people. The passers-by in ancient clothes were in a hurry. After the great sage jumped into the moonlight cache, he woke up and found himself in a city. He met many old friends from the past. They had their own happy endings, which comforted the great sage's empty heart. Chapter 479. The white dragon horse, with its hooves facing west, carried Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples. They traveled tens of thousands of miles on the journey to the west. The journey to the west took more than 10 years. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, who had turned over a new leaf, escorted Tang Sanzang to the western paradise. He passed by the city and saw his old friends. His heart was as calm as water, peaceful and quiet, until he saw a man and a woman confronting each other on the city wall. With his sharp eyes, he immediately recognized that it was the reincarnation of Zixia. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, stood under the city gate with his iron staff and looked up silently with the crowd. His empty and lonely heart finally throbbed a little. The camera turned to his face and captured these small details. "Looks like I shouldn't have come. It's too late to realize it now. Can't we leave some memories?" "I don't want memories. If you want to leave, leave your person. I already have a wife. Can you let me go?" "Sure. Kiss me and I'll let you go." The onlookers below the city gate cheered. "Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her." "Cut." Mou shouted. "That's enough. Very good. Next the double will come on. Boss Chin, prepare for the kissing scene." Chin-zae removed the great sage's disguise and changed into a Western warrior's costume. The great sage was played by the double. In fact, the Western warrior could have been played by a double. The main reason was that there was a kissing scene. Chin-zae remembered his original intention of filming, to film a kissing scene with his sister. In the end, the man who fell in love with the reincarnation of Zixia was played by Chin-zae, who was also Joker. Joker appeared at the end of the film, giving the audience the illusion that the ending was still perfect. It was a memory left for the audience. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, had cut off his past and devoted himself to Buddhism. Then the man on the city gate tower was Joker, but also not Joker. His beloved woman had found a home, and the great sage, Heaven's Equal, would walk west to seek the true scriptures and convert to Buddhism. The ending was sad and beautiful, but there was a trace of hope. Su Yu and Wang Zijin sat aside and said with jealousy, "Why didn't you let the double do the kissing scene?" Wang Zijin said faintly, "Wang Zijin." "Su Yu." The great sage, Heaven's Equal, raised his head and looked at the woman in a daze. His eyes were filled with regret. Back then, there was a woman who had said something similar, begging him for a kiss, but he had pushed her away back then. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, conjured up a gust of demonic wind as he transformed into a streak of light and landed on the man's body. Just take it as a perfect ending to the regrets of the past. "I owe her a kiss. I owe her." The man on the city gate tower trembled, and the sword in his arms fell to the ground. He strode towards Zixia Fairy. The two of them kissed passionately on the city gate tower. "I will never leave. I love you." Zixia Fairy cried tears of joy, and the onlookers downstairs also applauded and cheered. No one knew that this "I love you" had been hidden in someone's heart for 500 years. It had been engraved in her heart for 500 years. She had always been deeply in love, but her fate was shallow. After the great sage equaling heaven left, The man regained consciousness and realized that he was hugging the woman tightly. He let go of his reservations and hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. At this moment, Xixia Fairy felt something in her heart. She turned her head and saw Sun Wukong's back as he left. He was walking further and further away, looking lonely and desolate. "That person is so strange," she said. "I saw it too." The man glanced sideways and mocked. "He looks like a dog." Ha ha ha. Under the setting sun, the four of them headed west and gradually disappeared into the horizon. The lighting engineer acted as the driver and brought back the four of them who had walked to the end of the line of sight. "Boss Qin, your lines are too heart-wrenching." The driver smiled bitterly and said, "He looks like a dog. Isn't this mocking us single dogs?" He didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Qin Zhe was stunned. He hadn't thought of this. When he first watched this old film, the term single dog had already been popular on the internet, so he didn't think much of it. This film was an old film from many years ago. Looking at the era, even in the parallel world, there shouldn't be such a term, right? In that world, could the term single dog have come from this film? The veteran actor who played Tang Xuanzong smiled and said, "Boss Qin, what do you think of the box office of this film?" Qin Zhe smiled and said, "I don't know." Everyone was stunned. Qin Zhe said, "I only know that it will be popular." The car was filled with laughter. The car drove slowly, and a white horse was tied to the back of the car. The white horse trotted to keep up with the car's speed. That day, the film was completed. Because he had a feeling that after the film was broadcast, not only would his personal fame rise to another level, but even Tianfeng films would also become famous in the industry. This was for sure. The strength of an entertainment company was not just limited to its stars, but also its works. Qin Zhe was one step closer to becoming a big shot in the entertainment industry. Therefore, he completely let go of himself and downed the wine. Qin Zhe drank until he was dead drunk. He couldn't remember who carried him back to his room. Someone had been taking care of him by the bed. In a daze, he pulled the person into his arms and kissed and caressed her. The other party resisted a little and let him do whatever he wanted. Qin Zhe remembered that he even took off his pants. He rubbed and rubbed, but he couldn't remember how far he had gone. He was already unconscious. When he woke up the next day, he had a splitting headache. He was holding a soft body in his arms. It felt good to the touch, and a delicate fragrance assailed his nose. Qin Zhe tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't. After a hangover, all his senses were numb. He reached out and touched the other party's chest lightly, then immediately retracted his hand. That was enough. That scale was definitely his sister. So the person sleeping next to him was young mistress. Sure enough, second young mistress and third young mistress were unreliable. It was still young mistress who doted on him the most. She knew that he was very drunk and stayed by his bed to take care of him. Sister was wearing a thin nightgown. Her grapes were plucked, and she immediately groaned and woke up. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Sister's face was red. "Good morning, sister." Qin Zhe's expression didn't change. Qin Bao Bao nodded. "Well, it was you last night." Qin Zhe laughed dryly. Sister's face became redder. Her eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly said angrily, "If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Sister didn't care about you. Even if you died drunk, no one would care about you." Yes, yes, yes. Sister is the best. A real sister is not as good as a real sister. If conditions allowed it, of course liking sister was better than liking sister. "Take your hand away." "Hand? I didn't put my hand on your chest. Didn't I just take it away?" Qin Bao Bao pinched the hand that was pressing on his buttocks and gritted his teeth. "This one." "Ah." Qin Zhe grimaced in pain. "Then, sleep a little longer?" Qin Zhe suggested. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes. I'll hug sister's waist." "Approved." Just as he was about to sleep with his arms around her waist, there was a knock on the door. "Are you up?" Wang Zijin's voice. "Sleep a little longer." "I didn't get up." Qin Zhe responded. "Sleep your ass. Get up." Su Yu shouted. "Qin Bao Bao stayed in there all night, didn't you?" Wang Zijin also shouted. Chapter 480. Sleep for another half an hour, get out. Qin Bao Bao scratched her head irritably. tilted her head and shouted in the direction of the door. Don't sleep anymore. Get up and eat breakfast. We're going back to Shanghai. Wang Zijin said. At the same time, there was a knock on the door like a storm. Unable to sleep anymore, Qin Zhe patted his sister's butt and said softly, Get up. Qin Bao Bao pouted. She really didn't sleep well last night. She rarely had eye bags and dark circles, but she actually had obvious dark circles. What time did you sleep last night? 2 or 3 o'clock. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. You vomited several times. Did you help me clean up? Qin Zhe was suddenly a little touched. No, I asked the waiter to come up and clean up. So, sister, how did you take care of me? Look at my face, count my eyelashes, and then fall asleep happily? I didn't do anything last night. Qin Zhe remembered that his hands and feet were not well behaved last night. What can you do? Drunk like a dead dog. His sister's eyes drifted. It didn't matter. Anyway, he was very familiar with his sister's body. There was nothing to be embarrassed about when the facial cleanser hit her butt. He even accidentally broke in when his sister was taking a bath. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and found that he was wearing pajamas. Someone helped him change last night. He remembered that the reason why he had the impulse was because of a little girl who picked mushrooms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have moved when he was drunk like a dead dog. Unfortunately, he was too drunk last night and didn't do too much. You helped me change my pajamas? Qin Zhe asked. Yes. His sister said. Oh, it's you, the maggot who picked mushrooms. Bao Bao. Qin Zhe got out of bed and opened the door. Wang Zijin and Su Yu frowned and entered the room. They looked around and saw Qin Bao Bao sleeping lazily on the bed with different expressions. You two slept together last night? Su Yu was tongue-tied. Embezzlement. Wang Zijin muttered. What did you say? Su Yu glared at her. Qin Bao Bao got up and stretched. Under the thin pajamas, her chest was tall and straight. Wang Zijin and Su Yu turned their heads and cleverly avoided the heart-wrenching scene. Yo, you two are up so early. Qin Bao Bao pushed her hair back from her forehead. Both of them ignored her. What time did the crew leave? Qin Zhe's brain was still not very bright. He was very slow after the hangover. 8 o'clock, Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe took out his phone from beside his pillow. It was 7:30 in the morning. After pondering for a moment he said, Let the production team go first. We'll leave at 10 o'clock. Sis, you can sleep for a while more. Qin Bao Bao nodded and said coquettishly, But I'm hungry. I'll bring some breakfast up for you. Brush your teeth first and go back to sleep after eating? Okay, Qin Bao Bao said. I want to eat sesame balls, fried dough sticks, and crab roe soup dumplings. The hotel doesn't have crab roe soup dumplings, Su Yu said. Qin Bao Bao looked at him softly and said, Ace. I'll go out and look around. I should be able to buy some, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin and Su Yu gritted their teeth in anger. After taking the nanny van to the high-speed railway station in Lin City, Qin Zhe and the others changed to the high-speed railway. Unless it was a professional paparazzi, ordinary people would rarely notice them. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao had never been able to get rid of the professional paparazzi's tracking and candid photos, but they were too lazy to care. No celebrity in the entertainment industry was clean. This was the creed of the professional paparazzi. Countless examples were there. As long as they dug up a piece of gossip and the truth, the paparazzi would be rich. In the paparazzi's line of work, they would eat for 3 years if they didn't eat for 3 years. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe. One was the queen of the internet and a popular singer. The other was a well-known figure with a net worth of tens of billions. As long as they dug up negative news about them, the hush money would be at least 8 figures. However, Qin Bao Bao had been in the entertainment industry for almost a year, and there was no negative news about her at all. There were also no photos of her entering or leaving a hotel with a man. Her fans also believed in her. They said that Qin Bao Bao was the boss of Tianfeng, and all the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry were useless to her. She would always be pure. The more this was the case, the more excited the paparazzi became. As long as they kept an eye on them, they would be able to dig up shocking news. This was the belief of the professional paparazzi. Once they dug up negative news, it would definitely be earth-shattering. There was also Qin Zhe. There was also very little negative news about Qin Zhe. In the entertainment industry, there was almost no news about him sleeping with a certain female celebrity. Instead, someone had taken photos of him and a mysterious woman strolling in the rain. However, this was at most entertainment news. It wasn't earth-shattering at all. Wasn't it normal for a single young man to have a girlfriend? He wasn't like those little fresh meats who relied on the support of their female fans, so he had to maintain his image of being single at all times. In the first-class seat, his sister leaned her head on his shoulder and slept soundly. In front of them were Su Yu and Wang Zijin. The two of them didn't drink much yesterday. They were supposed to take care of Qin Zhe, but their sister chased them out on the grounds that it would damage their reputation if a single man and woman stayed in the same room. However, they both felt guilty and couldn't refute. Since that was the case, their drunk brother would naturally be better taken care of by their sister. Hence, Qin Bao Bao stayed. Su Yu was still fine. At most, she was a little disgusted by Qin Bao Bao and her brother's overly close relationship. However, Wang Zijin kept a straight face the whole day and was very unhappy. She knew the character of this pair of siblings. Qin Zhe tilted his head slightly and looked at his sister's eyelashes that fluttered like bird wings and the outline of her handsome nose under the mask. Every time this happened, his heart would always be at ease. Years had passed, but they had never changed. On the second day after returning to Shanghai, Qin Zhe went straight to Tianfeng Film and Entertainment and personally participated in the editing. The level of editing directly affected the quality of the film. For Qin Zhe, who had high hopes for this film, he wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't personally monitor it. He also did the same for the previous film, If I Become Memories. At that time, he had no choice but to carry the system's task on his back. If there were any problems with the editing, he would definitely fail. Qin Bao Bao also joined in the fun. After 3 minutes of enthusiasm, she found that editing the film was not as interesting as she thought. She turned around and ran to practice dancing and singing. Have you found a special effects company? During lunch, Qin Zhe asked Mou, who was sitting opposite him. Next to him was his sister. At noon, he invited the staff of the post-production team to lunch. They didn't gather in the conference room, so that the staff wouldn't be restrained. Yes. Mou nodded. Because Qin Zhe had repeatedly reminded him, and it happened to be during the company's reform period, Mou didn't dare to slack off at all. Let me take a look at the special effects first. If it doesn't work, call them back and ask them to redo it. Qin Zhe picked up some food with his chopsticks and suddenly said, "All right, have you thought about that matter?" What? Mou didn't understand. According to the usual standards, or according to a certain percentage of the box office. Mou looked very hesitant and forced a smile. Chairman Qin, I chose the usual standards. It's not that I don't have confidence in the box office, but I'm used to stability. That's right, he didn't have confidence in the box office. Qin Zhe said, "Okay, when the time comes, your bonus will be distributed with the others." Qin Bao Bao immediately said, "Then what about my bonus?" Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and searched in his pocket for a long time before taking out a coin. "Here, this is your salary and bonus." Qin Bao Bao happily took it and carefully put it into her pink wallet. Mou. This pair of siblings really knew how to play. Qin Bao Bao was Tianfeng's biggest shareholder, but as the boss, she still wanted a salary and bonus? What Mou didn't know was that Qin Bao Bao only received the CEO's salary every month, and all the profits were kept in the public account. She never used the money to expand her little treasury. The real controller of the funds was Qin Zhe. Not only Tianfeng, but Bao Zhe and Amethyst were also like this. Qin Bao Bao wanted to expand her little treasury, but she spent too much money, so she looked for her brother to top up her wife's money. Qin Zhe estimated that with the money he saved with his sister, he could buy 10 wives. Chairman Qin, don't forget about the theme song, Mou reminded. I won't forget. Qin Zhe smiled calmly. I've already written it. When did you write it? Why didn't I know? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. When did you know I wrote a song? Qin Zhe said in annoyance. Qin Bao Bao thought about it and realized that it was true. She was always with her brother, but she had never seen him write a song. Logically speaking, whether it was excitement or frustration during the writing process, there should be traces of it. But her brother seemed to just slap his head and the song came out. When I was writing the script, I wrote the song as well, Qinze explained to himself. Anyway, I'm a fast shooter, famous for being fast. Even if I finish it in a flash, don't be too surprised. Then record it as soon as possible, Qin Bao Bao said. A Cantonese song. Can you do it? Qinze looked at her. A Cantonese song? Qin Bao Bao was stunned again. She would rather it be an English song than a Cantonese song. At least she could speak English very well. In Cantonese she only knew how to say, eat shit, poop boy. Eat shit, poop boy. Do you have a Mandarin version? Qin Bao Bao kicked him. The last time she sang exaggerated, she practiced day and night for 7 days, and her throat was hoarse. Of course a Mandarin version is good, but if it's sung in Mandarin, it feels a little lacking. Qinze touched his chin and thought. Actually, you don't have to sing it perfectly. After all, making music in a recording studio is not as delicate as singing live, right? Besides, our sound recordist is a professional. Mou interrupted. Qinze slapped his sister's butt. Go get the staves. Qin Bao Bao eagerly went to rummage through the cabinets. Mou tactfully looked down and did not say anything. He was already used to the free and unrestrained way of getting along with the siblings. Qinze taught his sister in the office for the whole afternoon. Qin Bao Bao felt that it was about time and went to the recording studio hand in hand. Chapter 481. The sound recordist gestured OK to the two boss Qins through the soundproof glass, indicating that they could begin. Before he gestured, he turned his head helplessly. There were 7 or 8 people standing behind him. There were singers from the company, director Mou, and composers. They were all of high status. Since when Boss Qin's new songs were released, there would always be a group of people who came to watch the show. With a curious and admiring mood, he listened to the songs silently and quietly. It was also possible that they wanted to personally witness the fall of the legend of Qinze's songs must be the best. At least the two composers had such thoughts. The sound recordist was sure of it. Why? Everyone only had one brain. Why was it that Boss Qin could easily write a song that was the best? They racked their brains and would be thankful if they could come up with a good song. They didn't even dare to think about a hit song. It didn't make sense. They refused to accept it. Qinze's existence had indeed caused 99.9% of the composers in the music industry to suffer 10,000 points of critical damage. Director Mo, you've heard Boss Qin's new song. What do you think? One of the composers couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked over. It's okay, Mou said. Have some sincerity. Don't give such a jack-of-all-trades answer. The other composer was dissatisfied. Is it a hit song? How would I know? Mou said angrily. I'm tone deaf. My appreciation of music is limited. Is the first impression as shocking as exaggerated? One of the singers asked. Nope. Mou shook his head. Exaggerated is my favorite song. Its position is irreplaceable. The two composers heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. It's not a hit song. It should be a hit song. That's normal. It's not that easy to create a hit song. One of the singers said, even if it's Boss Qin, a hit song is a bit difficult unless he's given time. One of the composers said, it's not time. It's inspiration. Boss Qin hasn't released a hit song in a long time. The sound recordist turned his head and said unhappily, quiet. At this moment, Qinze in the recording room gestured for them to wait. He grabbed the remote control on the table and turned on the projector. What are you doing? His sister asked. She was wearing an off-the-shoulder long-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans. She was youthful and fashionable. She looked beautiful in everything. I feel that singing while watching a movie clip will reveal more of your emotions, Qinze said. This was the clip that Qinze had copied out during the editing of the movie. In the image, a man and a woman were standing on top of the city gate tower, facing each other. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, while the man was handsome and dashing. He was holding a treasured sword. Below the city gate tower, a group of onlookers gathered to watch. After a few conversations, the woman asked the man to kiss her, but the man refused. The great sage, Heaven's equal, who was standing in the crowd, created a gust of demonic wind. He turned into a ray of light and leaned over the man. At this moment, music began to play. Qinze, past, present, past, never again. Red, fallen leaves, buried forever in the dust. His voice was deep and magnetic. In the image, the man walked toward the woman. The beginning and the end are always the same. You on the horizon, drifting beyond the white clouds. The man hugged the woman and kissed her, continuing the unfinished kiss from 500 years ago. He raised his voice. The sea of bitterness flips over love and hate. In this world, it's hard to escape fate. Blind dates, unapproachable. Maybe I should believe that it's fate. Amid the applause. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao sang with only one note, full of emotion. However, her singing skills made the two singers present feel ashamed of their inferiority. Outside the recording room, 7 or 8 people were watching the movie for a while the song echoed in their ears. At first, they were surprised, then they were amazed, and then they were silent. At this moment, everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they were filled with melancholy and emptiness. This song might not be that shocking when heard alone, but when it was combined with the movie, it was a bit invincible. At least Mou, who had participated in the shooting, stared at the projector in a daze for a long time. Qin was calm. It was not the first time he had watched this movie. But Qin Bao Bao was the first time. Besides, girls were sensitive and emotional. When she started to sing, there were tears in her eyes. After the song, Qin took a few tissues and handed them to his sister. His sister wiped her tears and snot. "This is the movie we filmed? How is it?" "It's not good at all," his sister said angrily. "Are you trying to trick me into crying? You black-hearted maggot." Qin scratched his head. Why is my little fairy's nose running?" Qin Bao Bao chopped him with her hand. Outside the recording room, the composer said faintly, "Mou, you finally believe that you don't have any musical talent." Mou said awkwardly, "Didn't I say it's not bad?" Another composer said, "You call this not bad? I'll be damned if I believe you." Everyone nodded. There was something wrong with this person's appreciation. One of the singers sighed. "If only I could sing this song. Famous all over the world. Popular all over the country." "Of course," Mou said. "Then is this considered a hit?" To judge a golden song, the first is to look at the market, and the second is to rely on time to ferment it. No matter how good a song is, it can't be a hit right after it's released. The composer said enviously. "But it's only a matter of time. I have a feeling that this song will be a hit." Qin and his sister came out and listened to their duet again. "It's okay. There are a few places where the Cantonese pronunciation is not standard, but the rest is fine." Qin nodded in satisfaction. There were actually many flaws in the song that his sister sang live. But after the sound engineer's tuning, all the flaws were erased. As expected of a senior sound engineer with a salary of 500,000 yuan. It was worth this price. "I'll practice the pronunciation a few more times later, okay?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "Try a few more times. Try to record it tomorrow," Qin said. "Okay." Qin Bao Bao pouted. She was a little reluctant. Time was a little tight. She had always been a lazy person and hated working too fast. When she was the assistant to the general manager of a foreign company, she often complained to Qin that it was tiring work and she couldn't relax. There were always endless phone calls, endless guests, and endless documents to review. The company hired her as the general manager not because of her outstanding ability, but because she was too beautiful. She was a dazzling super flower vase that was used to entertain customers. In this society where women were favored over men, beautiful people could do whatever they wanted. For an assistant, the prettier the better. Most of the time, an assistant also had to work as a personal assistant. But not every company did this. There were still many legitimate companies and decent people, such as Qin. His sister's previous company was one of them. It was a company with a good reputation. With her character, if the general manager showed a hint of, "Why don't you work as my personal assistant and I'll give you a raise?" his sister would immediately quit. Seizing the opportunity, the two composers came over and humbly asked, "Boss Qin, how long did you write this song? How long did it take?" Qin looked at them. The composers acted like they were listening to a big shot's lecture. 2 or 3 days, Qin said. "It can't be said that I only spent 10 minutes to copy down the lyrics and the song, and I even copied the soundtrack of the song. But this 2 or 3 days was still a blow to the two composers. One of the composers was unwilling to give up and asked, "How did you write it? Where's the inspiration? Can you tell us about the creative process?" "Inspiration came out when I hit my head," Chinze said. The composers were speechless. They couldn't learn the big shots operation, they couldn't learn it. The composers held their pierced hearts and left. A certain singer said in a half-bitter half-serious tone, "Boss Chin, your song is too good. If I can sing your song, it'll be hard not to become popular." After saying that, she blinked her eyes that were covered with false eyelashes and stared at him. Chinze smiled and didn't make any promises. 30 points were still points. There were only 2 things in the world that he was willing to spend points on. The first was his sister, and the second was money. If Su Yu and Wang Zijin needed songs, Chinze would be happy to write songs for them, but they didn't need them. Sister Ziwei's authentic Beijing accent could make Chinze doubt life. Su Yu sang well, but she didn't like singing. On June 15th, the 2 movies were completed. They passed the review quickly and were given the green light for the whole process. They would be released at the end of June. Chinze deliberately used Nan Man Pei's connections to talk to the Shanghai VIP. Using the Wang family's connections might be more authoritative and effective, but before the Wang family completely accepted him as their son-in-law, Chinze didn't want to do such a thing. During this period, the media, the internet, and video advertisements were unprecedentedly strong. It was far better than the publicity of If I Become Memories. Chinze didn't even frown when he spent money on publicity. Even the small TV on the subway played the trailer of Journey to the West regularly at 7 o'clock every day. Plus the popularity accumulated by Qin Bao Bao's live broadcast. In the past few days, comments and posts looking forward to Journey to the West could be seen everywhere on the internet. The trailer looks great. The special effects made my eyes light up. The siblings finally released a new movie. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, isn't it a bit too fast? It will be released at the beginning of next month. Only half a month. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful. I didn't expect Qin Bao to be so beautiful in ancient costume. She's like a fairy in a painting. I love her. Am I the only one who thinks Guanyin is more beautiful? That temperament is simply otherworldly, and it makes me feel maternal love? Motherly love? Qin Bao Bao is the most beautiful. Whoever refutes me will die. A small number of people were pessimistic. I heard that this script was written by Chinze. Did he become arrogant after If I Become Memories became popular? Is he the only one who knows how to write a script? But the special effects are really good. It's definitely a 5 yuan special effect. In the social environment where 5 yuan special effects were popular, 5 yuan was already a high praise. At the end of June, the premiere was held in Shanghai. The crew invited the major media and some big names who were professional film critics. Some of the audience were given away by Qin Bao Bao through a lucky draw on Weibo. Some were sold to the public by the company, and the rest were given to Chinze and his sister's friends in the entertainment industry. Chapter 482. At the venue of the premiere, the cast of A Journey to the West appeared under the expectant eyes of the audience and media. Chinze and Qin Bao walked in front, followed by Li Wei and a few other important supporting roles. The supporting roles of the second film were not present. Although the 2 films were released only a week apart, it was unheard of to have 2 premieres at the same venue. This was the premiere of the first part of A Journey to the West. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also came, but they did not go on stage. They sat in the first row of the audience. They lacked experience in dealing with the media and the stage. "Where is everyone's applause?" the host asked loudly. Immediately, the applause was thunderous. In fact, there was no need for the host to remind them. The moment Chinze and Qin Bao appeared on stage, the audience screamed. Those who could attend the premiere were all fans of the 2. Of course, there were also fans of Li Wei and a few other stars, but the number was smaller. The reporters took turns to ask questions. The stars led by Chinze answered in an orderly manner. They were all experienced actors and could handle it. As for the newcomer Feng Rue, he was silent the whole time and became a foil. "Chairman Qin, I have exclusive news. Our A Journey to the West crew only took 2 months to shoot 2 films. Everyone knows that slow work produces fine work. Is there any guarantee of quality for the Journey to the West crew to shoot so quickly? Or is this just a special effects film? A reporter asked. This question should be asked to the director, but everyone present knew who was the core of the team. It's true that slow work produces fine work, but speed and quality are not necessarily proportional. There's also a saying that goes, if you read more than 10,000 books, you can write like a god. As long as there's enough preparation in advance, shooting can be done quickly. What you see is the shooting time, but you don't see our company's preparation for this film. Qin Zhe held the microphone and answered slowly. Since it was a premiere, they had to rely on the media to help promote it. At the same time, they had to deal with their difficulties. Whether in terms of investment or production, this film will be Tianfeng's best work, my best work, or Qin Bao's best work. Qin Zhe said confidently. What are your expectations for the box office? Of course, it will also surpass Tianfeng's previous works. Currently, my ideal box office is 3 billion. Qin Zhe nonchalantly tossed out a bombshell. Qin Bao looked at him in surprise. The other actors were also dumbfounded. Not to mention the reporters below the stage and the audience. There was a small commotion below the stage. Bool ****. Everyone had the same thought. Mou silently covered his face. If I Become Memories only grossed 2 billion yuan at the box office, which was already super amazing. Both the box office and the reputation were excellent. What kind of concept was 2 billion? This was a box office exclusive to famous directors, and it was not a box office that was commonly used. With this movie alone, Mou's net worth had increased by several times. A box office of more than 3 billion was exclusive to Hollywood blockbusters. If a domestic movie could occasionally break the 3 billion box office, it would be a big event that would shock the industry. The reporters excitedly took notes. Chairman Qin, did you write the theme song for the movie? Yes. Will Qin Bao be the lead singer, or will you sing? Two people singing a duet. Why did you arrange for 2 movies to be released one after the other? Not only us, but the entire industry can't make sense of your actions. This was the question that the reporters were most concerned about. The industry was at a loss, and so was the audience. They needed first-hand information. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Because I can't break the chapter. If I break the chapter, I'll be cursed. The reporters and audience. Qin Zhe explained, foreshadowing is to prepare for the climax. If the gap between the two is too long, the emotions accumulated in the foreshadowing will be forgotten. But A Journey to the West is different from other movies. For other movies, every movie has its climax. Some movies even have completely different plots from the first and second movies. But A Journey to the West is different. There is no end to the second movie. Watching the first movie, it will feel boring. The reporters quickly took notes. A reporter flattered, Chairman Qin, you always do things in a bold and unconstrained way. This might be the reason for your success. There are a lot of rumors about your rise on the internet. There was once a post that revealed that you were unknown during your university years, but after you graduated, you suddenly rose to prominence. Were you pretending to be low-key before? Also, can you share with everyone your success story? The topic changed to Qin Zhe himself. There is no such thing as a sudden rise. University is a place to learn. There is no need to show off. What you learn is the real gain. And society is a place to fight. I can't keep a low profile. I'm just in the right place, using the right way of doing things. There is no shortcut to success. It depends on hard work and talent. Just like how I set a small goal to earn 100 million in a month, and then I succeeded. The audience thought, what a terrible line. If we set a small goal like that, would we also succeed? Seeing that they couldn't get any information from Qin Zhe, a reporter asked Qin Bao about Qin Zhe's performance when he was young. Qin Bao lied through her teeth. My brother is the best. He has been very smart since he was young. He is very talented in all aspects. My father often told me that if I was half as smart as my brother, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. So that's how it is. Everything depends on talent. Qin Zhe's mediocrity in the past was not really mediocre. He was just keeping a low profile. Bao, what are your expectations for the box office? The reporter asked. Qin Bao naturally followed Qin Zhe's words. My expectations for the box office are the same as his, Qin Baobao said. Following that, the reporters asked a few more questions one after another. For example, when would Qin Baobao release a new album and when would she hold a concert? In everyone's impression, Qin Baobao was a singer and not a movie star. Although the few movies she acted in were very successful and her acting skills were recognized by the public, she had only just become famous. However, she had only been famous for a short time, and her songs had left a deep impression on everyone. Qin Baobao dawdled for half a year and had been in the film and television industry. This made some of her fans very dissatisfied. The haters kept criticizing Qin Baobao, saying that she could not sing anymore. They said that she did not have the professional ethics of a singer. When she saw that the film and television industry was more profitable, she plunged into the film and television industry to make money. If Qin Baobao was also a composer, they would say that she had lost her talent. But the composer was Qin Zhe, and he had been releasing works intermittently. The work for the second half of the year is to tour the country and prepare for the new album, Qin Baobao said. It was another big news. The reporters buried their heads and took notes. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the audience, accompanied by the shouts of the security guards. Stop him. Hold him down. Everyone on the stage looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a guy nimbly dodge the security guard's interception, rush to the stage, and hit the host with the courage of a football player. Then he pounced on Qin Baobao. The accident came too fast, like a tornado. The women did not even have the time to scream. The guy rushed to the stage and pounced on Qin Baobao in just a few seconds. He looked like a greasy otaku, but he burst out with amazing speed. Qin Baobao was stunned the whole time. She did not react like everyone else. When she saw the otaku, he had already pounced in front of her. Just as the panic in her heart surged, Qin Baobao felt her waist tighten, and then she was pulled into someone's arms. Beside her was Qin Zhe. While Qin Zhe hugged his sister, he kicked the crazy fan to the ground. Chapter 483. An unexpected turn of events happened quickly and ended even faster. The fan, who was holding his stomach and retching, could not get up again. The security guards who caught up quickly held him down. Only then did the audience below the stage react. They all stood up and whispered to each other, asking about what had happened. It was chaos. What happened? That person suddenly rushed up. Was he going to hug Qin Bao? This is King obscenity. How can he do that? He's too crazy. Qin Zhe's kick was so cool. I love him. Luckily, Qin Zhe blocked it. Otherwise, my goddess would have been taken advantage of by that guy. Send him to the police station. This kind of person must be sent to the police station. CK. How did this kind of person get in? The audience was discussing. The reporters' eyes were shining. They could write another 2,000-word article. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and said softly, "You're not scared, right?" Qin Baobao pouted. Baobao was scared to death. Are you okay? Are you okay? Everyone asked with concern. Qin Baobao immediately stopped acting coquettishly and smiled gracefully. I'm okay. Don't worry. A security guard walked over and whispered, President Qin, should we hand this person over to the police? Mou was furious. What's wrong with you? You can't even watch a person. Are you that professional? The security guard bowed and apologized. If he was handed over to the police, the matter would blow up. It would be bad for his and his sister's reputation. Moreover, the other party did not succeed. Qin Zhe shook his head. Ask him to leave. He thought to himself, you want to molest my sister? If it weren't for the occasion, I would have beaten you up. The fat otaku was taken out by the security guard. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me. This kind of person should be arrested by the police. Why call the police? He didn't do anything. The police will at most criticize and educate him. Zhe's method is very correct. Instead, he can show his grace and earn a good reputation. Even though you can see that he is almost gnashing his teeth. Wang Xian said, as long as Zhe is by his side, there won't be any big problems. You seem to have a lot of confidence in him. Suyu narrowed her eyes. Of course, I have confidence in my boyfriend. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Suyu smiled. Well, we all have the same good taste. Wang Zijin sneered. Don't flatter yourself. There are many women who like him. Su Yu's thoughts. Sima Zhao's heart was well known, but Wang Zijin was not afraid. She was not afraid of anyone who was scheming. It was guaranteed that Su Yu would never be able to eat it, and she wouldn't be able to get it even if she became an old woman. Humph. Humph. Su Yu said in her heart, but the only woman who slept with him was me. Just you wait. When I have something in my belly, I'll show off in front of you every day. This time, if you and Qin Bao dare to steal my baby, I'll beat the shit out of you and Qin Bao. Qin Zhe saw that the situation was a little chaotic, so he raised his microphone and said with a smile, there was an accident just now. That fan was really crazy. I'd like to advise everyone to be rational and not do anything extreme. Let's forget about what happened just now. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have been charged with sexual harassment. There was a burst of applause. After the premiere, the first part of A Journey to the West was played. This was a more important step in the premiere. In the past, when we watched movies before the movie was released, there were some highlights, and there were good or bad rumors everywhere. These were all uploaded from the premiere, which would have a good publicity effect for the movie. You're so confident about this movie? Huang Yizong, the boss of Star Art, also came to the premiere. He sat behind Qin Zhe. Do you know how much I spent on special effects? Qin Zhe turned his head. It's definitely N times more than any of your company's special effects movies. You're bragging. The cost is so high. Aren't you afraid of getting it back? How much did you invest in total? Huang Yizong was curious. Not as much as you think. I just changed the salary of the lead actor into the funds for special effects, Qin Zhe said. Your and Qin Bao's salary for 2 movies added together should be more than 200 million. You spent so much money on special effects? Did you get scammed? Huang Yizong was shocked. What kind of special effects did you make? It's too exaggerated. I didn't say that I'll spend all of it on special effects. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. The movie is starting. Wait a moment. Huang Yizong said, if your movie becomes popular, lend me the director of your company. I remember that the director of the previous movie, If I Become Memories, was also this director. Why? You want to steal my director? Qin Zhe glanced at him. We're friends. This is too hurtful. Huang Yizong denied. Up to you. If you can, go ahead. Qin Zhe shrugged. I'm afraid you don't know why the movie became popular. Mou was a very good director. But, If I Become Memories was popular. One reason was because of the original movie's fan base, and the other was because of his and his sister's acting skills. If it were any other director, as long as their skills were up to par, they would also be able to make the movie. As for A Chinese Odyssey to the West, the script was written by Qin Zhe. During the filming, he was equivalent to another director. All the scenes were discussed with him by Mou. Qin Zhe could only pass if he was satisfied. Huang Yizong smiled slyly. You lend me the director, and I'll lend you the company's popular female stars. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt 3 piercing gazes fall on him. He was stunned and realized that they were directed at him from Qin Zhe's left and right sides. On Qin Zhe's left sat Qin Bao, on his right sat Wang Zijin, and on his right sat Su Yu. The 3 extremely beautiful women glared at him fiercely. Huang Yizong was speechless. Qin Zhe said seriously, don't test me with those flirtatious women. I've never cared about them. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very upright. Mr. Huang, if you think I'm that kind of person, then our friendship is over. Huang Yizong thought to himself, you're a king guy who can talk to me about the top 10 famous weapons and various sword experiences. Don't you think you're too shameless to say such things? But when he saw the fierce gazes of the 3 women, Huang Yizong understood. When he looked at Qin Zhe again, he suddenly felt sad as if he had met a confidant in a foreign land. His little wife at home was insatiable, and the old man had been out of the sword world for a long time. Behind every old man who couldn't move his bicycle was a tigress who was like a juicer. Brother Qin was even worse. There seemed to be 3 of them. No, not counting Qin Bao. This was the elder sister. There were 2 of them. Wasn't the elder sister scary? Don't have *CK, don't have *CK. Just kidding, Huang Yizong said. Huang Yizong was quite envious of Qin Zhe's luck with women. The two on his right were both great beauties. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he could tell that they had an unusual relationship with Qin Zhe based on the silent battle just now. But they didn't seem to be Tianfeng's artists. Huang Yizong was a very particular person. He never flirted with those around him, so he didn't sleep with Qin Bao. But he didn't think that it was bad to flirt with those around him, so he thought that Qin Zhe must be a wanton person who loved freedom in private. No wonder there were no rumors of Qin Zhe sleeping with anyone in the circle. It turned out that he had two great beauties around him. If it were him, with two great beauties around him, he would definitely crazily attack day and night. How would he have the time to flirt with those flirtatious women outside? After the movie ended, everyone left. The movie would be screening in 2 days. And tomorrow was Qin Bao Bao's birthday. He remembered that his elder sister had invited a lot of friends for her birthday last year, mainly her university classmates. Among them, her closest friend was Chen Qinghong, who was welcome to contribute, and Zhang Ye, who Qin Zhe had been thinking about for a while, who was already married. At that time, Qin Zhe was just an ordinary young man. Among his elder sister's female friends, only Zhang Ye liked to hang out with him. The others didn't really care about him. Later on, he turned over a new leaf. Although they agreed not to use this word, he soared into the sky. His elder sister's friends would call him every few days and send him well wishes. But at this time, Qin Zhe didn't want to talk to them anymore. And Zhang Ye, who used to joke around with Qin Zhe casually, rarely contacted him after he became famous. A person's character could be seen at a glance. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Ye actually had a good impression of him at that time. If Qin Zhe's EQ was higher, he might have been able to poach her. But his elder sister didn't agree. Qin Zhe still remembered his elder sister's fierce expression and the deep fear in her eyes when she said, "I don't agree." If his elder sister didn't agree, Qin Zhe wouldn't be willful. Later on, Wang Zijin came to the house. Forget it, he would talk about this later. This year, his elder sister's birthday was more low-key than previous years because her status was different. She didn't treat anyone or hold a party. Even though she only needed to make a phone call, countless good friends would rush to send her gifts. His elder sister only said, "Boring," and rejected Qin Zhe's idea of holding a big party. So she held a birthday party at home and invited Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye. His parents also came. His grandfather sat on the sofa and drank tea. Bao Bao was in his left hand and a teddy Su in his right. After all, his grandfather liked the teddy Su more than Wang Zijin. Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye sat on the other sofa. In the kitchen, the smell of Qin Zhe's cooking and the sound of Qin Ma's kitchen knife cutting vegetables came out. "Dad, Ace is so annoying. If I didn't remind him yesterday, he would have forgotten my birthday." Qin Bao hugged her father's arm and complained. "He can't even remember my birthday. Why would he remember yours?" His grandfather snorted. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She couldn't say, "We are different. Then her grandfather would ask, "What's different?" She still couldn't answer. "Uncle, where were we just now?" Suyu smiled very sweetly. "We were talking about bills. The maximum limit is 3 million. Her grandfather said, "Yes, our company is doing this. Now we can only make electric bills. Paper bills are dying, and there is no profit. It's a pity. But government intervention is sooner or later, because bills are easy to push and push up the economic bubble. If it's like before, it's tens of millions of yuan at a time. Even if the country's economic system is huge, it can't last for a few years." Suyu spoke with assurance, and the topic was led by her. Qin Bao Bao quietly rolled her eyes. This Suyu, she didn't invite her. She came shamelessly and took the opportunity to crazily brush up the old man's favorability. She rolled her eyes again at Wang Zijin. "You can be more careful. My father's heart is with Suyu. Do you still want to hook up with my brother?" But Wang Zijin saw through her trick and didn't take the bait. She greeted Qin Bao Bao's best friend with the posture of the hostess. Chatting with two strange women and a strange man was not awkward at all. In fact, they were not strangers. At least they had met once. Not long after they came to Shanghai, they sang together. "By the way, Qinghong, do you have a boyfriend?" Wang Zijin asked. Chapter 484. Wang Zijin heard about Chen Qinghong's experience from Qin Bao Bao. When she talked about it, she was very angry and stamped her feet. She said that Chen Qinghong was a stupid woman who only knew how to study. If others treated her well, she would give her heart out. She was sold and counted the money for them. Wang Zijin rarely saw her heartless best friend so angry, so she remembered it in her heart. Chen Qinghong shook her head awkwardly. Her temperament was similar to Su Yu's, a cold beauty, but she was a real cold beauty, and Su Teddy was a fake. In fact, she didn't intend to come. After all, she said so many shameful words in front of Qin Zhe. I can sleep with you for 2 years. I can take birth control pills by myself, and so on. Now thinking about it, her face was still burning. When they met just now, if Qin Zhe showed any disdain or ridicule, she would turn away in shame. But Qin Zhe smiled and nodded at her as usual. At this time, she had to admire Zhang Ye's vision. A long time ago, Zhang Ye said to her, "Bao Bao's younger brother is good, a warm man." At that time, Chen Qinghong said, "It's just the humble style of most mediocre people." Now looking at it again, she knew that Zhang Ye's vision was sharp. What boyfriend? Let's talk about it later. While you're still young, enjoy a few years of leisure. When you get married and have children, it's tiring and bitter, right, Qinghong? Qin Bao Bao said. Chen Qinghong nodded and smiled reluctantly. Dad, you see, most of the girls at my age are not married. What's the hurry? You can talk to Mom later and ask her not to bother me. Qin Bao Bao took the opportunity. In Shanghai, 26 years old, it was really not old. Unlike in small cities or villages, it was a matter that made parents very anxious if they were not married by the age of 25. In first-tier cities, the age of marriage for men and women were 27 or 28 years old, and men were 30 years old. This was most of the phenomenon. Of course, there were people who got married before the age of 30. There were many people who were still single in their 30s and 40s. In the countryside, can you imagine? They would be gossiped about by their neighbors and scolded by their parents. Your mom can't be bothered with you right now. She just wants A's to find a girlfriend and get married as soon as possible, Grandpa Sheng said meaningfully. That bastard of a son, immersed in the world of hugging left and right and unable to extricate himself. Until now, he still hadn't given a definite answer. Zhang Ye rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Qinghong doesn't have a boyfriend. Why don't you introduce her to Qin Zhe? The air suddenly froze. Among the 5 women present, except for Zhang Ye herself, the other 4 all looked pale. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, Go go go! Qinghong doesn't match my brother. Don't try to match them up. She paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, I'm not even married. Why would he get married? Wang Zijin immediately said, Getting a girlfriend doesn't mean getting married immediately. Qin Bao Bao glared at her and said righteously, Even if it's a girlfriend, I can't stand it. Qin Ma was here, so she didn't dare to say this. But Grandpa Sheng was fine. Grandpa Sheng loved his daughter as always. In the past few years, I've been focusing on my career. I'm not in a hurry. Grandpa Sheng agreed. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Don't waste your time until you're old. Wang Zijin couldn't help but take a look at her. Was she a sensible person? Qin Bao Bao ignored Zhang Ye and pretended not to hear it. She complained to Grandpa Sheng, Dad, you only know how to follow my words. You don't have the final say in the family. You've responded to me like this all these years. When did you persuade my mom? Su Yu's sweet smile froze on her face. What? Listening to the meaning of these words, Uncle Qin's right to speak at home is not as important as Aunt Qin? Then, is it too late for me to change the target now? Grandpa Sheng felt that he was humiliated by his daughter. He waved his hand and said, How can you talk like that? In the kitchen. Qin Zhe waved the spoon and held the pot gently. The flame was raging. Where did you learn all these fancy things from? Mother Qin chuckled as she chuckled. Self-taught. Mom, you and Dad raised a daughter who can't take care of herself and threw me to live with her. If I don't learn these things, how can I live? Qin Zhe complained. Life. Qin Ma looked at her son strangely. Maybe she shouldn't have agreed to let him move to live with Bao Bao. Fortunately, Mom, you came to help me. Otherwise, I would be in a hurry to copy so many dishes by myself. Qin Zhe said and sighed, Your daughter almost killed me yesterday. Qin Ma was stunned. What's wrong? Did you two quarrel? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Although her son and daughter often quarreled, they never really got angry. No one doted on her sister to this extent. I forgot about her birthday. Yesterday, she came to my room in the middle of the night and asked me mysteriously what day it was tomorrow. I couldn't give her an answer. Chinze complained, "Your daughter is getting more and more unreasonable. Dad won't beat her, but you can't spoil her." Last night, his sister asked him what present he bought. In the end, Chinze was confused and said blankly, "Oh, it's your birthday tomorrow. I forgot. I'll transfer you $1 million later and buy you a present." He was almost killed by his sister. His sister cried and choked him, saying that she wanted to strangle the heartless maggot and then kill herself. In the end, not only did she not strangle him to death, but she also slept in his bed for a night. Chinze woke up in the morning and took his sister to buy a diamond necklace. He couldn't remember which big boss said, "No woman can resist the temptation of jewelry." "You're living here again?" Chin-ma said faintly. Chinze. "Oh my god," he accidentally let it slip. My sister Ziwei is here. I miss her." Chinze explained. "Oh." Chin-ma reluctantly accepted this reason. For dinner, Chinze cooked a table full of dishes and opened a bottle of Mao Tai and a bottle of red wine. He wanted to open a bottle of champagne for Grandpa Cheng to try, but Grandpa Cheng said that he wasn't used to it. Red wine was for women. Chang-yi had to drive, so he didn't drink it. The effects of the premiere yesterday are out. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head, bit her chopsticks, and slid her fingers on the phone. "What do you mean?" Chinze asked. "See for yourself." Qin Bao Bao sat next to him and pushed the phone to him. A relatively famous Weibo VIP wrote a film review. "After watching A Journey to the West, I realized for the first time that domestic special effects can be so exquisite. In this market where 50 cents of special effects prevails, I see no less than Hollywood blockbusters. It's a feast for the eyes. That's why it's good to be young." Chinze's youth gives him a vitality that many directors don't have. He hasn't been corrupted by the profit-oriented market. We all have this quality in us, but it will slowly disappear with the passage of time. In terms of special effects, I give full marks. Then, let's talk about the plot. This movie seems to be the theme of A Journey to the West, but the Monkey King only appeared at the beginning. There was a battle with special effects, but there was nothing after that. Maybe Chinze wanted to break through the usual thinking of A Journey to the West. Unfortunately, he didn't do it well enough. The plot is a bit dull, and there are many funny and bad points. When I watched it, I laughed like a fool. But after watching it, I couldn't remember anything special or memorable. This makes me very disappointed. Chinze wants to rely on comedy and special effects to reach 3 billion at the box office. To be honest, I don't think he can do it. Hundreds of words were written. It was quite pertinent. Netizens replied below, "I'm looking forward to it. I'll watch it when it's released." The reviews are quite attractive. I'm looking forward to it being released. Dull plots are a characteristic of domestic dramas. It doesn't matter. As long as the special effects are good and it's funny enough, it's worth watching. To put it bluntly, it's just a fast food movie. Chinze can't escape the mold of a commercial film. But it's enough that the special effects are good. I'll support it when it's released. For my Bao Bao. After reading the reviews, I'm very disappointed. I don't particularly like funny movies. I told you it wouldn't work. Chinze's script. I can tell he's an amateur at first glance. I don't want to watch it now. It's different from what I imagined. It was all right. It was within Chinze's expectations. The first movie was a bit dull. Although he changed the lines and some details of the plot to make the movie more suitable for the current market, the plot was indeed not very good. It was already good enough to have such a response. At least it wasn't a one-sided bad movie. It's within my expectations. Chinze nodded. With such reviews and word of mouth, can we reach 3 billion at the box office? Qin Bao Bao pouted. Our last movie's word of mouth was through the roof. From the time it was released to the time it was taken off the shelves, it was overwhelmingly good. The first movie was just a foreshadowing. It's not bad to have such an effect, Chinze said. You should be more careful. Don't boast. You'll embarrass yourself when the time comes, Qin Bao Bao warned. Don't worry. 3 billion is a conservative estimate. Who knows, it might hit 5 billion. Qin Zhe boasted. Although she knew he was boasting, Qin Bao Bao was still very happy. She happily picked up food for him. A's is the best. Sister will give you abalone. Qin Zhe stewed the abalone seafood soup for 2 hours. It was tender, juicy, and extremely delicious. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Qin Zhe also picked up food for his sister. Sister is so nice. Eat chicken. He put a piece of chicken into his sister's bowl. The others ate in silence. They couldn't interrupt. Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ye were even more emotional. In just a year, Qin Bao Bao had become the queen of the internet and an A-list celebrity. Qin Zhe was a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. They were in 2 different worlds. They could only look at it but not touch it. The only gratifying thing was that Qin Bao Bao looked at them and spoke in the same tone as before. She didn't become arrogant because of her wealth. Both siblings had very good qualities. It was because of the Qin family's upright and strict education. There's one more thing. Someone is slandering us on the internet. At the premiere you kicked that fan. It was magnified and the haters started the momentum, Qin Bao Bao said. She handed the phone over again. Qin Zhe took a look. It was an online article. It said that during the premiere, a fan rushed on stage to hug Qin Bao Bao but was kicked away by Qin Zhe. Every word of the article revealed the intention of slandering Qin Zhe. What made him disappointed was that the netizens followed the trend and attacked Qin Zhe out of some dark psychology. Qin Zhe frowned. Someone is slandering me. Forget it. This kind of person always exists. Don't pay attention to it. Later, let Tianfeng clarify on the official Weibo and put up the live video. After the real name system on the internet, it didn't seem to have improved the phenomenon of unrestrained abuse and slander. It was still the same as before. Even a celebrity who had been doing charity and had no scandals had people slandering them, not to mention Qin Zhe. After dinner, Chen Qinghong, Zhang Ye and the others said goodbye and left. Suyu didn't leave. This girl was smart. After knowing Uncle Qin's position in the family, she very snobbishly turned to Qin Ma and volunteered to help Qin Ma wash the dishes. Qin Zhe was speechless. He wanted to tell her not to embarrass herself but was too embarrassed to say it. After she finished washing, his mother would do it again. That would be awkward. Look at Sister Ziwei. She was so tactful. She never puffed herself up at something she wasn't good at. Qin Zhe walked to the balcony and looked at the river. System, this is the first anniversary of our integration. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette and looked at the night sky. The flow of time to me is negligible. The system responded. But for me, too many things have changed in the past year. Qin Zhe let out a faint sigh. It was hard to imagine that a year ago, he was still an ordinary and even mediocre person. If there was no system, he and his sister were destined to live a peaceful life and look at each other. They would have their own family and children. They would bury the feelings they shouldn't have deep in their hearts. They would go through their youth and enter their old age. Qin Zhe knew in his heart that this was almost an inevitable ending. But the system changed him, and at the same time changed the fate of many people. The system once said that without it, his sister Qin Bao Bao would be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The meaning of the system's words was the most beautiful woman he could come into contact with. It was impossible for him to come into contact with someone like Su Yu. Thank you for giving me a chance for a passerby to counterattack. Qin Zhe exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and in his mind, the scene of the original basketball court appeared, and he remembered what he had said. I never thought that one day I would blow up the whole audience.